Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, trick, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side damage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built full of smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys out, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys out, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show. Homie, I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys out, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys out, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was woofing, first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys out, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys out, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. That's Brother Eric, man. Shout out to Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Glad to have you guys in the building today. This is Brother Eric, man, 16 to Life. If you go over to his YouTube page, you can get music. You can get funny stories. Now you can get animation, man. Some of his stories are animated over there, man. Shout out to Brother Eric. Brother Eric is letting us use this music absolutely royalty free. Appreciate you, Brother. Thank you so much, man. Go on over there. All right, y'all. As Brother Eric, man, shout out to Brother Eric. Brother Eric is letting us use this music absolutely royalty free. Appreciate you, Brother Eric. Thank you so much, man. Go on over there. All right, y'all. As Brother Eric, man, shout out to Brother Eric. Brother Eric is letting us use this music absolutely royalty free. Appreciate you, Brother Eric. Thank you so much, man. Go on over there. All right, y'all. As Brother Eric, man, shout out to Brother Eric. Brother Eric is letting us use this music absolutely royalty free. Appreciate you, Brother Eric. Thank you so much, man. Go on over there. All right, y'all. As Brother Eric, man, shout out to Brother Eric. Brother Eric is letting us use this music absolutely royalty free. Appreciate you, Brother Eric. Thank you so much, man. Go on over there. All right, y'all. As Br Go on over there and check him out, man, at 16 to Life, the YouTube page. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Glad to see everybody in the building. Let me put Brother Eric down. Shout out to everybody, man. Glad to have y'all in the building, man. Let me do a little roll call, man. See who's in the building, man. We got A1 Day One Reason Neil in the building. Shout out to you, sis. Good afternoon. Glad to have you in the building. And of course, we got my Taurus brother, Brother Anderson, the Great, in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. One day we was blessed enough. One day Reese almost came up. We was blessed another day where Brother Anderson actually came up on the stage, man. Shout out to Brother. Shout out. All right, y'all, man. I'm starting the show early today, man, because I'm gonna knock it off early. I think probably everybody's tired from me and Bolo's interview, and of course the competition, which he justifiably won. I give it to him for that one. This round one. Brother Clarence is gonna have to go and practice and go do some, la 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 la. I'm gonna have to start practicing up for Brother Bolo, man. I'm gonna see him again down the road, man. So you know what I'm saying? It's more righteous competition. I'm gonna see him down there down the road. But shout out to Bolo. He walked away with the victory. Shout out to Bolo TV. And shout out to the village. All the good work they're doing over there. Shout out to Sister Andreas. Shout out to you. Appreciate you stopping by. All right, y'all. Y'all know this is the Sunday show. This is where we get into it, man. We cover a lot of topics real quick, man. I don't think Patrice says she doesn't come on today. OG Patrice her show's not on today. So we don't have to rush, but I figure everybody's tired from yesterday. So I'm not gonna keep you guys long today. I'm gonna try to make it really short. So we're just gonna get into it, man. Let's get into the news, man. Let's get into the news. Let's see what we got. Let's see, man. Let's see. Let's see. How y'all doing this morning, by the way, man? I'm glad everybody's doing well. Hopefully you're doing well. I can't say you all doing well because I don't know for sure, but hopefully you guys are doing well. All right, this is an article out of North Carolina, so let us check it. This is not good, man. Not good. Those of you guys that use Lyft and Uber and all that stuff on a regular basis, yikes. A North Carolina teen says she jumped out of her Lyft ride after the driver made inappropriate comments and sprayed an unknown substance in the car. Yikes. Holy smokes. The teen jumped out of a moving car after the Lyft driver made her feel uncomfortable. Isaiah Bowden said the driver made inappropriate comments and sprayed something inside the car. I'm riding with a stranger. I'm always nervous, but I knew it was different. Bowden said. A North Carolina teen says she jumped out of a moving car last week after her Lyft driver allegedly made her feel very scared and uncomfortable, according to the local news. Isaiah Bowden, 17, told WTVD that she started to feel uneasy when her Lyft driver, who was not identified, started to make inappropriate comments about her appearance and suggested that he would date her if she were older. Bowden also said that the driver kept spraying something inside the vehicle and rolled the windows up during the ride. Yikes. Yikes. I'm riding with a stranger. I'm always nervous, but I knew it was different. Bowden told the outlet. I knew that I wasn't going crazy or anything. I knew my body has never felt like that before. I've seen a lot of this, so I knew I was feeling drugged. Yikes. She continued, I was very scared, but then again, I was more So, like, I'd rather get out of the car than fall asleep in the car. Oh my God. With this man, I don't really know, per the outlet, as the driver allegedly refused to let her get out of the car. Yikes. Bolden said that she started to cry and scream before hopping out. WRAL reported. The outlet reported that the next thing she remembered was waking up in the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries on her face and legs. Lyft did not immediately respond to the insider's request for comment, but told the news station that the behavior described is deeply concerning. We've been in touch with the rider's family to offer support, have removed the driver's access to the Lyft platform, and stand ready to assist law enforcement with any investigation, the statement continued, WRAL reported. Per WTVD, Bolden received a refund from the company. Oh, that's cool. And local police said no charges were filed against the driver. Doesn't really bring peace to me at all, she told the outlet. All right, you guys. Well, first let me look at this real quick. You see, shout out to Big Mike. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Glad to have you in the building. Big Mike says, Assalamu alaikum, and wa alaikum salam to you, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, what about Von Bryant in the building? Brother Anderson says, I'm doing well, brother. See, I hope you're doing well yourself, brother Anderson, man. Blessed is the best word I can use in English language, brother. Blessed is the best word. If I could find a better word than blessed, I'd shoot it to you, man. Because, man, if I could, I can't. If I live to be 1,000, I can never break down how much God has done for me in my little 54 years, man. Holy smokes, man. So many, so many fires I walked out of, man. so many, so many ovens I walked out of, man. And so I hope, Brother Anderson, you and everybody else in the chat and everybody else lurking and everybody else who even would think to tune in today, man. Y'all, man, would God's love would shine on you and kiss you on the forehead like it did for me so many years, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. Um, okay, man, let's get back to the Lyft driver. Okay, y'all, I'm telling y'all, some of y'all use Lyft, some of you guys use Lyft, some of you guys use these rideshare services, right? And that's cool and all of that. But you got to keep your eyes open. Remember, like this little sister said, you getting in a car with a stranger. So this dude was spraying stuff in the car, and she started feeling like she's falling asleep. And he rolling the windows up. He rolled the windows up like, hey, I'm finna spray whatever. I'm gonna knock this chick out, and then I'm gonna, have my way with it, right? Little sister, seen that and was like, oh no, it's not happening, man. What I'm saying, I'm jumping out this car. Yeah, man. Lisa, little sister survived it, man. You know what I mean? But gotta watch who you get in the car in. It's very funny. Me and my me and my granddaughter last night, we watching Fat Albert, man. I said, hey, let me let me show you some old school cartoons. So we watching Fat Albert, and the episode was about a chick that was always hitchhiking, right? Chick was always hitchhiking, man. And so Fat Albert and him obviously was telling her, "Hey, man, it ain't too cool to be hitchhiking, right?" So it was cool because I got to it was able to show my granddaughter, who's 4 years old, the dangers of getting in the car with a stranger. So we went over that with her, right? Hey, if a stranger try to get you to come pet the puppy and all that, don't just run, right? They'll fire and run, right? So, she's got all that, man. So she's like, yeah. So to her it was a game. Okay, you be the bad guy again, and I'll run. You know what I mean? So, but the whole point is, I got it ingrained in her head that, man, you don't take no rides from no stranger. Oh, I just came up to pick you up. Your mom sent me to come pick you up. Uh-uh. I ain't going nowhere with you. So, but I'm saying, you guys that you do this ride share, especially females, man, you got to be cautious. Now, what I would do now, man, since he told me that, since I saw it, read that, what I would do is if I got in the car with one of these guys, the first thing I'm gonna do is say, "Hey, can you roll the window down?" 'Cause I don't know what they spraying in there, right? I told you guys about that Twilight Zone episode, right, where this dude was an assassin, and he got bored with just killing people, so he started making kind of convoluted ways to kill them, right? Because he just got bored with just lining them up and capturing them, lining them up on a what you call that firing squad and killing them. So what he started doing was setting up these elaborate situations where they would die, right? And so in one of these things, the guy had to figure out something in the room was gonna kill him, right? So the guy came and visited him in his room, and he said, "Hey, look, you can't leave. If you try to leave out that door, you're gonna get blown away." So he couldn't leave, right? Couldn't go out the window, couldn't leave out the door. So he had to stay in the room, right? And then he had to find the item. He said, if you could find it and dismantle it, you can live, right? Which was probably a lie anyway. But so the guy's trying to find it, but um, he said, "Hey, have some wine with me." So he had wine with him, right? And the guy that he was going to kill drank the wine, and he was like, you drugged me, you drugged me." He said, "Yeah, I know." And so he said, "Why didn't you just kill me?" He said, "Nah, that's too easy." So he drugged him, and he said, "But you drank from the same bottle." He said, "Yeah, but I built up a resistance." See, some of these guys got a resistance to some of this stuff, man. He said, "I've drank so much of this poison, I got a resistance to it," right? And I saw that happen before, right? There was this guy, this white guy down in, I don't know if it was Africa or Brazil, and he had got bitten by so many snakes, they were using his blood to make serums because he got bitten by so many snakes and survived it. They was using his blood, right? And it made like 50 different types of serums just off of him getting bit and surviving, right? So you can build up a resistance, right? Can build up a resistance. But the point is this: you never know what somebody else is going to do, man. You never know what somebody's going to do. And you, especially you females, man, you guys got to look out for each other. You got to look out for yourself, really. Because sometimes you get in these cars, man, you by yourself. Even if you call somebody, who can come and help you when you trapped in a car with some dude, right? It's gonna take somebody tracking your phone or whatever, right, to get to you. But that may be a little late in some cases. That's why if my brother didn't come today, he was tired, but he didn't come today. I'm going to show you guys how to survive. I've been showing you self defense. Now I'm going to show you survival tactics, straight out street survival, where you might have to put somebody's eye out. You may have to take someone's testicle off. You may have to do whatever you have to do to survive, to walk away from a certain situation. Right? I'm gonna get into that later, man. And just basic stuff that you carrying around with you, like a pen, whatever. Right? You don't need no super big gun and all that. You don't need all that. That would be nice, right? You don't even have to let somebody get close to you. But sometimes you don't have all that on you, right? All you have is just a what do you call that? Just a pen, right? Show you how to turn this into more deadly than a 44 Magnum. This is more deadly than a 44 Magnum if you know how to use it. If you know how to use it. All right, so we'll get into that later. Brother Mike says shouldn't be at this point that you can feel safe to get into a Lyft or Uber. Brother Mike, I feel like this. You should never feel safe. You should feel you should feel at ease, a little more at ease, but never relax your guard when you alone with a stranger. Never just completely relax, because you never know. You never know, man. Some of these dudes are going through so much stuff, right? Look at the little guy, Aaron Carter. He just passed away, man. Man, rest in peace. But I mean, the guy was going through so much, man, and nobody could reach the guy. He ends up drowning in his own bathtub, so they say, allegedly, right? Just saying, man, people going through a lot. So let's not press them. Let's not give them opportunities. Especially with our women, our females. Let's not give them uh some of that. Some dudes are see that as temptation. A female by herself. Some dudes see that as a temptation to get off some type of situation. So, man, I always press the issue like, hey, somebody's waiting for me. Somebody's, somebody's on the other end waiting on me, man. I gotta go. They're gonna be there waiting on me, right? So the guy will know, okay, I can she ain't the one, because it's people waiting on her, right? Rich Neal said, guns don't mean much. I can freeze or say F it and run. I may never use it in a life or death situation. You never know what you will do until that time comes. Hey, Sister Annie, glad to see you. No, Risa, you gotta be willing to see. That's the thing about survival. That's why I'm switching from self defense. Self defense indicates that you are going to defend yourself, and that other person is going to walk away from it. I'm talking about survival. Sometimes you're gonna have to put somebody down or permanently injure them so that you can walk away. So that you can walk away, and we got to be willing to pull that trigger or spray that mace or whatever. This person, oh, my eye popped out, right? The eye is on it's on a cord, right? Everything is on a cord, right? If you put the fingers into the eye and scoop them out, man, you would put enough pressure, eyes just gonna pop out. These eyes are just gonna pop out. You put fingers in there and you pull it down hard enough, the eye is just gonna pop right out of the socket. While this guy's trying to put his eye back in, you can get out of there, right? uh, Brother Mike says, it seems like regular taxis have less of these incidents reported than series like Lyft and Uber, right? Because a lot of these people making extra money working Lyft and Uber. The taxi drivers, man, that's their income, man. They can't play. They ain't gonna be able to bump around to Uber, to Lyft, or whatever. They ain't be able to do all that, right? A lot of them guys are immigrants. I'm talking about the cab drivers. I would say over 50% of them are immigrants, right? Most of the time. So they don't come here to play, man. They come here to build their family up most of the time. Most of the time. Some of them are crazy too, but most of the time. Most of the time. Anyway, y'all, that's that. Y'all gotta be safer, man. We gotta look out for each other, man. We gotta look out there, man. We gotta stop playing games. Stop playing games, man. Teach your young daughters that, hey, this is playtime is over. Playtime is over. Playtime is over, man. Playtime is over. All right, y'all. Let's move on to the hit parade, man. Let me find the hit parade up in here somewhere. Okay, here we go. Oh my gosh, man, it is really bad, man, for this dude, man. Really, really, really bad. Let me start this over from the beginning.
Who worked for the San Antonio Spurs, has sued the team and former player Josh Primo, claiming he exposed himself to her multiple times during private sessions. Hillary Cawthon worked as a performance psychologist for the team, and a lawsuit filed Thursday alleges that 19-year-old Primo exposed his genitals to her on 9 different occasions, despite, quote, her numerous complaints about Primo's improper sexual conduct to the organization's leadership. Cawthon spoke publicly about the allegations against Primo for the first time Thursday in an emotional press conference where she openly wept throughout. She said, quote, I am many things, but I'm not alone in this fight to do the right thing. Primo has denied any wrongdoing, and Spurs CEO R.C. Buford just released this statement, quote, "We disagree with the accuracy of the facts, details, and timeline presented today. While we'd like to share more information, we will allow the legal process to play out."
We disagree, but we cut him. Well, I guess they had to say that because this lady is not suing the Josh Primo by himself. She's suing the Spurs. But here's where the problem is for the kid, man. Police opened an investigation into sexual misconduct allegations against Joshua Primo. Ay, ay, ay. San Antonio police have begun investigating allegations that former San Antonio Spurs guard Joshua Primo exposed himself on multiple occasions to a former team therapist during counseling sessions. Oh. That's not it. That's the one. Dr. Hillary Cawthon filed a lawsuit against the Spurs and Primo, claiming that the 19-year-old exposed his genitals to her 9 times during multiple sessions. Not good. In addition to the civil complaint filed Thursday in Bexar County, which includes San Antonio, Cawthon filed a criminal complaint against Primo. The Bexar County Sheriff's Office told the Associated Press it made contact with the victim involved in the Joshua Primo incident. The Sheriff's Office called it a preliminary investigation into the allegations against Primo. In her lawsuit, the team's former performance psychologist said that the Spurs did nothing to discipline Primo or address her concerns, despite her numerous complaints about Primo's improper sexual conduct. Cawthon said she had informed and requested a meeting with Spurs general manager Brian White after what she described as Primo's first incident of indecent exposure in December of 2021. She said her request for a meeting in January was postponed by White until March, during which time Cawthon continued to counsel Primo despite her concern. Why? That's what I don't get. If somebody was doing something to you that egregious, why would you continue to allow them to come into your office with just you? I don't get that one. That is a little concerning right there. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that, not to say that he was, it was cool that he was doing something like that if he was. I don't think that was cool at all. But what I'm saying is, why didn't she just say, hey, look, you know what? I can't see this particular person. I know she was trying to get that money. No doubt. But if she went to the staff and said, "Hey, look, I'm not going to see this dude. This particular guy, I'm not going to talk to. Not alone. Why not do that?" Anyway, Cawthon said her role with the team was marginalized in the months that followed, culminating her contract not being renewed in August. Cawthon said she was angry. They don't have to renew her contract, whether they liked her or not, right? Cawthon said she was angry, confused that Primo did not face any discipline for his actions until the Spurs released him an hour before the October 28th home game against Chicago. Primo cleared waivers on Monday, but was not signed by any other team. In a statement released shortly after Cawthon's news conference, Spurs CEO R.C. Buford said that the franchise disagrees with the accuracy of the facts, details, and timelines presented today. Oh, but you cut the guy. I don't know about that. You cut the guy, but you disagree with the timeline, right? Okay. San Antonio Spurs coach Greg Popovich, speaking before Friday night game against Clippers, said he could not comment on whether he was first informed about Primo's alleged behavior and what actions the Spurs did or did not take, because it is now a legal matter. Popovich did say the Spurs have long worked to maintain a healthy work environment. I would only add that anybody who has observed the Spurs over a long period of time knows that an accusation like this would be taken very seriously without any doubt whatsoever, Popovich said. No equivocation. The Spurs organization will be on top of it. I am absolutely confident that the men and women of the managerial staff that dealt with and are dealing with this did so purposefully, efficiently, promptly, and did it with the utmost care for everybody concerned, the accuser, the accused, the people in the organization, to make sure everybody still felt comfortable and safe. I'll just leave my comments at that. But you cut the guy. You got the guy, Pop. What's going on with that? Um, Popovich has been outspoken advocate for civil rights and various social causes. The assertion that the Spurs turned a blind eye to Cawthon's accusation has troubled the team's fans. The only thing I would say to the fans is consider a statement I just made about how we are handling things over the years, Popovich said. As far as the details, I think they know intellectually, like we all do, that it's in the hands of the lawyers. We can't say anything. That pretty much cuts everything off. I would imagine that over time, details are coming out, and they always do. Everybody just has to wait for that. Unfortunately for this guy, man, this guy just really, really made a bad mistake, man. Do I believe that he did it? I believe he did it. I believe that he did it. So to me, it's no doubt he did. He did this. If he didn't do this, he did something close to it. You know what I'm saying? So we are never going to know what he did, because this is all going to get settled out of court. This is all going to get settled out of court. So we're never going to know exactly what happened, right? And because of the doctor-client privilege, exclusivity, she's not going to be able to talk about it, right? Now, when it gets to a criminal situation, she may be able to talk. They may be able to talk about it when it gets to the criminal side of it. But in a civil situation, she ain't gonna be able to say nothing. And they're just gonna, what they're gonna do is, what do you call that? Settle it. Spurs don't want to go. They don't want to be dragged into court by a woman, a single mom, 4 kids. Come on, man. This lady's paid. This lady is paid. Not only did her civil rights get violated, saying her human rights got violated, man. So she's paid. She's paid. All her attorney's going to do, that dude Tony Busby is going to slide a piece of paper over. He's going to say, "Hey, this is how much we want," and that's going to start the negotiations. And when that number gets right, like as to quote Deion Sanders, when you make that money right, that's when you get my signature. That's when you get my signature. When you make that money right. That money ain't right, you ain't gonna get my signature on nothing. But hopefully, shout out to the quote unquote victims. Shout out to quote unquote accused. Shout out to the Spurs, man, the fans. Hope everybody who was affected by this, in some kind of way is able to turn their life around and prosper even greater, by having gone through this experience. But why am I doing the hit parade? Why am I talking about this? I'm talking about this because guys like this, man, they need assistance, and the NBA needs to have people like myself that can talk about this situation, can talk to these young guys that got experience in effing up, and they know already, okay, you got experience in it, okay, you know what you to and try to guide these guys and tell them, hey man, don't make the mistakes that we made. Make better choices. Make better choices. Hindsight's 2020. As a 54-year-old man, now I can look back and say, oh man, what an idiot I was. What an idiot I was. Right? But I didn't have nobody at that time in my life that, could tell me stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have anybody like that in my life. And that's no excuse. But just now, there's people like myself that can go into the rookie symposium and tell them, hey, man, this is something, and break down what consent is and why consent is so important. A lot of these guys don't realize the importance of consent. They think, oh man, well, I'm just, I'm this superstar athlete. Nobody never tells me no. Yeah, just wait. Everybody's gonna get told no at some point. Just wait, brother. But and it's a sad situation, man. And like I said, man, I hope hope and pray that everything works out for everybody involved, man. Everybody involved. All right, that is the what do you call that? The hit parade. Hit parade, man. Sad situation for Josh Primo. Sad situation for the doctor. Sad situation for the Spurs, for the fans. Sad situation for everybody involved, man. But hopefully this lady gets her money. Hopefully Josh Primo gets some help. Hopefully he's able to turn his career around, man, and just get back on the right track. And it'll be no issue. All right, let's move on, man. Let's move on because we got a lot to get to, y'all. We got a heavy one to get to today, man. Holy smizzokes. We got a heavy one to get to today. Where we went. Oh, we got to get to the doctor. We got to say some black boys. We got to say some black boys. Hold on, y'all. We got to rescue some black boys. Y'all want to rescue some black boys? Let's rescue some black boys, man. Let's rescue some black boys. Let's do that. Let's hear about 10 minutes of the good doctor, man. Let's see. There we go. Let's hear about 10 minutes of the good doctor, man. And then we can start rescuing some black boys.
To bring home the money. Ronald Reagan knows this. Rockefeller knows this. That the best way to destroy black men is to deny them the opportunity to work. You know what I'm getting at, because Bill Moyers didn't tell you that was Vanishing Black Family documentary. 1 of every 3 marriages in this country, black or white, ends in a divorce in 18 months. Now, you see, it used to be if you got divorced, something was wrong with you. But when you have a stat this high, something must be going on in our society. I now want to explain what that is. When America believed in agriculture, America believed in extended family. When America believed in the factory, industrialism, America believed in the nuclear family. But now that America believes in the computer, now America believes in a single-parent family. Make sure you see my analysis. When the economy changed, the family structure changed. There was more than love in these relationships. There was some money involved here. Our grandparents worked the fields together, had economic reason to stay together, and so they did. In a factory, man works in factory, woman takes care of children. Economic reason again to stay together. But in this new economy, where you now have women working just as much, if not more, than men, you now hear women telling men, I don't need you. Got my own job. Do what I want to do when I want to do it. And we are now doing it very well and by ourselves. You know the #1 song in America a couple of years ago, Ain't Nothing Going On But the Rent. If you want to be with me, you got to have a job. It's all about money. All about money. When the economy changed, the family structure changed. And so now we have a lot of people making plenty of money and lonely. That place money before family. You see, black men want to do what white men do. Buy their family a house in the suburbs, 2 cars, and once a year go down to Orlando for Disney World on vacation. And when black men can't do that, they don't feel they're worthy enough to stay. Now, you see, the problem is there are 2 responses black women can give to black men when they're out of work. Now, the first response some women say is, well, if you ain't working, you got to go. If you ain't working, you got to go. That's the mistake. Because black men don't hire nor fire, nor control the means of production. Now, before black men say that's right, brother, you tell them, please, brothers, quit assuming that black women took our jobs away. Because black women also do not hire nor fire. We are being played off against each other for some crumbs. We recommend the second response. For black women to say to that man, well, if you ain't working, can you at least go back to school? Can you at least learn a skill? Or at least make dinner or wash dishes while I'm gone? But the problem is there are very few black men that look to black women for definition of manhood. Black men, as I said earlier, want to do what white men do. And that means be the breadwinner. What I'm getting at is we're going to have to redefine what it means to be a man. Because if being a man means being the provider, with 25% of black men out of work, that's a suicidal definition. You see, if I lose my job tomorrow, I'm still a man. As long as I'm responsible, treat my wife correctly, raise my children, that's responsibility. I'm not going to allow my employer to reduce my masculinity. I need to define what being a man is. And I think it's a perfect balance between the mental, the spiritual, and the physical. Not being a breadwinner, but a balance between the mental, physical, and the spiritual. Isn't it interesting? You have 2 black men. Both lose their jobs. One black man resorts to crime, leaves his home. He's been reduced by the society. The other black man sells newspapers, sells peanuts, does whatever he can to take care of his family. Same economic situation, but a different set of values. We have to work on that. A new definition can resolve this problem. I'm not belittling money. You have to have money living in America, but that's not the criteria for manhood. Boys make babies. Men take care of them. That's the definition. One more comment here. I mentioned earlier in our past workshop on the peer group. Let me share with you here this dichotomy where you have the mental over here and you have the physical over here. You see, a real problem is our boys have a difficult time finding a balance in the middle. I mentioned earlier homosexuality, and the figure is 1 of every 9 men in this country are homosexuals. It's going to increase. And the reason is because we've been so skilled to the physical, being macho, that when our boys want to be on the honor roll, they're labeled sissies. Want to be involved in the fine arts, labeled sissies. Want to be open, honest, communicative, labeled sissies. When you label something long enough, you begin to act that way. So you have the homosexuals over here, and you have the athletes, the machos over here. Tremendous dichotomy between these two. We have got to find some men that can teach black boys and Hispanic boys the balance between the physical and the mental. There's simply too much pressure over here. It's hard to find the balance, and women can't teach this. Only a man can do this. We need more black men who can do both of these areas. Physically balanced and mentally balanced. And spiritual in the middle. Comments, questions about what is a man? We've been looking at male behavior. Any comments or questions? Yes, Gwen? Explain
what you meant by saying women raise their daughters.
We're coming to that, Gwen. Matter of fact, I think it's probably the next point. Matter of fact, it is. Praise the Lord. Let's go to the next point. See, we were looking at the active conspirators, and we were looking at what the effect that causes on us in terms of male behavior. And we may not be able to control or to change Reagan, Rockefeller, Weinberger, but your question we can change. We can look at some mothers. And I said some, not all. The rumor is that some mothers raise their daughters and love their sons. My boy always loved his mama. 40 years of age, still went home with you. That needs to stop. Your boy is not yours. He is a future husband, a future father, and needs to be raised that way. Now, what do I mean by raised? Teach your son how to cook, to make up his own bed, to clean up his own bathtub ring because you raised your daughter. On the honor roll every marking period. Goes to church with you every Sunday. And she can cook, sew, iron, and clean. All but then we have your son. Ain't never seen an honor roll. He plays basketball all evening long. Never goes to church and can't boil a hot dog. The rumor is we have some, not all, raising their daughters and loving their sons. Now I know the historical reason. The historical reason is our societies always try to destroy black men. The lynchings. So black mothers always want to overprotect their sons. What's the reason today? I know the KKK is on the rise, but what's the reason today? Is it because your own black man didn't stay? You now replaced your man with your son? Your son is not yours. He's a future husband, a future father, and needs to be raised that way. Quit telling these 9-year-old boys they're the man of the house. Ain't no 9-year-old boy ready to be no man of the house. But because you told him that, he now begins to wonder. When you then bring over your man for the evening, Mom, I thought I was the man of the house. Why are you bringing him over? You can't have it both ways. If he's going to be the man of the house, quit bringing your boyfriend over on Saturday nights. You know what's sad, though? These brothers think what they can do with their mamas, they can do with their teacher, yes, their coach, and everybody else. In other words, living at home with you in $100 pair of gym shoes, $80 pair of a Gucci handbag. In other words, these boys have mastered how to manipulate their mamas. And they think what they can do with you, they can do with everybody else. Only to find out what you let them get away with, no one else does. In other words, 90% of all teenage pregnancy programs counsel the women. We have teenage pregnancy running rampant. But as far as the last time I looked, it took 2 to make a baby. But 90% of the programs let the brothers off the hook. The real question is, who is going to teach black boys to be responsible? And you don't start when he makes a baby. In other words, the real question is, who's going to teach black boys to be responsible for his personal hygiene, for his clothes, for his chores, for his room, for his siblings, for his allowance, for his studies? for his toys, for his schedule, and then his sex life. You don't start responsibility at 16. It starts very early. For example, when I was growing up, my father opened up a mutual fund account for me. And every year on my birthday, he explained to me, this is how much money you have in your account. But if you make a baby, all your money is going to take care of your child. Should it be any different? If I enjoy making it, shouldn't I also take care of it? So my oldest son, who was 15, I've been doing the same thing with him, the 9-year-old and the 15-year-old. So he told me last year, he said, Daddy, this money looks so good to me. I've just decided I'm not ever making me a baby. I'm keeping all my money to myself. But the point is, the boy understands responsibility. He understands if I make a baby, you will take care of it. There are mothers who know their son impregnated some girl on the same block, and they say, well, boys will be boys. Yeah. They will be whatever you let them be. I want to pause now.
Ooh, ooh. The good doc. The good doc, man. Always on time, always on point, man. Shout out to the good doc, man. Shout out to the good doc. All right, we gotta get the doc out of here, man. Because we got some other stuff we gotta do, y'all. We're doing good on time, y'all. We're doing good on time. Shout out to Jill Peel, Jill Dr. Boutique. Shout out to Jill Dr. Boutique. If you haven't already subscribed to the Jill's Chocolate Boutique, what are you doing, man? Get your butt over there and at least subscribe and check it out and see if it's, something you might be interested in, right? All right, y'all. Let's no, we already say some black boys. Let's do the Black History Minute. Y'all ready to do the Black History Minute? All right, let's do the Black History Minute. Senator Barack Obama, and this is brought to you by blackhistory.today. So go on over there and check them out, man, if you want more information about some of the things that happened in Black history. Shout out to Black History Today. Shout out to them. All right. Senator Barack Obama, first elected U.S. president, first elected black U.S. president, by the way, but his first term, Illinois Senator Barack Obama was elected the first African-American president of the United States on November 4th. This says 1988, but it should say 2008. This epic moment in American history was culminated after what many consider was the most effective campaign for a president in the history of our nation. The Obama for president campaign was better organized, better at raising funds, better at generating enthusiasm in voters for their candidate and than their competitors in the Democratic primary and general election. Obama announced in 2007 that he would campaign for the nation's highest office, the presidency of the United States. He defeated his Republican opponent, John McCain, by 365 to 173 electoral votes. President Obama received 52.9 to McCain's 45.7 popular vote. President Obama was reelected to a second term on November 6, 2012. He defeated his Republican opponent, Mitt Romney, by 332 to 206 electoral votes. President Obama received 51.1 to Romney's 47.2% popular vote. President Barack Obama accepted the Democratic nomination for his second term as President of the United States on September 6, 2012. The campaign began officially on April 4th, 2011, with the announcement of his candidacy along with Vice President Joe Biden as his running mate. The 44th and current president of the United States, the 44th and current president of the United States, the 44th and current president of the United States, and first African-American president in the United States. He's not the current president, but he is the 44th president of the United States. Barack Hussein Obama II was born on August 4th, 1961 in Honolulu, Hawaii, to Stanley Ann Durham and Barack Obama Sr. President Obama received his BA degree from Columbia University and his law degree from Harvard University, where he served as president of the Harvard Law Review. He entered politics as a state senator representing the 13th district in Illinois, where he served 3 terms from 1997 to 2004. During that period, he ran unsuccessfully for Congress. Now, this is the sticker right here, y'all. He ran unsuccessfully for United States Congress in 2000, and in 2004, President Obama ran and won political campaign for the United States Senate in Illinois. President Obama is married to the former Michelle Robinson, and they have 2 daughters, Malia and Sasha. Yeah, man, I saw that. I was watching a documentary about that, man, where he lost this election, and then he was not like really the one in line, but they went and they handpicked the guy and pulled him up. I mean, I'm glad they did, man. I mean, I'm glad they did, but shout out to the Obamas. But man, there was another guy in front of this guy. There was another black guy in front of this guy. I forgot that guy's name, but he was actually the one that won that Senate seat. No, I mean a congressional seat, man. And they just pulled the rock right on past that dude, man, because he was supposed to be the one in line to do it. But anyway, man, shout out to this dude, man. Hey, shout out to Barack Obama, man, because rather than talk about his political, what he represented as a icon to young black kids, man, as far as what is possible for them to do, can't be taken away. Oh man, I was just telling everybody I was gonna check on you, man. Okay, let me look at my phone. Let me see. Rico cussed me out via text, man. let me email you the link now, bro. I thought you was I forgot to do it, man. I thought you were still in the doghouse, Rico. Sorry about that, man. I emailed you the link last night, but I figured you was. I said, man, he ain't gonna come today for sure. Let me see. Let me let me get Rico in here, man. I know everybody wants to see Rico, man. Let me bring Rico in here. Hold on, y'all. Let me send Rico and Vaughn and all these guys a link. Vaughn, I was trying to let Vaughn recover, man. Vaughn has really serious, saying you got serious illness, man. I'm trying to let you recover from that, man. But no, let me put the let me put the link out here, man. Let me see, Rico, Patrice, and of course Juan, and of course John. Okay, Rico, you should have it, man. You should have it. It should be coming through any second now, man. But okay. So where was I? Yeah, Barack Obama, man. Whatever you think about his political, or his political views, what he represented to young black kids, as far as, you can pretty much do what you want to do here if you're willing to work hard and sacrifice for it. You can do whatever you want to do, right? But you know what I'm saying. So anyway, shout out to the Obama family for and his wife, man. She was so gracious, man. Now she was, to me, a good look. She took over for Claire Huxtable, where Claire Huxtable was a good look for black women. Michelle Obama, no matter what you think about their political views, she was a good look for black women, in my opinion, man, and black girls, in my opinion, man. Very, very regal sister, man. Very regal sister, man. Carried herself very well. All right, let's see where we at now. Oh man, where we at? We at the job of the week. We at the job of the week, y'all. We moving. We moving and grooving. We moving and grooving. Moving and grooving. Let's see. Let's see. The job of the week. Okay, y'all. Okay, what I try to do, y'all, is I try to get jobs. I try to get jobs that like are real, have a low barrier of entry, like Sister Annie was saying. I try to get jobs that have a real low barrier of entry, right? But they might have some danger to it. It might have some, might not be the easiest job to do. But as far as making money, I try to find jobs where the income is high and the barrier to get in is low, right? But when you see something like that, there's gonna be some trade-offs, right? Not gonna have a high income and a low barrier entry, and all you doing is sitting in the parking lot looking at Christmas trees, right? No, it's not gonna be doing that. You're gonna have a degree of difficulty somewhere in there, man. So you have to expect that, right? All right. This is from the LA Unified School District, police officer entry level. They starting at $30 to $37 an hour. Let's do $38 an hour. Let's just round it up to $38 an hour. Let's see what $38 an hour equals. Okay, 4 times 12. $70,000 to $72,000 a year. Not bad. Not bad. $38 an hour, $72,000 a year. Not bad to just walk through the front door. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Let's see. Let's look at now what I tell you guys. Yeah, you got the benefits and all of that. Most places that are union, this is a union job. Most union places are gonna have benefits. So benefits are, yeah, that's cool. But I told you guys, what you guys need to look at is what is what do you call that? What are the requirements for the job, right? Right. And here I see the ideal candidate for a job. You read, interpret. I don't see no. See what you're looking for is college degrees, specific certifications, stuff like that, right? When you don't see stuff like that, then okay, it's probably open to anybody who is at age eligible, right? So that's just this job. This is just for LA Unified School District. Be a school police, right? And you know what I'm saying? You can come in and be a school police, and then raise a family, man. Because it's not 72 G's. That's not bad, and they always have overtime, man. There's always overtime in these kind of jobs, man. So you can make easy 100 grand, easy, easy. Okay. Let's see. So that is job of the week. Don't take our word for it. Dig that. Dig that. Okay. Let's see. Um, let's see. Okay. I think we done, y'all. We done. We done. Now we got to get into the meat of the situation here. We got to get into the meat situation, right? Shoot, I forgot to take that down and do job of the week. Okay, well, all right. Let's see. Black anti-Semitism. Black anti-Semitism. This is a new word going around. Black anti-Semitism. Like those two words go together, right? Like we just come up anti-Semitic, right? Well, let's look at an article that Rolling Stone did talking about blacks and anti-Semitism. Holy, 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 holy. Do 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 do. All right, here we go. Okay, This is an article from Rolling Stone, right? Magazine. It says black anti-Semitism isn't rare; it's ingrained. Okay, so the question is, what is black anti-Semitism? Okay, let's see. Let's see what we're talking about. Ronnie Lee refused to eat pork. Swine, he said, was unclean. My oldest cousin was never particularly religious. In fact, the only time I ever recall Ronnie Lee in the pews of a church was for various family funerals and weddings, where he often came dressed to the nines. Now I'm starting to think this person here who actually wrote the story, Goldie Taylor, is a black person. All right. Anyway, my oldest cousin never particularly religious. I only recall Ronnie Lee in the pews of a church was for various family funerals and weddings, where he often came dressed to the nines in a high shined Stacey Adams and silk-brimmed fedora hat festooned with a peacock feather like he was headed to a players' club ball. Once days after somebody was plastered, once days after somebody plastered his backside with a hail of buckshots in a botched robbery, he came hobbling into Auntie Gerald's house looking for a hot plate and a warm bed. We never knew who was actually the victim, as Ronnie Lee was sometimes the one doing the robbing. Between the women, drugs, and stints in prison, nice, he managed to sire 11 or 12 children by last count. How you like how black men are being portrayed so far? Pretty good, huh? And this sister wrote this, I'm sure, for Rolling Stone. I'm sure Rolling Stone didn't have a Jewish person writing this because they're too smart to get their hands to write something like this on their own. You know, what I mean, they would obviously have someone else do that. Undereducated and prone to conspiracy theories, when he had a bit of liquor in him, he'd rail out about staged moon landings and scourge of Reagan era trickle down economics. Hey, this is trickle down economics was real. From the front porch. He was right about Reagan. There you go. See, that's all we want to say. But he thought Jewish people controlled everything from the World Bank. Okay, well let's look at who's in charge of the World Bank. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Okay, let's look at it. We're gonna look at who's in charge of the World Bank. Who? Okay, David Malpass. Let's see who David Malpass is. Huh? Okay. Oh, okay. So I believe this guy is Jewish, right? David Malpass. Let me let y'all see what I'm looking at, right? Cause see, sometimes, man, we get called out, man. People get called out for saying stuff that is accurate, right? This is the president of the World Bank, David Malpass, right? I believe this guy is a Jewish fella, right? Right? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Economists served at Bear Stearns and conducted financial analysis for countries around the world. Yeah. Sounds about right, right? But okay. So far, Unc is right on track, right? So far, Unc is on it, right? Right about Reagan, right about Mr. Malpass, right? Let's get back to the article because let's see. Oh, here we go. Okay, Jewish people control everything from the World Bank to the Great Ethiopian Famine. We'll check back on that. For him, Jew was a verb most often used to describe negotiating a price, cheating a customer, or high interest predatory loans. And I know Jews don't say nigger, right? They don't. They don't. None of them. I understand. Uh, they got. I mean, not all Jews, but there are some that do, right? Just like there's some black people that feel this way about Jewish people, right? But like I said, our double standard is at work again. They got too much power, he'd say. We's the lost tribes of Israel. Hmm. Is that is that is this an anti-Semitic statement? We are the lost tribes of Israel. Let's find out. Let's take a look. Through the years, he was so drunk, right? Still, right? See, they get us to beat up on us, right? this lady is absolutely making a case why black people who think these way thinks about things like this, they're out of their mind, right? First he was getting shot at. First he was, he's a low life character basically, right? Her uncle's a low life character, and she's going on and pursuing and commenting and stating that he's a low life character, right? That's the point of this situation. That's the point. She's trying to say, hey, look, if he feels this way about Jewish people, then he's a low life character, right? Not even that. He's just a low life character who feels this way about Jewish people. That I think that's the better statement. All right, let's get back to it. 3 years he was so drunk that a judge in Georgia made him turn over the license plates to his truck. His mama, my auntie, loved him bone deep, even if she thought his worldview was poppycock. Get on way from here with that noise, Ronnie Lee, she'd say. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. I didn't even know people still talk like that, right? Like, sound like, what it sound like? What's that movie? Hollywood Shuffle? We got to run, Jasper. Jasper, we got to get out of here, Jasper. I don't know, Master beat us on Monday, and he feed us on Tuesday. Jasper, 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 we got to get out of here, Jasper. I don't know, right? It's not like Hollywood Shuffle, right? Riley was just a crazy uncle that, I tell you, everybody got that crazy uncle that needed to be suffered, if not pitied. After refusing COVID-19 vaccinations, oh boy, you crazy if you. I haven't been vaccinated either, right? I had COVID twice. I haven't been vaccinated at all, right? People around me have gotten COVID and everything. I haven't been vaccinated, right? I just bump up my immune system with other things. And now I will say this: if you're not vaccinated, if you're not vaxxed, you have to do something. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and say to you, well, no, you don't have to do nothing. No. You got to do something. Either either you taking an airborne or you're doing something. Got to bump up your immune system, right? With some type of supplement, right? Supplements, plural, right? But that don't mean you crazy just because you don't want to get synthetic, derivative shoved into your arm. Come on, man. Come on. Anyway, he passed on a few years ago with his children at his side, but the deeply rooted anti-Semitism he harbored throughout his adult life lives on. In recent days, as the Brooklyn Nets suspended him and Nike severed ties with NBA star Kyrie Irving, I wondered if I might need to throw out the brand new pair of high tops I bought for my granddaughter. I couldn't shake how the Australian born first overall draft picks pro, uh, proselyting closing closely resembled Ronnie Lee's. Then there is Kanye West, a self-professed free-thinking genius. The artist now known as Ye has compared himself and the financial shellacking he has enduring to George Floyd and Emmett Till. After apologizing for attributing George Floyd to fentanyl, thank you, Kanye, for doing that. West said he knew it was what it was like to have somebody's foot on his neck. And in an Instagram post, he called his widespread condemnation and fall from grace a digital lynching and likened it to bankrupting his social credit score. The chart-topping rapper, producer, fashion designer, and now former billionaire included a picture of a grossly disfigured Till, a 14-year-old who was lynched in 1955, in his casket. For those of y'all who don't know, Emmett Till was lynched and beaten. He was actually beaten to a pulp and lynched for looking at a white woman's. I think it was just a dress, or was he something about saying something to a white girl? Something. Twitter was alight with disgust. I was struck though by the notion that some posters believe this brand of anti-Semitism among Black people is somehow something new and rare. I can tell you without a pause or question that it's not. Okay. Far from rare, such bigotry echoes of the Black Hebrew Israelite anti-Semitism was. Did Kanye say he was an a Hebrew Israelite? Was and still are commonplace in many quarters. However, just as prominent as the cavalcade of voices from Black people willing to shut them down, but that is rising again from the lips of celebrities and across social networks like TikTok is both maddening and dangerous. Right? Stay in your place, nigga. Just dunk that ball. Mr. Farrakhan said, right? Just dump that ball through the hoop, nigga. Just dunk that ball through the hoop. That's all. Don't you say a word about nothing else unless it's on my side. But all you got to do is catch that touchdown, hit that home run, and dunk that ball through the hoop, nigga. I don't have to wander very far to find another Ronnie Lee. A few minutes of doom scrolling will inevitably turn up another Kanye fan who believes he's being punished for telling the truth and wonders where the outrage was when he was calling slavery a choice. I mean, it's a pretty legitimate question, right? What they miss is the well-documented story of the allyship between Black and Jewish people. What does that got to do with anything? If my sister hit me, I'm not going to talk about. I'm not looking at the times where she hit me. She didn't hit me. I'm discussing the time she hit me. God, man, what? So every time I get hit by my little sister, then I got to say, oh well, I can't get mad at her because this is the time where she gave me some of her lollipop. So I'm not talking about the time she gave me her lollipop. I'm talking about the time she hit me. I can't say that. Oh, you hate your sister now because you said that. Come on. But the semantics are out here. The double standards are out here. Our struggle was theirs, and theirs was ours. Our struggle was not theirs, and theirs was not ours. The Jewish and Black struggle was not. They were both bad. I'm not going to say they weren't both bad, but their struggle was not ours at all. Shout out to Rico Young, man. Shout out to Rico Young.
By the time you decide to answer your damn phone.
Where you been, brother? You like Houdini, man. You just disappeared. It's like, what the hell? Hey,
No.
You know what, y'all? I'm
What?
glad y'all didn't give Rico that money because Rico has been gone, man. Rico's out of sight, out of mind, man.
Well, and I'll be gone in a few more weeks too.
Oh, really? You going back to DR?
Huh? Yeah. I'm
going
going for Turkey Day.
Oh, okay, right on, man. Right on, man.
Turkey Day, a week over there for Turkey Day, and then the New Year. So yeah, I was over there with them young boys of mine. And of course, they got me in all kinds of trouble. I'm over there with myself and 4 young men in their 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Lord, this was not such a good idea.
Someone had to try to talk them strippers into getting talk them strippers into going back and getting their degree. I went there going
and I've been recuperating. I've really been recuperating.
You're good at this, girl, but you need to go back and get your degree. Wait, not yet. Not yet. Here, let me give you this 10. Let me get this money first. Man, I'm glad to have you back, man. I was about to call you today, man, because I was like, hey, wait a minute, brother. I ain't heard.
No. Just, I got back. I didn't get back till Wednesday night. So I flew back in Wednesday night. Then, so just the last couple of days between work and home and this, that, and everything else, just trying to get things caught up. So, I wasn't going too far. Once I text you back and told you they didn't have me in the penal institution, I said, you know, couple of times I thought, couple of times it got a little sketchy. Got a little sketchy there.
You had to do, had to do some. You had to do some talking, man.
Yeah, them young boys, they, you know, they move differently, and I'm having to tell them, God damn it, we ain't in America. You know what I'm saying? On a week in LA or New York or DC. I'm not trying to do a weekend in none of these motherfucking places. Yeah. So, you know, I guess they tend to think that that's how it's gonna be. I'm like, bruh, we not in Vegas.
Yeah,
You know, maybe
man.
y'all think we in Las Vegas or one of them places. I'm like,
I mean,
bruh,
when
that's
they
not
see
it.
you guys out there, man, they see you guys as like some easy money, right? Hey, okay, they can just kind of press you a little bit
Yeah,
and say, hey,
absolutely.
you know,
Oh,
well, you
absolutely.
know what?
You are just
They
every time
can say,
they
hey,
see you, they see
we
dollars.
we need $50 to make this all go away.
Yeah, they do. Every time they see you, they see dollar sign, and then
Yeah,
you know, as we going through, you know, you have a lot of panhandling, you know, but it's poor people. But then, you know, them young boys, they annoyed by it. I'm like, man, you can't be annoyed by it. You in a fucking poor country. Everywhere we go,
right,
we park the car, you got 2-3 motherfuckers, want a couple dollars for watching your car. I'm like, man, just give them two,
right.
three. I can't stand these begging motherfuckers. I'm like, well, you in a begging country. What the fuck? You know, stop making a big deal over this, you know. So they don't for like you like I said, for one of them, my son, and then my son's friend, they've never traveled
Oh,
ever
okay,
outside the country. So they're novice travelers. The only one that ever that knows that didn't really cause me no problem is my second youngest, because he's been over there with me a dozen times. And
right.
oftentimes we be at the club or the bar and he leave and go back to the house or back to the Airbnb when we was in the capital. He's like, Dad, I know how they is. I'm not gonna be here all day with him. So I'm left
Right.
there. I'm like, God damn, this your peer group. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not knowing that that's how they are, and they want to. I'm like, y'all trying to negotiate. Y'all trying to. You can't be over here in the club like we in the club back home. It's different.
Right.
The atmosphere is different. You know, the protocol is different. You know, we went into this one place in the cabin. I didn't realize it either. But when you go into it, they take you to a table, but you expected to buy a bottle. But when we got there, it was only like maybe because we got there so late, it's like 45 minutes late. So I mean, left for clothing. It's like we're not gonna buy no bottle. But they run over to the bar and they trying to make them sell them drinks. And I'm like, they not selling you drinks. You're gonna buy the bottle
Right.
and we're gonna get fucked up trying to drink it real fast, or we gonna leave. And eventually, after 20 minutes of them going back and forth, I was like, man, come on, let's go. It's just I'll never travel with their ass again. They late to the airport. You know, when you get to the airport, they late getting to the airport. I'm like, man, I don't play with my international trips. I'm at the
Right.
airport 2-3 hours before. I don't play that shit. You don't think they're gonna
Right.
close that door on your ass? They will. Uh,
Right.
Same thing when we leaving. We get ready to leave at the last minute. They want to run to the liquor store. I'm like, they do it all. You know how them. And I was like, why the fuck am I doing this with them? They travel different. You know, but I wanted to give them that experience. I'm glad I did, but I was like, I'll never do it again. I love you, but I'll never do it again. You got your first stamp, you got your cherry pop. The next time y'all take y'all black asses somewhere, you gonna go without me. Never,
All right,
never.
bro. Well, let me shout out a couple people, man. Let me shout out the intellectual soapbox, man. Shout out to the intellectual soapbox. Glad to have you in the building, my brother, man. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. All right, man. I think that's all. That's the only person that just jumped into the group. All right. Well, brother, we talking about Black anti-Semitism, and they coining it as a phrase, as a thing. You know what I mean? So what I'm doing is reading this article.
Is black anti-Semitism, or is it just
Black,
anti-Semitism and
no.
it's
Black
what's the
anti-Semitism.
difference from black anti-Semitism and anti-Semitism?
Black anti-Semitism is particularly geared toward Black people and their particular what's the word I want to
Issues
use?
with this, but it's still
Conspiracy theories
right.
directed at the Jewish uh
Right,
you
but to
know
me, it's the
what
same
name
thing.
is
It's still textbook rank anti-Semitism. And now, is it black people? But it's still anti-Semitism, whether it's a black person, an Asian person, a Latino person. It's still anti-Semitism. That's what I was wondering.
But Rolling Stone, we're going to look into all of that.
Well,
Rolling Stone,
right? And right, and I'm not going to feed into that because somebody coined some cornball shit. I do think. I think of it in this way. We have a strain of anti-Semitism, just like we have a strain of homophobia. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Within the black community, there is a strain or a segment of the black community that feel very strongly about, anti against Jewish people, gay people. I'm not one of them. Me personally, I don't get the whole anti-Semitism thing, because to me, I'm like, Jews are just white people. Period. No. I don't know why you separating them out by the fucking religion, because the bottom line is, if in fact, my thought process is, if in fact you resolve them of all their issues, we still dealing with fucking white supremacy. Why are we dividing up white supremacy now? I don't get that. I'm like, because they're still white people. They're white people, and the supremacy over people of color, black, Asian, Hispanic, I don't give a fuck what your religion is. I still got a problem with white supremacy, because I don't give a fuck if you're Christian. I don't give a fuck if you're a white Muslim. I don't give a fuck if you white Jew. Your ass is still white, and that's the power structure, not your religion. It's your color. So I think we take an eye off the ball, because then I'm not going to traffic in white supremacists, because that's what I'm hearing now. I'm hearing, and you're right. Like you say, the conspiracies that we're hearing repeated, they're repeated by another group of white people. That for white people, they can break it down by religion. Okay, that's my problem. Is white people, they can. That's how they'll fight their fights. Well, whether it's religion or whether it's sex. For us, I'm like, no, we need to keep that shit on race. Fuck, I don't give. To me, I'm not gonna separate white men from white women, because they both white. They both have the same privilege and the same domain over us because of their skin color. So I'm not going to go, well, most of the problem is just white men and not white women. No, it's both of those motherfuckers, because it's the whiteness. It's not the sex. It's not the religion. It's the color. And when they, I think when I keep hearing all this stuff, we're being allowed to, they're making us divide up the focus.
Well,
so
listen,
now
Rico,
it's just going to be about the Jews, but at the same time, the KKK motherfuckers who are Christians, well, they Christian like me, and they burning fucking crosses on your porch and everything else.
Rico. All right, so
go ahead.
This is not something that we're doing. This is something that they are. The media is trying to do, and to try to show us that we're wrong for having differences of opinion. Who cares? I mean, we can have differences of opinion. Some of us are going to feel that way. Some of us are not. But we're going to have differences of opinion. Jews have differences of opinion, and they don't come down on each other. And we don't have magazines where we have a Jewish person come in and write articles like this, right? It's the reality of the situation, right? But anyway, this is what we're doing, man. We're reading this article. I'm gonna finish it, man, because it's definitely an attack at Kyrie Irving and Kanye West. So let's put it back up here. Where is it? I'll have to remove it. Let's see. Here we go. There we go. All right. So I'm finished reading the article, y'all. What they miss is the well-documented story of the allyship between blacks and Jewish people. Yeah, we have had an allyship. Our struggle was theirs and theirs was ours. No. Two different struggles. They had a bad struggle, but we had a worse struggle. We're really, really, really still struggling. And having because we have a self-inflicted issues that are based on the slave trade, but that's, maybe we'll see that get addressed. But anyway, but thank you, God, for intervening in our lives. you see there were two Jewish boys, Andrew Goodman and Michael Schwerner, in the car with James Chaney the day they were abducted and murdered in Philadelphia, Mississippi. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. That's We're not talking about that though. We're talking about this. Anyway, they had come south from New York into in 1964 during Freedom Summer to help register Black people to vote. Cool. Appreciate you. They not only bled and died for the cause of human rights, ultimately, American Jews played a significant role in both founda- founding and funding some of the most critical civil and human rights organizations, the NAACP, Southern Christian Leadership Council, and Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, among them. Cool. Like I said, we're not talking about the stuff you did good. We're talking about the stuff that you're not doing good. See, this is manipulation, man. See, we don't have to, just because you did something good. I go through this with my son, right? I say, son, you didn't wash the dishes. He say, but yesterday I cooked the baby breakfast, and the other day I did this, and the other day I did that. I said, son, I'm not talking about the stuff you did do. That's good, and I'm glad you did those things. But I'm talking about the dishes that I asked you to wash. That's not done. That's what I'm at. That's what I'm talking to you about today. Well, you could have brought that up and said that I did good when I did this and did that. I don't have to do that every time I'm talking to you about something. I don't have to bring up everything good that you did. That's ridiculous. I bring up the good you did when you do the good, when I want to bring it up. But now I'm talking about the stuff you didn't do. And
So
so,
what is the issue with the what is it that the Rolling Stone article is
oh
pointing
well,
out
well, I'm
I'm
showing
trying to
you. I'm
figure out what's
showing you.
making it
They're
different.
painting a picture
Hmm.
of people who have a different opinion of Jewish people as these evil, crazy people. If you listen to the article in the beginning, it talks about her. She talks about her uncle, who was this crazy dude, man, always caught up in a whole bunch of different stuff. But
Right.
he has similar views as Kyrie Irving
Yeah.
allegedly has, and Kanye West
Yeah,
allegedly has.
I think a lot of people hold those views. I think a lot of people in our community and other communities hold those views. I don't
Okay,
even think that those views that Kyrie and Kanye are spouting, they're not just black people. There are a lot of white people who have those same
yes,
fucking
but
views. So
they
that's why I'm
paying
like,
this.
why are they claiming it as black anti? I would
This
say
is
there's
I'm trying to
probably
show you, Rico. Rico, listen. I'm
okay,
trying
I'm
to
ready.
show you.
Trying to
They're
show me what.
painting this. They paid this sister to write this article
Right.
so that they can paint this picture so that they can
But
put it
what
out there.
right, but what I'm saying is she's describing standard anti-Semitism. And I'm trying to figure out why the fuck are they labeling it as black anti-Semitism?
I'm
Because
trying
it's
to
not
tell you
black.
why they're doing it. I'm
It's
trying to
not
tell you
black.
why.
It's just standard
No,
bullshit. And I think
I understand
because
that.
Kanye and Kyrie's in the news talking about it today, now you're not going to take 300 years of anti or 1,000 years of anti-Semitism and just make it only black people. I'm like, fuck no. It was half the bullshit that Kyrie and Kanye picked up. They picked
They're
up
not. They're
missing.
not
It
only
came
making
from
it
the
that
fucking
way.
white community.
They're not only making it that way. What they're doing is
Yeah.
they're putting themselves as the victim of a situation that it only goes one way. Like, we can't go into the Jewish community and find Jewish people saying those stupid niggas over there, right? We would say
We
if
can't
we
say what we
dug
can't
deep
find what
enough,
again.
we
Go
would
ahead.
find that there as well, right?
Yeah.
It- of
Sure.
course. So, what they're trying to what this article is attempting to do, in my opinion, is to
Mhm.
try to say that there is a smoldering uh, anti-Semitism among blacks that is being taught from the cradle up,
No, I
right?
don't believe that. Yeah.
And so that's what it's trying to do. And so therefore, people in
So,
the
I mean,
black community.
right. I take that article in its entire context. While it may have a little bit of truisms to it, it's just disingenuous as a whole.
Right.
just
I get
as a
that.
whole. But I'm not gonna say that there's not some truisms, because like I
Of
said,
course.
these are things long before I ever fucking heard of a Kanye or Kyrie. You would hear in the black community, people would say shit, the fucking Jews, people that those old tropes, don't come between a Jew and a nickel. You know what I'm saying? Just a lot of the stereotypes and maybe some things that would be considered anti-Semitic. We grew up, that would just be a common slur. We say, oh, there you go, trying to Jew a nigga. You know what I'm saying? We would always say that, meaning trying to cheat you out of something or shit like that. But a lot of it, I also know, was, in the black community, we would pick up something. And I think it's not just with this, it's with a whole lot of other shit. We'll pick up some of the things that the broader community will feel about a collective, and then we'll go with it. So remember, I told you, even with a lot of the homophobia shit, and it's like, because the broader society looks at homosexuals with disdain, and this, we pick it up and we go with it too. When they sit there, I can't tell you about, like, I hear black people talk about immigration. Oh, the fucking immigrants. I'm like, why do we pick this shit up? Why the fuck do we give a fuck about immigration? But it's a larger society, and when we talk about the larger society, who are we talking about? We talking about the white people. White people got a problem with something, and then you get that vein that it seeps down into all of these minority communities. Not all of them, but now all of a sudden, I can't tell you about how many black people I've heard just going up and down about immigration. I'm like, when the fuck did that become our issue? I think on so many things that we never gave a fuck about before, now we're picking up the flag and we're marching up the hill to
But
fight
this is my point.
that wasn't universally ours or was
This
not ours in the first place.
is
And I'm
my
just trying
point,
to be
Rico.
careful that don't adopt their
Rico.
bullshit.
Rico, this is my
Go ahead.
point, that they are. See, why would we be concerned that heavily about immigration? Because it's not right, but because articles like this and
Right.
news stuff like this will push it and try to create it to be something that we should be concerned about.
Right.
But it's really not nothing for us to be concerned about. But that's my point. So, and they skillfully will set up a situation where, okay, now y'all are you guys are aggressing toward us. So you guys in the leadership in the black community, you guys got to go around apologizing for all of this stuff. Because you know what I'm saying, and so and what they have LeBron James going to run around apologizing for it now,
What the
right?
fuck is he apologizing for?
He's apologizing for Kyrie Irving. Well, not apologizing, but putting down Kyrie Irving. I don't know if you know about Kyrie Irving, but Kyrie
Yeah,
Irving.
he said a lot of stupid shit.
He didn't say anything this time. All he did was send he retweeted
he
a post.
retweeted that
That's
about that
all he
movie.
did. That's all he did.
That's all
right?
he did.
That's all he did in this situation, and he won't take it back, and that's why they have a problem with him.
Well, he did eventually.
Huh?
He did eventually. He apologized.
He apologized?
Yeah, he apologized.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen
that motherfucker apologized. Hell, he got that 5-game suspension. That motherfucking apology came out.
Yeah.
Are you crazy?
Okay.
He
No,
know who peed you.
I don't know.
He apologized.
Okay, well, I mean, that was if you want to continue to play basketball,
apologize to the Jewish people, all that bullshit.
Well, I'm saying if you want to continue to play basketball in their league, obviously you're gonna have to. Okay,
and that's where I'm like, I'm lost on this shit, because again, I'm like, you can't get in bed. I'm not gonna say you can't, but I'm like, you was in bed with these motherfuckers to get to where you got.
Right.
I don't get it. You know, I'm like,
well,
you was in bed with them to get to where you got.
Hold on, Rico.
They didn't become Jewish today. They were Jewish when you started.
Well, let me shout out to New Growth. Shout out to New Growth. Thank you. New Growth. New Growth. After we finish this article, I'm gonna define. I'm gonna get some definitions for you, brother. So don't
did any of these people become Jewish after Kyrie started playing basketball or after Kanye started? They were all Jewish before, and they knew they were Jewish, and they went into business with them to get to where they got. They knew this. They wouldn't. He could have been talking about the Hebrews way back then,
right?
And Kanye could have been talking about that from the get go, but they didn't. They
Right.
all kept quiet because they wanted to get to a certain level of success. And
Right.
unfortunately, they believed that level of success would make them untouchable.
Well, they probably thought that,
They
hey,
believed that.
now I can say what I really
What I
want to
want to
say.
say. And they
Yeah,
just got the
yeah,
nigga wake up call. That's all.
yeah. But they should be able. Now we all know that you should be able to tell the truth, whether it's affecting somebody or not. Should
I,
be able to tell the truth. You should be able to, right? I mean, that's
yeah, but I can't.
a
Yeah, you should be able
utopic,
to in
utopian
utopia. Yeah,
idea.
I've
But
never seen that. I just
no,
never
no, no.
seen
I'm just saying this is what should be happening. Whether it's
that.
going to happen or not is irrelevant. But it should be
Yeah, yeah.
where I can tell the truth and say,
And
hey,
I'm just saying in the world, but in the world of reality, Clarence, you and I've been around long enough. Um, we know that ain't the deal.
because you can tell the
I
truth
don't
on black
understand when
people,
you
right?
come. You can't
Wait, wait, wait,
explain to
wait,
me
wait,
what
wait,
you think is.
Rico. I hear what you're saying, but you
Yeah,
can tell the truth on black people, right? You can say the
you can
black
tell the
community
truth
is
on anybody.
trash, black
You
community
can tell
is
the truth
this,
on
the black
anybody.
community needs to fix this. No, you can't. That's the point. Here we are. You can't. Like in this article, it says that that it said that Jews control the World Bank. I just looked up the guy that is over the World Bank. It's a Jew. So I mean, we and if you look at the guy over the Federal Reserve, a Jewish guy.
Hmm.
If you look at most of the guys over financial centers of at least America, they're going to be Jewish fellas, right?
Hmm.
And so, I mean, if you're going to say that's like saying the NBA is mostly black athletes.
Hmm.
Of course it is. Right? So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's the truth. Most of the people playing basketball in the NBA are black. Well, how come if you can say most of the athletes in the NBA are black, how come you can't say that most of the people controlling the financial organizations that control the world's money are Jewish when it's
But
the
I
truth?
don't know. I don't know if that's true because to be honest with
Well,
you now when we talk about when we talk about the term World Bank itself, we understand the world does not have a singular bank. That's just an organization that funnels money between countries. So every country has their own level of resource. The Jews ain't running the banking industry in China, which is one of the world's economic engines. They're not running that. They're at the World Bank, but they don't
I'm not
control
saying that
China's
they
money.
are, Rico.
They
What I'm
control
saying is,
the World Bank. Right,
especially when it comes to us,
right.
when it comes to
I'm
us,
not disputing
they
us
are
or
they
America.
are they are
Right.
over the top of it. So
I'm not disputing America or us.
okay,
I'm not
yeah, I
disputing that.
mean,
I'm just saying when you throw
it's
out the term World Bank, and I think what I gathered, what
it's
was
in the article.
sensitive,
I didn't
or
throw it out. The
no,
article said
not
that.
the article. I think what I gathered, which was the sensitivity of it, was the issue. No, Sister Risa, I don't think that's correct. The Federal Reserve is not privately owned.
No,
But
the
go ahead.
Federal Reserve is a privately owned corporation, brother. That's a privately owned
Okay,
corporation. But I'm gonna look it up
okay,
for you right now. I'm looking it up for
okay.
you right now.
So what I'm saying is, when it comes to what was it you were just saying that we just got a little bit off track about? You was asking me
We were
about.
talking about what were we talking about? The World Bank.
No, it was something else you were talking about.
Hmm. What was that about the
I
World
can't
Bank?
recall. But what I was trying to say is what I think what was sensitive about what they said was not just saying that the majority of the heads, like I believe that the heads of most of the banks of all the large banking institutions in America are Jewish men. I believe the head of Wachovia, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Lehman Sachs. I believe all those
I mean,
people
we
are
can look them
Jewish.
up right now.
No, I'm not going to look them up because I believe that. But what
Okay.
I'm sitting here saying is, I think in the statement was the statement, which I think where I see Jewish people push back on, is that they're being assigned a level of control greater than what they have. While they do have a large amount of power, when you push out this trope like they're all powerful and they're pulling the strings of the puppets in the background, it makes them sound very nefarious. Because even if at the end of the day, if I want to go with the premise, okay, they own all the fucking banks, I'm like, okay, so what? Who stopped them from owning it? Who let them own it? And again,
Who?
as we talked about,
Wait a
I'm
minute.
saying,
What do you mean? Who let them
if,
own?
if they took over, if they decided that they were going to years ago, they were going to put all their resources into banking.
Okay.
How the fuck is that their problem?
It's not.
Right. So that's what I'm sitting there saying. So even
But
if that's
it
the
shouldn't be a
case,
problem that we say it, though.
no, there
It
shouldn't
shouldn't
be
be
a
a
problem
problem
that
that we
you said,
say it.
but you can't paint it like it's a nefarious thing. And that's what I think is what they're pushing back on. It's not that you're saying, oh, they're successful and they're smart and this is what they chose to do. You make it seem like because they own all the banks, they're evil. That's what I think they're pushing back.
I'm not saying
Is
that.
I know, but I'm saying when if and I don't know exactly. We have to look up the original comments that Kanye made and the original comments that Kyrie made and the context that they said it. Did they just say it as a matter of fact, or did they say it and inferring that these evil, wicked people? And that's where the pushback comes from. Because again, like you say, 75% of the NBA is black people. But if you say 75% of the NBA is black people and they got all the power and they, this, that, whatever, you can take a truism and make it sound nefarious. That's all I think. I ain't got a dog in the fight because I don't care one way or the other. To me, Jews are white people. They white people. So if y'all want to take that and they account for what percentage of white people in this country, like fucking, I think they're less than fucking us. I think the Jewish population is smaller than the African American population. They may have an outsized proportion of power, but number wise, there are fewer Jews. But I'm like, okay, but what, we gonna get rid of all them and like the rest of them fucking white people ain't gonna still have that fucking foot on our neck? I tell you what, they're not a large percentage of the fucking police force. Okay,
Right.
I bet you most white cops are not Jewish.
No.
But guess what? Who keep their foot in our ass?
Who?
The
White
fucking
boy?
police.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. The thing is, if all I'm saying is, for me,
We put
it's
our
like,
foot in our own behind.
well, that's true too. But that's all I'm just sitting there saying is, I'm like, yeah, I'm not saying they're not a part of the problem, but to me, I just lump all white people together. Fuck their religion. Fuck everything. It's
Okay.
white supremacy for me. So
I
whether you're a
agree.
white
I mean,
cop,
I don't have no
whether you're
distinction
a
either.
banker, whether you're a
Rico, I
doctor,
don't have no
whether you're a lawyer,
distinction either, Rico. I don't have no distinction either. My thing is, okay, if I don't have no distinction, and I don't have no distinction whether if I had to tell the truth on a black person, I have to tell the truth on a black person. If I tell the truth on a Jewish person, I have to tell the truth on a Jewish person. A white person, a girl, whatever. If we can if you can tell the truth on black people, right, and it's not a problem, that we don't have a bully bat to hit you with to say, oh well, we can hit you with this bat and we can counsel you, right? And I feel like, okay, well then everybody should be that way. We should be able to say, this is what we feel about this situation. Whether you think it's true or not, okay, defend yourself or whatever, say true. And I understand where you're coming from, because you're right. A lot of times when it's brought up in a way to make them look very like you said, nefarious, but at the same time, that's the way it's gonna look from our perspective, right? From our perspective, it may look this way. So maybe some explaining needs to do. Maybe there needs to be some type of sit down where everybody can work and talk it out, right? But anyway, let me jump from this article, because I'm gonna finish this article, but I'm gonna jump to this other article right here. So we got another article here. Banking cover-up and fraud, right? Says financial banking cover-ups. Key information, facts will reveal major cover-ups.
I just looked that up. Right.
The Federal Reserve is neither federal nor a full reserve. It is not owned or directly controlled by the United States government.
But it is partially controlled by the United States government, because we appoint people to the Federal Reserve as several other we appoint, I think
we don't appoint we
to.
don't appoint them.
The president does.
The president does.
Well, the president, that's the U.S. government.
The president in unison with top advisors. They appoint these people in these people positions based on their ability.
So it does have governmental influence.
There you
So
go.
to say
So
right,
based on their ability to influence
right.
not only the banking system here, but able
And
to
if you specifically
do
go to the
things abroad,
specific
right?
definition of it, it's an independent, but it doesn't say private. Because I
It
was
is
just looking up
private.
the
It's
exact.
privately owned, but let's look it up. Let's look it up.
No, look
Let's
it up.
get
Right.
to it. All right. So it's depending
Go
on
through the board of governors. The under. Do you know who issues your money? Through the board, right there. Through the board of
okay, through
governors.
the board of governors, the Federal Reserve is categorized as an independent government agency, but is not owned by the
Okay.
government. Okay, so
Okay. But it's still
Rico,
partially a governmental agency. That's all I was saying.
Rico,
It's not
Rico. If the
privately
government
owned
doesn't
like
own something,
private
okay,
banks.
Rico.
That's all I was saying.
If the government doesn't own something, either it's privately owned or the government owns it, right?
It
Either
is
the government owns it
categorized.
or it's privately owned.
So what is an independent
This is
government
uniquely
agency?
hiding this issue, right?
Huh? It's
This
what?
is hiding the issue because
No,
if
I
the
think the Federal Reserve is sort of like a hybrid. You know, it's like it's
somewhat,
yeah, it's
somewhat.
somewhat or
I
like
think
a hybrid
they
entity,
are
right?
they are like the IRS. The IRS is it's a contracted agent. It's an agency
Oh,
contracted by the government. It's contracted by the government,
oh, okay, okay,
just like
okay.
the post office. Post office used to be a federal
Mhm.
entity, right? Of course, now because of Ronald Reagan defederalized them, right? And now they just agents technically of the government to get the mail out, right? That's why they can go to the government and say, "Oh, we lost $6 billion this year. We need you guys to
Look at
pay."
that
"Oh, we
part.
lost
Look at that
$10 billion this
part
year."
in the bowl. Look at the next part in the bowl.
Though Federal Reserve board members are appointed by the U.S. president and confirmed by the Senate,
By the
okay,
Senate.
the Federal Reserve is a privately owned institution controlled by mainly large private banks. We don't even need to read any further. We don't even need to read
Okay.
any further on this one, right? But that's just to prove the point on that situation, right? And who before this guy came? Who was in charge of? And this guy is a Jewish fellow himself, but who was
Who?
in charge of it for many, many, many years? A man named Alan Greenspan.
Right. And
Many, many,
I
many,
think the
many
guy
years.
now is Jerome Powell, I think, is the head of the federal.
Is it Jerome Powell?
He's the head. Yeah. He was appointed
Yeah.
by the president.
Okay.
And I believe what's so unique about it is they're the head of the Federal Reserve. So that's not even appointed by bank. Let me look that up to be certain.
Okay. All right. Let me shout out to Miss He said, "Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Glad to have you in the building." Reese Hill said the Rothschilds own the Federal Reserve. Maybe so, Reese. Maybe
Jerome
so.
Powell. Right. Jerome
We
Powell,
can
who
get to
was
the bottom
appointed
of it.
by
Get to the bottom of it.
Jerome Powell, who was appointed by the president, is the head, because I
Right.
know that the U.S. president, every U.S. president appoints the head of the Federal Reserve.
Right. He got
So
his
when
own man in
he
there.
lose, if a new guy come in, they can either keep this guy or they can say we're gonna
Right.
go with somebody else. So
Right.
you're right, it was Greenberg. And before actually the Treasury Secretary, Yellen now was the head of the Federal Reserve before.
Okay.
Janet
I
Yellen
know
was the head of the Federal
Greenspan.
Reserve. Now she's the Treasury Secretary.
Okay, yeah, I know Greenspan was definitely there
Yeah,
for many, 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 many years.
Greenspan or Greenberg, one of them.
Greenspan. Alan
Yeah, okay.
Greenspan.
Well,
Okay, y'all. Let's get back to the article that we was reading because
yep.
Rico said there ain't no nefarious Jews. I said Rico said there ain't no nefarious Jews. All right.
Yeah, she going back to the civil rights, and yes, the Jews were with us. I mean, that's all history that we just know.
No.
I'm
Let's
talking
read
about
the
in the
article,
article.
Rico. Let's read it. Let's read the
Go
article.
ahead.
As far back as the 19th century, Jewish storekeepers were virtually only the Southern merchants who addressed Black customers as Mr. and Mrs. and permitted them to try on clothing. Howard Secker, author and professor of modern history at George Washington University. In 1954, so you mean there were no white people that let Black people try on clothes? Of course there were.
And they
I
weren't
mean,
calling them Mr. or Mrs.
right, of course. In 1954, the work of Dr. Kenneth Clark, a black psychologist, demonstrated the impact of segregation on black children was presented to the Supreme Court in the landmark Brown versus Board of Education case, was commissioned by the American Jewish Committee. Philanthropist Julius Rosenwald, in partnership with Booker T. Washington, helped establish more than 5,000 schools for black children and contributed funds to around 20 historical black colleges and universities, HBCUs. Rosenwald wanted to seed the generations of free thinkers and young men and women who could chart our destinies and grow wealth for centuries. To get there, he knew access to a worthwhile education was critical. Let's see. Rosenwald Washington model was continued to for decades. Black and Jewish leaders linked arms to fight for social justice. Black and Jewish Alliance Anti-Defamation League in Philadelphia was formed to fight racism and anti-Semitism in 2012 and 17. Atlanta's Black Jewish Coalition came together in 1982 to campaign for the renewal of the Voting Rights Act. Let's see. Let me see if we get down to some nitty gritty stuff here.
In the 1960s, go up there because it talks about black nationalism. Go up a little bit.
In the 1960s, the rise of black nationalism struck the flames of anti-Semitism in black communities. They did it from inside
that's what she's
out.
blaming it on.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. But see, she is doing it to let other white people know. This is a Candace Owens move here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm letting you know.
So what she's saying is now she's going to the movement of like the Black Power movement and so Black Panther movement during the 60s, which was the rise of black nationalism. But I don't think black nationalism in any way stoked the flames of anti-Semitism. Now it's a convenient point that they want to blame it on because during the 1960s and the Black Power movement, they were all considered radicals. So it's easy to make them the boogeyman. Oh, see, once Huey Newton and all them came about, that's when they start. But Huey Newton and them was not anti-Semites. Again, I would say that their position at the same time was the same as what mine is, that they were fucking fighting against white supremacy. Now, if a lot of Jewish people just so happen to be white, then they got to carry that fucking cross too.
Right.
That's a cross that they got to bear because their racial makeup is the makeup of the dominant race that's oppressing us. So I don't think Huey Newton and any of them was any more against Jews, but or Malcolm X or anybody, but they was definitely against white supremacy. And unfortunately, the vast majority, and people are saying they're not, I'm like, okay, well, let me put it to you this way. All the goddamn Jewish people I know are white. Now I know there's a few black ones, but it's a very few. I mean, unless you're talking about the ones I believe out of Ethiopia or wherever, but for the vast majority, if you go to fucking Israel, I think Israel is like 90% white. I don't care what their nationality is. We're talking about their racial makeup. And unfortunately, during the black nationalism movement, it was a fight against white supremacy. All fucking white people. Either you was for us or you against us. It just doesn't matter. So, if Jews wanted to sit on the sideline at that time, then as far as Huey and them was concerned, then you against us because you ain't for us. If you're not for equity and equality for my people, then you fucking against it. You're enjoying the fruits of white supremacy, but you want to say you're not oppressing me. Well, if you're enjoying the fruits of it, you're part of the fucking problem. And that's how I look at it too. It's like, I don't give a fuck what your religion is. Either you are fighting against white supremacy or you are part of the fucking problem. Even if you sit on the sideline and say, I'm not going to do anything, but you're benefiting from it, you're part of the problem. You don't have to. If I'm white, I don't have to press you. I could just sit back and say, no, I ain't doing it, but I'm still getting all the benefits of the whiteness.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Can black people benefit from white supremacy?
No. Absolutely not. How could you? It's a system that's put into place for the advantage of whiteness at the detriment of all others, in particularly black. They don't want to just hold down black. They want to hold down all others but White supremacy is for the elevation of the white as being the dominant, superior racial structure. They created a hierarchy, a caste system. And white supremacy says white goes at the top. Everything else
Agreed.
goes underneath. And unfortunately, black is at the bottom. Now you got those other racial categories in between, which is still above us. But the other categories, as far as I'm aware of, because they don't have the power of the whiteness, they're not keeping us down. White people is keeping us all down, but they clearly are putting black people at the bottom. Unfortunately, if you're Jewish, 90% of you motherfuckers is up there with them. You're up there with them. Whether you ask to be up there or not, your white is put there and you're intelligent enough to know you benefit from that power structure. You know you benefit.
I want you to, because see, crumbs can fall off of the table of white supremacy, and they can fall into the hands of people like Candace Owens.
Sure, that's not
what I'm saying though.
But that's not a feature.
It's not designed to help
right.
black
That's
people.
What I'm saying. That's not
black
a design.
people can eat off of it. That's my point.
Yeah. So just
there
because
are select black people that can, there's selected black people that can eat off of it. Officer Tatum type dudes.
If you
benefit, they can eat off of that stuff, right?
But if you benefit, don't worry, New Growth. I'm sure you're gonna come up here and you're gonna teach me more.
I'm about to put the link out right now.
Yeah.
I'm about to put the link out right now.
But just because you benefit from something being broken doesn't mean that it was intended for you to benefit. You just benefit.
I'm not saying it was intended. I'm not saying it was intended for you.
Right.
It's not intended for us.
Right. So I guess you're saying, can you?
In other words, Rico, can I, if I turn into Candace Owens today, can I carve a lane out and ride the wave of white supremacy?
Yeah,
that's
anybody
that's
can.
my point. That's my point.
And you can carve a lane in self-hatred and narcissism and all that. Yes, so you can absolutely do that. And I would say that you can also be lucky and hit the fucking Powerball, but it ain't designed for you to win.
Right.
You can also be lucky and go to the crap table and kill them at the casino, but it's designed to tear your ass out. But you can get them.
Some people are so hungry, Rico. Some of our people are so hungry. Yeah. They'd rather eat the crumbs that fall off of white supremacy than build their own table and go out and shoot their own turkeys. And instead, the white man will bring turkey he brings the turkey to the table. All you got to do is wait for the crumbs to fall off the table, right? And so some of our people are like that, right? Candace Owens, vis-a-vis, et cetera, right? They will say, hey, look, there's a lane open for me, trashing black people. So therefore, I can eat off of this wave of white supremacy, and I can participate, and I can eat well, right? I'll be like the dog that they feed at they actually would take their hand and put the food in their hand and put it down into the dog, right? So my point is this: some of our people, it's just like Malcolm said, you got the house nigga and the field nigga, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the house nigga be like, hey, we got to hurry up and put this fire out. The house catch on fire. The house nigga be like going around trying to put the fire out, right? The slaves be, the field Negroes be like, right? So my point is this, man. My point is this. These type of articles try to put us in a mentality that we are wrong for even thinking outside the box, right? And so we gotta snuff them right there, snuff them and point them out and say, nah, this article is wrong. This article is wrong so far. How they've been pointing us out as black people, because if the man, if you're gonna say that a lot of Jewish people are in financial positions of power, that is the truth. That is the truth. Now, whether they're nefarious or not, that's a whole nother conversation.
Right. That's what I said. Right. I agree. I would wholeheartedly say to you, most Jewish people, that's the trait they call just for years. I think especially when they came to America, if you look at some of their history, they said they pushed them into the law. They didn't say they pushed them into finance, but they definitely said that's why you got so many Jewish lawyers. They pushed them to go into the law. And all the Jewish law firms ever worked at, all their children had to go to law school. They all have to get a fucking law degree. Right. but I've seen black lawyers who don't necessarily make their children do this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, well,
because
it may be fucked up, but
Rico,
that's what they do.
they have the networks that
Yeah.
if you're, let's say, just like
No, I'm
they
just
have
saying them going
networks.
to law school is all I'm saying is I know Jewish kids that gonna be some of the sorriest motherfucking lawyers in the world. But that motherfucker would tell me, I gotta go to law school, I gotta get out.
Right, of
My father not
course,
paying
of
that
course,
shit. They just
of
they don't
course.
even
See,
and it's just and his kids, he's gonna do the same
we
thing.
are
to his
the
kids.
we are the living picture of what they say to them. Oh, you don't want to go to law school? Get in the car. We're gonna go down here to downtown LA. We're gonna go over here to Watts. We're gonna ride through Watts. I'm gonna show you what your life is gonna be like if you don't go to law school. And once they see us, they say, holy smokes, I don't want that type of lifestyle for me. I mean, when they're in their 20s, they can play like, oh yeah, you know, I'm with the rap music and
It's
the
like
gangs
it's
and
like
everything.
literally
But at a certain point,
if you know that, right. But what I'm saying is they have no other alternative. Because so if we're saying that, okay, they're saturating the
they got
financial
alternatives. They
market.
can be broke. They can be
No.
broke and dusty like everybody else.
I'm talking about culturally or within their household. So if we're saying that they
Okay, I get you.
dominate the
I got you.
financial market and the law market, because culturally they don't let them have any other choice. I went to fucking law school. I went to medical school. If I'm a doctor, you're gonna be a doctor. My grandkids gonna be doctor, and you will see this shit. We had black doctors, but
Is there anything
we
wrong
just
with that,
don't.
Rico? Is there anything
Hell
wrong with that?
no.
Okay.
I can't be. But that's what I'm saying. They're saying it. So, but we're saying a truism because it is true. But I'm like, and as we talk about all the time, it's like, okay, we want that banking power. Power is not given; it's taken, and they're not fucking giving it up.
Of course
So
not.
if they cornered the market in the banking industry, they're not giving it up. They're not. Now we can go and we can do this whole, oh, let's go start. And I'm not against that. I'm for that. I'm also realistic and just saying how if somebody has cornered the market on something for the last couple of 100 years, I just don't know how, or I just don't see it happening in my lifetime. I hope it happens when I'm long and gone. But you know,
Right.
it's like, you know,
let me do
we've
some
been
shout
here.
outs.
We had an opportunity.
Let me do some shout outs. Shout out to Monte. Monte shut up in the building. Who
Hey,
else in
Brian,
the
the
building,
link
man?
is
Who else
dropped.
in the building? I did
Yeah,
miss
Brian,
he
the link is
said,
dropped.
let's see, Southern Trolls in the building.
Yeah, tell Brian the link is
All
dropped,
right,
and maybe you want to drop
Brother
it again.
Simmons in the building. Shout out to Brother Simmer. And let's see who else in the building. Let's see who else in the building. I think that's everybody. Everybody else in the building. All right,
Drop
there
the
we go.
link again. Drop the link again.
Again, this is gonna be the third time.
All right,
okay.
there it is. I know Vaughn asked about it.
Okay. All right. Let's see. All right, no problem. Okay, so that being said, they have networks. The Jewish people, they have networks, right? So they say, son, after you get your law degree, you're gonna go work for my friend over here, Mr. Weinstein.
They do that.
They have the network set up already, right? Now the blacks trying to get into the law, usually have to go through the government route, right? Because government pretty much has the doors open most of the time for them to go straight in, and they can just go and get a job, get the experience, and then go strike out on their own, right? Typically, they either be what do you call that, public defenders,
But what
or
I'm
whatever,
just saying
right?
is, I usually don't see the same chain where I don't care what route they go through. I don't typically see the same chain where if you talk to a black lawyer and you ask him, well, was your father a lawyer? No. You know what I'm saying? It's like usually different generations break out and decide that that's what they want to do. But it's for whatever, or either if I talk to an older black person that's a lawyer, like, what's your son? He'll say something totally different. It's like, it's not always necessarily pushed down the same way it is through the Jewish
I know, because
code,
we don't
then
look at
means we have a reduction. So the father, like, damn, we had all these lawyers in the 50s, and we got fewer and fewer today than we had before in yesteryear. Same thing, whether the profession is teaching or whether the profession is medical. It's like we don't necessarily make our children pick up the mantle and so this guy like, oh, I'm the Rico Young law firm, and when I die, I'm gonna leave it to my son who's gonna carry it on, who's gonna leave it to my grandson who's gonna carry it on. They do that shit.
Of course.
Right.
Of course they would do it.
They do with
So,
everything.
but we don't understand that as Black people. We don't understand it.
Right.
We look at it like, oh, they
They
just,
taking over everything. I'm like, no, they kept
yeah,
passing that shit down.
that's just that's the nature of business. You're gonna try to
Yeah.
leave it to your own people. That's the nature of
Right.
business. If
And then
you think about it out
when your son take over, he don't have to start from scratch like you did. He got the whole business. He got a bunch of clients, and you know what I'm saying.
Right.
But we make, it seemed like every generation, our descendants or our the kids that's coming up end up having to start all over again.
Right.
That's what I'm not getting, or I'm not getting it. I understand it. I'm just saying that that's just the reality. So it's just like, okay, so what are we doing? If we're pointing out other people's successes as if it's a flaw because we didn't choose to do the same thing or something similar or something better. That's all I don't understand.
Yeah,
It's like, what have we done or what should we be doing? Because I know that, like I said, there were success stories of Blacks throughout America, but then they were also very segregated. That's another benefit that Jewish people didn't have, is because either one or two things, Clarence. They were either white or they were adjacent, or they were white passing or proximity. So they could sit there. They didn't necessarily have to stay within their segregated community. They could also do business with the broader community.
correct.
You see what I'm saying? So that's
Correct.
another leg up. So like back then, even if the Black people back then, we had to do business with just Blacks. We couldn't sell to whites or other people. They weren't going to buy shit from us. But the
Right.
Jews come over here. Mr. Hammerstein changed his name to Mr. Smith, and he fucking, now the Jews know he's Jewish, but then the white people don't. So he's selling shit to everybody, and that's how they're able to get bigger.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why the fuck wouldn't they? That would be stupid. No, I'm not going to do it. But Black people couldn't do it. Asian people couldn't do it. Hispanic people, because visually, we don't look white. For Jewish people, they could either, a lot of them just flat out plain white, just drop their whole fucking last name and change it to an Americanized name, flat out, and practice it behind closed door. All the motherfuckers coming off Ellis Island changed their name when they got here. They all did, and then went into business, and then they were able to fucking thrive. And I'm like, who the fuck is that?
You know what? I understand where you're coming from, brother. But what I'm saying is, they have done a lot of that stuff. But see, there's two types of white people, according to Dr. Collins. He said that this is what he taught us. He said there's two types of white people. He said there's the exception case, which is the Jewish person. Okay. The exception case, which is the Jewish person.
The exception.
The exception, meaning that they, because they accepted the Hebrew faith, because they accepted that religion, that they were looked at as trying to live in peace with everybody else at a certain point, right? Okay. And then there was just the general type of white person, general, which they call the Gentile, the general type, right? And so this, according to Dr. Collins, right? So the way we look at it is, okay, well, this, like you said, now what he said is that there's two. To me, I just say, hey, look, white supremacy is the issue. That's the issue. Whether it's Jew or Gentile, black, white, black, green, whatever, whoever's eating at that table, they gotta go, right? They gotta go. So even if it's Candace Owens eating at that table, we bust in the room and we find you at that table eating.
She heard our ass just as much as the rest of them with the way that she talked about us.
Yeah, exactly.
She heard it just as much.
Because and I would say, now this is what I would say about her situation. I'm gonna play a video in just a second, Negro. I would say
she probably hurts us more because she gives credibility to their fucking prejudice and discrimination.
That's my point.
By putting a black face on it.
That's my point.
That's why I said this. I'm like, fuck her too. As far as I'm concerned, she fucking white too. Fuck her too.
Well, my point is,
no, she's not.
I think she would be better served, speaking.
She needs to shut the fuck up.
And then, well, she could speak, but just not have to speak so vitriolly against
about
us,
black people.
and
And the
then take
only
that
people
money,
the
and
only
all of the
people.
things that she talking about, put at least a little bit of that money into some programs to try to correct some of that stuff,
I
right?
can't accept nothing from her because she don't speak about vitriolically about anybody but
I'm talking about if she stopped, Rico, she stopped
But I'm saying the
talking
thing is,
vitriol.
I'll go one step further and say, look, you don't need to stop. But why the
Okay.
fuck aren't you talking about white people that way? They got plenty of shit you can talk about
Right.
in a
Yeah,
very
exactly.
perturbing way.
Right.
You can talk about
Exactly.
January 6th and all the fucking violence and shit they did. But you go out of your fucking way to fucking trash black people and say nothing about the ills of white, Hispanic, Asians, or others. That's my only issue. That's my only issue. So fuck her. She
Yeah.
can't do that. Fuck her.
No. Yeah. She's
If she want to keep
she's on
if
her
she
way,
want to keep
man.
talking about
She's
right.
like
If
Officer
she want to
Tatum,
keep talking
man.
about black,
It
right.
pays to be
But
white
she'll sit
supremacy
there,
pays.
right.
White supremacy pays, man.
And
It
then what
pays
does
the
she
bill.
do? What does she do? She jump out the motherfucking window and do a Black Lives Matter documentary. How about you do a January 6th documentary on
No.
all the motherfuckers? Because see, ain't nobody from Black Lives Matter
How
going
about
to
a
theater.
documentary on 45 grabbing all these women in the
Right. By the pussy.
Cazola?
No,
right?
but see, in January 6th, you got 800 motherfuckers charged. You got motherfuckers going to jail left and right. You ain't doing a documentary about them. Why?
Yeah, I think
Because
they killed a police officer.
Because they
They killed a
white.
police officer.
You ain't got no documentaries about that. But you want to say, I'm okay, Black Lives Matter organization is a scam. So fucking what? They ain't killed nobody. All they did was stole some money. Look at the shit these motherfuckers. But all I'm sitting there saying is she's definitely against black people, but she don't have nothing to say about these other motherfuckers. So fuck her. She's more damaging to me.
All right, well, this is what we're gonna do, man. We'll watch a little bit of this video that Negro sent to us, and we'll see how that might relate to what we're talking about here. Let's see. This is looks like Eric Monty, the creator of the Jeffersons, Good Times, and What's Happening.
That's Norman Lear.
No.
Norman Lear's the creator.
No. Norman Lear was the producer. This dude was the creator of these things. He sat down on a piece of paper and wrote all this stuff up, took it to Norman Lear.
I didn't know that.
Norman Lear snaked him out of all of the rights out of all of this stuff.
Okay, I stand corrected. Apologies. Right. I stand corrected.
Right. So let's
they always gave him credit. That's why I thought it was him.
No.
No, I'm saying they always gave Norman Lear credit for creating
because he was actually the producer of all of this stuff, but Eric Monty never got none of the credit.
Then this doesn't surprise me.
Got paid. Okay, so let's listen to Eric Monty.
And a liar.
This is a man named Eric Monte. He was one of the creators and writers of the Norman Lear show Good Times back in the 70s. He says Norman Lear never properly paid him for his work in creating the show, and that Lear has wrongfully claimed credit for creating a number of shows that were based on characters or ideas that Eric came up with.
I said, if you want somebody funny to own the junkyard, you need to hire Red Fox. And Norman Lear said, Red who? And Norman Lear said, no. This is a white show. 2 months later, he was doing Sanford and Son with Red Fox.
I always thought it was a little odd that Norman Lear, this Jewish guy from New Haven, Connecticut, could single-handedly create every single groundbreaking television show featuring working-class black families in the 70s. But when I first heard that there was a black man who was accusing Norman Lear of poaching his ideas and not giving him the proper credit, I have to admit, I was a little skeptical.
I had to fight and argue with Norman Lear for 3 years to show a complete black family on television.
Eric?
You got an incredible business here. How many years have you been here?
66 years.
Okay, we have an
Eric Monte, who suffered with drug addiction, homelessness, and eventually lost everything he had, says Norman Lear stole his ideas for shows like Good Times, The Jeffersons, Sanford and Son, and claimed them as his own, cheating Monte out of creator credits and millions of dollars. But is there any veracity to this claim? I'm Dara Starr Tucker, and this is The Breakdown. I grew up with this Norman Lear mythology. The spiel was that he just somehow had a sense for what America was ready for and had enough knowledge of the Black experience to create these shows that reflected our culture and that knocked down racial barriers. He has 5 Emmys, the National Medal of Arts, and the Kennedy Center Honor. Surely there couldn't be any truth to the rumor that he was a thief. Eric Monte, who was born Kenneth Williams, grew up in Chicago's inner city, in the Cabrini Green housing projects, to be exact, the very projects where the groundbreaking show Good Times was set. In his estimation, it was a great childhood, filled with rich experiences that he wanted to share with the world.
I started looking for some Black heroes, and I saw Mantan, Deppet, Fetchit, and Amos and Andy, and I thought they were real funny, but I didn't want to be them. In fact, I was ashamed of them. So I made a vow. I grew up, I was going to make some Black heroes.
He wanted people to know that his upbringing was about more than just gun violence, drugs, and poverty. So as soon as he was of age in the late 1960s, he decided to hitchhike to Hollywood. He did whatever he had to do to survive. He gambled, he hustled, he even sold drugs at one point. It took him 2 years to get there. Eventually, he hooked up with a group of hippies and enrolled in LA City College on the GI Bill and studied poetry, which eventually turned him on to screenwriting. He created a bit of buzz in the Black artistic community when word spread about one of the plays that he had produced while he was at LA City College. In 1971, Mike Evans, who played Lionel Jefferson in All in the Family, asked Eric Monte if he would be willing to write a spec script for the show that would help him to flesh out his character a bit more.
He said, and I understand you're a good writer. I'd like you to write a show that centers on my character. Mm-hmm. And I'll put both our names on it, take it into Norman Lear, and we'll split the money. So I said, okay. So I wrote this show in which I created his mother and father, George and Louise Jefferson. Mm-hmm. And he took it in Norman Lear, and 2 weeks later, Norman sent for me. And that's how it all started.
So with the script, Eric Monte created the characters George and Louise Jefferson. He pitched the idea of a spin-off show with these characters to Norman Lear for years, but Lear didn't think it would work.
I pitched the show in 1971. And his first thing Norman Lear said when I came into the office was, America will never buy a Black man calling white people hunky in a sitcom.
In 1975, Lear finally decided to give the Jeffersons their own show, using many of Monte's suggestions, but he never invited him to be a writer on the show, and he didn't list him in the credits as a creator or offer any residuals for Monte having developed those characters. Eric also says that Norman Lear talked to him about the desire to remake a British TV show, Steptoe and Son, in the early 70s. Eric suggested to Norman that he do it with an all-Black cast and use Red Fox as the lead. At the time, Norman Lear didn't even know who Red Fox was, and he had planned to use an all-white cast. But a few months later, the show was greenlighted. And what do you know? He took Eric's suggestion, again, with no acknowledgement of his contribution. At the same time, around 1971, Monte was pitching a show to Norman Lear based on his own childhood in the Cabrini Green housing projects in Chicago. Esther Roll was receiving a lot of good buzz at the time for playing Maud's maid, Florida, and the network decided to give her her own spin-off show. When they came to Norman Lear for ideas, he pitched them Eric's idea for a show set in Cabrini Green. But there was one change that Esther insisted upon.
She wanted a husband on the show. They wanted to do it without a husband. And she said, no, I want a husband on the show because I was raised with a father and a mother. And I wanted America to see that Black men stay with their families and raise their children.
Right.
Now, Norman did hire Eric Monte to write for Good Times. Eric describes his time as a writer on the show as being very contentious because he and several members of the cast were in constant battles with the white writers and with Norman Lear about the tone and the stereotypes that were depicted in the show.
I caught hell because Norman Lear was an incredible racist, but he didn't think so. And everything they wrote was stereotypic. They thought of Black humor as, yowza boss, I was going to go down by the river. I'd fight them tooth and nail. They'd ignore me in the offices, take that yowza stuff down to the cast. Don Amos, Esther Roll, and John Dubois would have a fit. I would give them what I had written. Norman Lear would reluctantly shoot it, put it on the air, and it became a big hit.
He says after the first season, he was demoted as a chastisement for his constant battles with Norman Lear, and the white writers were promoted in his place.
They eventually fired John Amos by killing off his character for the same reason.
At After the second season of Good Times, Eric Monte got a deal to write the Cooley High movie, and he left Norman Lear's production company altogether. Eric's movie Cooley High was a breakout hit in 1975, and that prompted ABC head Michael Eisner to call him in to discuss creating a show based on his movie. That show eventually became What's Happening. Eric wrote a pilot for the script, and ABC accepted it. Because he had been burned so badly by Norman Lear, Eric fought for more control this time and wanted to put the show out through his own production company. ABC execs said that because he didn't have any producing experience, they would have to hire a couple of line producers to work with him. Eric Monte's agent, Bernie Weintraub, also repped writer-producers Saul Turtletaub and Bernie Ornstein. When he finally saw the production deal, it was listed under something called Toy Productions.
And I was like, who the hell is Toy Productions? Turtletaub and Ornstein had gone out and formed a company with Bud York and Norman Lear's partner. ABC had signed to do the show with that company, and my agent, Bernie Weintraub, had negotiated the deal, all behind my back.
So Monte went to the Writers Guild to try and get them to mediate the situation. They offered him the bare minimum, which was a huge insult. So he took the only step that he felt was left. He filed suit against all of them: ABC, CBS, Turtletaub, Ornstein, Yorkin, Weintraub, and Norman Lear.
Norman Lear came to me and he offered me $1 million for a settlement. And I said, for all those shows, no way. So the lawyers came to me and they said, look, take that money because you still have your suit against the networks and the others, but at least we'll get paid. So when the papers came down, all of the defendants were listed. So I said, I didn't agree to this. They said, either you take this or we're walking off the case. I went all over Los Angeles looking for lawyers to represent me. I had the evidence and everything, okay? No lawyer in that town would take my case.
This was 3 days before the statute of limitations ran out on the oldest accusations in the suit, so he was forced to take the settlement. After that, he was effectively blackballed in the industry and couldn't get much work. He fell on hard times in the late 90s and developed an addiction to crack cocaine. He eventually ended up at the Salvation Army, where he continued to write scripts that he hoped to have produced. He kicked his drug habit in the early 2000s and is still living. If you think about it, here was this young black kid from the streets, talented but unsophisticated, didn't know how the business worked and just wanted a place at the table. Through sheer talent and grit, he miraculously gets one, but is shortchanged over and over by industry power players. Are there misrepresentations or exaggerations in his story? We'll probably never know, since Norman Lear, who's 99 years old, has refused to respond to any questions about it. Unfortunately, it's not hard to imagine this story playing out exactly as he says it did. What can't be questioned is the indelible legacy that Eric Monte has left on the culture with the characters and stories that he brought us, regardless of whether he will ever receive his proper recognition or not.
Yeah. Creator of Good Times. Eric Monte.
Be sure to follow the I'm All Over the Place.
All right, brother. What do you think?
I believe every fucking word of it. I mean, I think that that's you have to believe every word of it, because that was a common, I'm not gonna say everyday, it was a common theme back then. Like I say, I mean, hell, he had to be doing the 60s, or like I said, he was 1971 when he pitched, I think, the first show. So he's back there doing the 60s. So yeah, I mean, that was a common thing. It just didn't happen in television. It happened in music. It happened in everything. It was business as a whole. We weren't as business savvy back then, or basically, and it's a combination of both. A lack of business savvy and access. Because again, like I said, is you look at all those Jewish guys back then during the 60s, they could get work in white America. Because you look at all of them, they're white. They're white. Whether they're Lear, Silverstein, Turtletaub, whatever the fuck their names are, they were still white men. They were white men working with other white men to disenfranchise a black man. That was every fucking day. That's just, but you know, that was not a secret back then either, because that went on in the 30s and the 1900s and so on and so forth. White people have been exploiting black people in this country for their talents since the beginning of time. But again, the only thing I sit there and say is, you know, what do you do? They're the gatekeepers. You go to the fucking gate, you know who the gatekeepers are.
Well, so that's what I'm saying.
Whether it's Mr. Monty back in the 60s or whether it's these motherfuckers in 2022, when you go to that gate, Norman Lear is still there. It's just got a different name. It's a different Norman Lear. So if you somewhere out there in the world and you ready to go into the music business, you ready to go into the movies, there's a motherfucking Norman Lear waiting on you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Just go
hold
into
on,
it
Rico.
with
Let
that knowledge.
me
You
shout out
gotta
to Harris
protect it.
Tribe.
That's it.
Shout out to the Harris Tribe.
Oh, well, I'm saying is, it's not like Norman's not there and there's 20. No, it's fucking Norman. There's another fucking Norman there at all of those gates today.
Right.
I ain't going. You in LA, Clarence? Every fucking gate, there's a Norman at the gate.
Yeah.
So either I go in and say, "Hey, look, I'm gonna play by their fucking rules, or I'm not gonna go play." But that damn side, Norman ain't changing that shit.
So
Norman
that
ain't
was
changing.
my issue with Kanye West.
Yeah.
That was always my issue with Kanye West. I didn't want the guy to get canceled, but what I did want is I just was saying that if you're gonna go play with these people, then you know what it is. You know what I mean?
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying about either one of them. And if you want to sit there and say, I should have the right to say, okay, well, then you be prepared to die on that hill, and whatever the outcome is the outcome. But I'm sorry, I'm not going to lose my shit over your right. Motherfucker, you got free speech, you still got it. You had it before you went there, and you got it today. Now you I'm about to argue about you should be able to keep it. Fuck no. Because I think I've seen prison is full of fucking black men who lost their First Amendment rights. Prison is full of them. And a lot of them have done a lot more shit that I think is a lot more meaningful. So I'm just sitting there saying, it's like, you didn't have to do it. If my First Amendment, my right to say whatever I want, here like this, okay, me and you got jobs. I gotta watch what the fuck I say. I say something out of pocket to get back to my job, I'm without a job. I'm without a job. So come on, what the fuck are we talking about? And everybody out there with a job, let your job pull up any of these streams, any of these videos with you talking some really crazy ass shit, and see if your ass don't be unemployed. I mean, come on.
Well, see, here's the thing though, Rico. This is what the point I was trying to make today is that there's a double standard that we have to, although we don't like it, it exists, and to get away from it, we have to build our own institutions, right? You have to, because if you say anything about these communities,
but then here's the question though, because even when we talk about Kanye, it's like, and I get it. You say, and this is the tricky part. I hear a lot of people, oh, we need to build our own, but yet every time someone reaches a certain level, they want validation from who? Because they don't feel like they've arrived until they got validation from them folks.
Right.
So they always end up going right back over there. Because you know what I'm saying? You could be the greatest black, but that motherfucker, you could be the top best black singer in the world in Black America. You still don't feel like you have arrived until you get that fucking white validation. Yeah. We all of our heroes do it. Or all of our top tier entertainer, whether it's fucking Michael Jackson, name me one artist or athlete.
Because that's where the money is, Rico. That's where the money is. That's where the money is. Of course they're gonna go and try to get them and get those dollars over there.
So we always going to that gate. We gonna always see Norman. And Norman be like, hey, Clarence, bro, I was waiting on you, bro.
Yeah, right. I got a great deal for you.
Come on, man. You know I ain't with that shit. I ain't with that shit. And they gonna pull you on it. Come on, bro. Come on. They gonna always do it. So all I'm sitting there saying is, if it matters to you, because what happened is, and that shit, if you look at that shit, go all the way back to the 50s and 60s. Let's look at the 1930s. What's my man name? Little Richard.
Yeah.
Little Richard.
All right.
He was probably the greatest rock and roll star in the history of rock and roll. Okay. But he died unsatisfied because he never got the validation that he felt like he deserved from who?
Yeah.
White America. They gave it to Elvis. They gave it to everybody else. All the shit he created.
Yeah.
And until he died, that's all he
You know who Elvis Presley really patterned his style after? There's a black artist named Muddy Waters.
Yeah. Oh, he patterned his style after all the black artists.
After that guy.
But Little Richard wrote so much shit, did so much shit. He was the start of it, the glam, all of it, and he got credit only within the black community.
Right.
And until the day he died broken because the white man, which he knew, he watched them copy all his shit.
Right.
They never gave him the credit for it. And he would have killed himself to go over there for them to say, Little Richard, you the best. And that's how they get your ass.
Right.
That's how they get you. They just act like, whatever. And then you want to go over there. You can't. It's like they can't find contentment without that validation, without them saying you're validated, you are the shit. You the best athlete, you the best singer, you the best whatever. And if that's the game you want to play, I don't knock it. If that's what you want to do. But understand, you signed up for that.
Yeah.
You signed up for it. And just play the game the way that they tell you to play the fucking game. Don't come to me like, oh, they're not being unfair. Because if I could make the game up, I'm gonna make the rules that I want to make up, and you're gonna play according to my rules, or you not. No, that's not. That's just it.
Right.
You right, Sister Rissa. That's his favorite thing. Used to be shut up. You right, Rissa. He was famous for that. But I know that was a huge thing for him. Because he would talk about it all the time. All the white artists that stole all his shit.
Right.
And he went down a list of them. It was all of them stole his shit. Little Richard was the originator of all the greatness in rock and roll. They stole it all. And like I say, so he was Kanye long before Kanye ever thought about being Kanye.
Yeah, Chuck Berry
too. I'm saying? So him, Chuck Berry, I give her say Chuck Berry. So it's like that's why I'm sitting there saying it's like, why is he acting like this shit is new? And guess what? Back there doing
Fats
the 20s
Domino.
and 30s. Yeah, Fats Domino. And guess what? Don't think some of them motherfuckers weren't Jewish either. Remember, I told you they just changed their name when they get off at Ellis Island.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah,
well,
so all I'm sitting there saying is that hustle's always been there. So for them to be in 2022 acting like this is, oh, when did they start doing this? The last 200 fucking years. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but the thing is that
it's their game. If you're gonna play their game, you're gonna play it.
Exactly. So I think what Kanye and these other guys do is that they feel like a lot of times the Jewish community is represented in one way, but they have the same issues that we all have.
They do.
And so, but they are. And I don't blame the Jewish community. They will die. They're not going. You won't find one Jewish person coming out talking about another Jewish person.
But here's my issue with it, Clarence.
Hold on. Shout out to OG Patrice. Shout out to OG Patrice in the building.
Here's my
judge
issue.
of all judges.
Here's my issue. Kanye and Kyrie could have woke up and decided to join the fucking nation if that's the hill they want to die on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They didn't want that though, right? They don't want to join the nation and do no social justice warrior shit, right? They don't want to do no real work.
Millions of dollars there, man.
They don't want to do that, right? Because I'm like, if you feel that strongly about that shit, get up and go join it. Matter of fact, quit what you're doing and go join them today. They still accepting membership, right?
Absolutely.
What's stopping them? Kyrie, put the fucking basketball up, take your ass to your local mosque, and put in the work. If that's that important to you.
Several professional athletes that have done that.
That's fucking important to you, bruh. And then you have the right. And guess what? The nation ain't gonna stop you. They ain't gonna tell you apologize. They ain't gonna tell you nothing. They're gonna tell you talk your shit. Yeah. But see, you can't have it both ways. I want to talk my shit, but I want their shit too.
Right. That's what I'm trying
to
get them to understand, man. You know what I'm saying?
Make up your mind, because you wanted their shit. You wanted that life. You wanted that fame. You wanted that adulation. You wanted that celebrity. You wanted all that fucking money. You wanted that. Then part of going along with it is shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, I think what he should have did was he should have built his own situation behind the scenes. And once you got your own situation, then you can open your mouth, because now you got your own situation.
Their shit, part of their shit is shut the fuck up. If you don't want to shut the fuck up, you can join the nation. Kyrie, that movie you was talking about, the Hebrews, the Negroes, you could have been in it. You could have been in the movie. Okay, but you didn't want that because you want that. You can't sit there and say, I'm gonna do this, that say all this about these people, but then I want their bread.
Right.
Because if you sit
Well,
there,
all he did was
if you come to
retweet
me
the
as a
movie.
white guy and you say, oh, I'm gonna make a bunch of movie Birth of the Nation Part 2, but then I'm gonna work for Rico because I want him to pay me. Like, nigga, I ain't paying you shit. The fuck is you talking about? After you done did Birth of the Nation 2, talking about black people, blah, blah, blah. I'm not, fuck you, you fired. You don't do that.
Well, see, here's another thing, Rico. Here's another thing. So, you know, our people, man, they don't understand that. Hey, you know, this is a business, and these people are only going to do things as a business, man. You know, they're not going to do things like on a moral code. Like we are approach them and say, hey, look, you know, morally this is wrong, and they be like, no, but we making money, and we got people. We ain't twisting nobody's arm to come out here and take this money. They coming out here taking this money.
And let me explain something. Here's one caveat they're not looking at either. Let's pretend this. I believe you got some Jewish people out there that's so fucking greedy, they don't even give a fuck about you shitting on their religion. Right. But the two things that those two motherfuckers did, remember how I told you they like the mob. It's not good for business.
Right.
And ultimately, both of them statement, if like Kanye, all his statements is distract them from making money. All I want you to do is to shut the fuck up and make me money. When you start doing other shit that potentially the White Lives Matter t-shirt, then come to find out the motherfucker, somebody else had it trademarked and they just sent him a cease and desist. So he can't even sell no more of them t-shirts. You didn't hear about that?
No, I didn't hear
you
about
didn't know that? It's a couple of, it's two young brothers, I believe in Patrice, maybe chime in, let me know. I want to say they got a podcast in Arizona, and one of their subscribers had it trademarked or copyright and then gave it to these black activists, the White Lives Matter. So Kanye can't sell no t-shirts with no White Lives Matter. He can't sell shit with it. They own it. Wow. They own it, and they gave it to them. So he didn't even go out and do a trademark search before he decided to do it. That's just how fucking stupid. Like, that's the first part of business, is like, you don't start selling or marketing anything. You do a trademark search, a patent search, a copyright search to make sure someone else isn't using it.
Right.
So he didn't do that. I'm like, okay, that was dumb. You know, that's that hubris and that narcissism that I can just do whatever I want. So the reality is, if in fact, like I said, that from the business perspective, it's like, I don't even know what. So when Kanye went on this tangent, he did the White Lives Matter, he did all this other shit. Then he did the drink point. It's like, that's not helping Gap. That's not help Adidas. Like, why did Adidas drop it? Because we're gonna have to keep dealing with this shit. We're gonna have to keep answering fucking questions. And as long as we're answering questions and not selling your shit, that's bad for business. That's literally bad for business. Like the motherfucker, I'll tell you a perfect example. Just to put it on a white guy, the guy Elon Musk, you know, he finally bought Twitter, right?
Right.
And they putting foots on like the white people who hate Elon Musk. And it's a lot, it's millions of motherfuckers. They're going after all, see social media, like whether it's Facebook, whether it's Twitter, whether it's IG, where do they make all their money from? Advertisers. So now that people are saying that Elon Musk with his right-wing, super conservative ass, they're threatening they're doing some shit like, remember Ellen used to do. Go after the advertisers. That's where they make their money. Yeah. So they're threatening all the advertisers. And Elon Musk has already said he done spent $44 billion. Twitter was already losing money. And now they took a big hit since he bought it, because people are pressuring his advertiser to stop advertising. That's how advertising works. If I'm advertising on Let's Talk a Better Black Life, and all of a sudden I see you bring, let's say, CT. I don't want to say his name.
Right.
You know, motherfucker. The first thing I tell you is, Clarence, I stop my advertising after the day. And that might be a big source of your income.
Right.
So you got to make sure your programming is conducive to a program that advertisers want to advertise on. When you make your programming too fucking wild and crazy and controversial, advertisers automatically pull out, because I don't want to be associated with that show. He got CT on there. I think I saw CT the other day. I swear to God, if you go to his page, that nigga say Emmett Till wasn't real. I'm not lying.
No, man, there ain't even no value going over there. There ain't even no value going over there, man.
I saw it hit my algorithm. I'm like, this nigga just won't stop. So that's why I said like he just on that shock job shit. But literally, I'm like Emmett Till. Okay, I can't do this. So I said I'm not gonna click on it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to do none of it because it to see a black man say and do something like that, it's beyond fucked up.
Hold on, Rico. Hold on. Shout out to Charles Keys. Shout out to Charles Keys. Shout out to Shout out to Chill Chocolate Boutique. I thought I shout you out, Jill, but shout out to Jill. And by the way, Southern Troll, I'm eating crackers. I'm eating some crackers here.
But when people get into these spaces of just throwing out shock value statements and trolling, and again, I like Kyrie. I'll listen to him about anything to do about basketball. If he talking about basketball, he'll have me in rapture all day. Anything else, he can shut the fuck up. I'm not arguing with him about.
Shout out to Dead Chain.
I'm not arguing with him about whether or not the Earth is flat.
He already took that one back. Now I know he took that one back.
Who?
Kyrie,
I'm not arguing with him about Alex Jones. I'm not arguing. I just think that sometimes while we all have a voice, some of us don't know how to use it. And everything, like I said, we grew up like I came from there where like everything didn't need to be said. Some shit you just need to say. Just shut the fuck up. It's not a question of the right to. I think everyone has the right to speak. I just don't think everyone speaks responsibly. So if I'm going to throw out a statement that might remotely seem somewhat controversial, then I need to have all the facts to argue it because somebody's going to question me on it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I tell you what.
I just don't think. I just think they like to throw something out and just say the Earth is flat, and I'm gonna drop that right there and walk away. No, bro. Let's continue the conversation. Don't just get too. No, I'm not telling him to shut up and dribble. I'm just telling him, don't tell me the Earth is flat, and then when we continue the conversation, you tell me you have nothing else. You can say anything you want that's crazy, but if it's crazy, all I'm just sitting there saying, I would like to think even myself to think about what I'm saying before I say it. And I just don't see a lot of thought going into some of the shit that they're saying. So the Earth is flat, the Alex Jones bullshit about all them kids being killed in Newtown. This is all shit that Kyrie said. So, should he have shut up about those two things? You motherfucking right. Not shut up and dribble, just shut up. Talking about the Earth is flat and talking about those kids didn't get killed.
It's crazy.
That's just that he had nothing to stand on with that. So I think that is to say that he has a right to just say that irresponsibly, because I think it was irresponsible speech. Okay. That is a problem. The same way people shouldn't be able to just say irresponsible shit because it hurts people. Okay. It hurts people, and then you want to sit there. If that's to throw the rock, hide your hand. I say some shit is fucked up. It causes harm. Then I want to say, well, all I did was say the word. I didn't mean no harm. But if you know that it can inflame people or it can cause harm, then you are partly responsible.
All right, Rico. Let's do some definitions here. This is the word anti-semite. Now, the word anti is a prefix. Means it goes before a word. So this is anti, and the word anti usually means opposite, right? So let's see. Something happened here. Who's that? Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. So anyway, anti-Semite. Anti. It means against or opposite, right? Says the definition of anti-Semite: a person who has a hostile, prejudiced attitude toward Jews, right? Okay, now let's look up the word Semite. See, I don't want to see. I don't want to be doing this stuff, man. And let's see. We get receipts here. We get receipts, y'all. We get receipts. Let's see. Let's look up the word Semite. Semite. a member of any of the peoples who speak or spoke a Semitic language, including, in particular, the Jews and Arabs. Well, a member of the peoples who spoke Semitic languages, including. So now it's saying this is Semite. This is a Semite. Now it's saying not only these people, but we're going to include these two people. Huh? So obviously these people are not Arabs and Jews. Am I making sense so far, y'all? Am I making sense so far? I mean, we just okay. Yeah, we just doing some definitions here, right? Obviously, a member of any of the people who speak or spoke a Semitic language. Okay. There's only 3 people over in that part of the world. There's only 3. There's Arabs, there's Jews, and there's you know who. There's only 3 other people over there. There's only 3 people there. All right. But
Who's the third? Who's the third? Arab, Jews, and who? White people?
You.
Black people?
Yes. You're the only other person that's over there.
Who speak, the women says, a member of any of the peoples who spoke a Semitic language. But that
right.
doesn't dictate a place. Where's this place? The Middle East, right?
Well, the place is where they spoke these Semitic languages. So let's look at that.
Which is weird. Just tell me, right. That's what I'm learning. Because again, I don't delve in Judaism or any of that such. So I'm not even gonna pretend. That's why I'm learning, because I'm like, I don't even delve. My base understanding of anti-Semite is just basically the way that they modern day is like, if you speak of like sort of like misogyny, you're a hatred of Jews. But other than that, I don't know it any deeper than that. I really don't fucking care.
I'm see.
Right. So teach me, bro.
I'm trying to press, what I'm trying to press is not so much that it's not meaning the hatred of Jews. I'm showing how it digress to that situation. So we're talking about, okay, what are the 7 Semitic languages? These include Ugaritic, Phoenician. We know that's the Ethiopians. I mean, not Ethiopians. Excuse me. The what do you call that? Egyptians. We know that's the Egyptians. Aramaic, also Hebrew. We know that's the black people. Syriac, Arabic, and Southern Arabian alphabets. Right. All right. Somebody just popped in. Hold on. Let me. Oh, OG Patrice is in it. Okay. So, therefore, like I said, when we talked about this other definition here, let's see. Hold on, Patrice. I'm bringing in just a second. Okay. So a Semite is a member of any of the peoples who speak or spoke a Semitic language, including. So these people are the Semites. Now you're going to say, not only are these people Semites, let's add in these 2 people, right? So obviously, before it says Semite, it's not a Jew, it's not an Arab, because we have to add those people in separately, right? So who else is over there? That's my point. That's my point. But anyway, let's but now, how did he get to the point where it's talking about Jews specifically? Because it says Arabs here, right? How is it specifically now talking about? It's minus this people and minus the Arabs. It's just the Jews. How do we get to that point? Well, first of all, let me bring in Patrice. Shout out Patrice. Patrice, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, my brothers, how y'all doing this beautiful Sunday?
What's going on?
Good, wonderful. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. What's good, chat family? I was driving at first, but I made it in. I'm just leaving that. We had the last day of the whole weekend gala that AC Caswell, the former LA Raiders, he gave this whole weekend here in Arizona. So yeah, I just left the brunch. and it was
Right on.
beautiful. It was beautiful, absolutely
Hold on,
beautiful.
guys.
Yeah,
I'll
but
be
I'm
right
feeling
back.
good.
I'll be
Feeling
right back.
good.
I'll be right back.
So yeah, when he was reading that, Rico, the only thing that I was paying when Bro Clarence was reading that, the only thing I was paying attention to that who they weren't mentioning was the Hebrews, and I think that that's where he was going with that. So
Where who
yeah,
was going?
Bro Clarence,
Oh, okay.
when he was saying the other people that that wasn't mentioned when he read the definition.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all.
I will freely admit, and I say all the time, like I said, the only thing in my mind, because I think it's just an Americanization, and I think here in America, we just automatically assume anti-Semitism to be against Jewish people because they're the only ones who constantly say it.
But if we do, and if we do, somebody being a person, a black person or African American or a person of color, that come from the continent of Africa, if we do, that's a form of self-hate and you know what I mean? And I don't, I don't see it that way as a person, you know, that know where my history is and where my lineage lie. So, you know, for me, I just don't see it the way because I know I don't self-hate. I don't self-hate on myself or my people. So,
but what I'm saying is, I never hear like an Arab person scream, "Oh, that's anti-Semitism." Or I never hear, I only hear American Jews who look white, and I'm not saying that all Jews are white, but I'm like all the fucking ones I know are, and they are either white or white passing or white presenting. So,
well, if the ones that truly know that the history and the lineage, they know the truth about who they Jews truly are, and it's people, you know, that just, you know, certain people, and I'm not saying that people from the you know, of Caucasian persuasion is not that. I'm not saying that because they can be that by blood as well, but I'm saying when they're talking about the originals. And if you really do the homework, and that's the thing about our community, we don't do the homework or the research to know that. And anybody that truly knows the truth from that community, they know the truth. So those people are speaking out about it. It's certain people on social media are telling the truth about how can somebody of our race like that if you know your lineage and heritage to come from that, that's a form of self-hate. That's a form of, you know what I mean, like a self-loathing of self and in your skin color and your history and your lineage. Like it's deeper than.
Can I ask a question? Because so I just want to ask a question. We go back to what I know. One thing that Kanye said, and again, like I said, because I don't do religion at all. I'm like, y'all can have it. I don't care. That's y'all shit. I don't care. I don't have a dog in the fight. But when he made the statement that I can't be anti-Semitic because I'm black,
that's what he meant.
Right. And what I'm saying is, what I hear is, so you're saying all black people are what? Because just being black makes me what? I'm asking. Is it like I don't know what he was trying to say? Is he saying all black people are Jewish or
no? All don't come from that. But if he obviously did, if he did his own, well, he's talking about overall, right? When you're talking about a person of color or a black person from the continent of Africa or places other than where dark-skinned Hebrews are. That say, for instance, I said this before. Tiffany Haddish is Jewish from that lineage on her father's side. She went over there to Africa and she studied. She did some of the traditions and their culture and their religion that they practice. Now, some of the Caucasian persuasions, they are that by blood and they are that by religion. Most of them are by religion. Right. But the ones that do know the truth are speaking out on social media and they're being honest about who the original Jewish people were. And that's why I said, go ahead.
My question, what confused me is because like I know like Tiffany, like she's just not African, she's Ethiopian. I know that they have a very large Jewish population.
Right. And her father comes from, her father comes from that.
But I'm saying if I'm black from Kenya or Uganda or somewhere else, is he saying, What is it? So when he makes the statement, and he didn't say, I can't be anti-Semitic because I'm from Ethiopia. He said because I'm black, as if black people from
Well,
everywhere
he
around
he
the
was
world
right,
is
but he
affiliated.
was using that as retrospect, saying who the original ones are. So as a person that is black in America, he can't be that because that's like hating on self and hating on your own people.
So,
That's the
but
statement that Kanye meant when he said that.
right, but see, so a lot of times, so somewhat he may get himself in because again, it still keeps coming down to him saying he. I didn't put the word because when he did the cleanup, he said this. I don't know what he meant because again, like I said, and I'm someone who just ain't even into religion at all. And I'm like, wait a minute, all black people are Jews now? Because that's what I'm hearing. Because I'm not into religion at all. So when I say, so if I say something like all black people speak Chinese, half of y'all gonna look at me like I'm fucking crazy. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? You know, it's just like, you know, because you universally.
But brother Rico, there in our skin color runs deep in all races. You know that, right?
Yeah,
you know
absolutely.
there are some black Chinese, there are some black Asians, there are some black
Well aware.
you know, Latin, Afro Latina. Listen, our culture runs deep in that. I think
Yeah.
he was speaking overall as a black man in America. So if he's saying if he's being called anti-Semitic, it's basically saying that he can't be that because he will be self-hating of his original people, of his original heritage, lineage, ancestry, etc., etc. That's what he meant by he's saying he can't be anti-Semitic, or he wasn't speaking anti-Semitic because that's a form of self-hate. And it only takes a really true person of that culture to know the truth to even say that if that's not speaking that. And listen, there are people on social media that are Jews that are coming out saying that what he's saying is not anti-Semitic, and it would be a form of self-hate, and they realize who the original Jews were, Jews/Hebrews, and what color they are. See people that don't want to admit that truth by history, by research, by lineage, by the very tribe where you could come from in Africa, that is that culture, that from that lineage know the truth. Then these are people that are literally still trying to steal a part of our history and culture and call it theirs, and that's fine, because there are some Caucasian people that are Jews by blood. I gave a prime example of the Maggie Cohen lady. She is one of the main ones that did the TED Talks. And she's saying if you're white and Jewish by blood, not practice, meaning not practicing the religion, but if you are white and Jewish by blood, not practice like herself, she is a Caucasian Jewish people by blood. She says, stop being triggered by the fact that the original Jews/Hebrews are black. That only reflects badly on you. I had to wake up to the rude reality that my ancestry are not the original Jews. This is a white Jewish woman saying this. Regardless of the fact that they died in the Holocaust for it, the truth of the matter is white Jewish people practice the religion but are not true Hebrews. It's not an attack or on your whiteness. It's a correction, a fact check of history.
Okay, but see, let me ask a question then. And again, I agree with what you're saying because I do, like I said, now I understand that point. The original Hebrews were people of color, black, and that white Jews are practicing the religion. But now, if we're talking about,
And they
say,
still could be Jewish by blood as well, meaning marrying into
right,
their
could be
bloodline and
again,
so forth.
well,
Yes,
even if it's not by blood, it's still by religion because they decide they want to practice the religion. Correct?
absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Same as Asian people can come over here and practice Christianity. White people and black people can go over to Asian and practice hidden Buddhism and Hinduism. You can practice, you can learn a faith that's not of your origination and just adopt
Shout
it.
out to the good doc.
So with that being the case, same with a lot of black Americans adopted Islam because that wasn't their faith by birth or choice. So now, if in fact that, whether again they're by blood or by faith, they came to accept this Judaism. Is it still? Could they still have the same love? But what is it? Is it incorrect? Wouldn't it be incorrect to say that, oh, I can only be anti-Semitic against people by blood and not by faith? You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like if I'm gonna be anti-Semitic,
you saying as a black person? You saying as a black person?
I'm saying anybody.
Well, there are people that can be anti-Semitic, but if you're talking about,
but I'm saying even against by faith, not just by blood. So if you're gonna be anti-Semitic, it's not like, oh, you can only be anti-Semitic if they're born a Jew, not if they practice Judaism. You know what I'm saying? It's like I could be anti-Islam whether you're born a Muslim or whether you convert to Islam.
Well, sure, anybody can be against anything that they wanna be per se. But black people, in my opinion, and in the opinion of a white Jewish person that knows the truth about who the original Jews are, saying black people can't be anti-Semitic unless you're being self-hating and condemning of yourself as an individual and as a person, because the true Semitic people are black people. That's the part that,
We just read that. Okay, so listen, y'all. Let me show you how that word anti-Semitic can evolve over to meaning just Jews, right? Because we read that Semitic people are people of that area that are not Jew and not Arab, but to include the Jews and the Arabs, right?
So if you find any person that's being anti-Semitic is is absolutely denying the fact that black people are true Jews, that's really, to me, being anti-Semitic. And there is people that totally want to take that away from black people.
Well,
there are people like that.
But let me show you how the word has been derived to us. So there is what we call, when we doing words, is a connotation, right? A connotation, right? And the connotation is an idea or feeling that a word invokes in addition, key words here, in addition to its literal or primary meaning. That means that this word has a primary meaning, has a literal meaning. But now this word is going to take on another meaning in addition to that, or another concept in addition, and maybe, and sometimes, the literal or primary meaning could fall away.
So what's the connotation of the word?
The connotation of the word is that you hate Jews.
No, I'm saying of the word anti-Semitic.
Yeah. The word anti-Semitic, the connotation is that we just read that Semitic people are, you got 3 Semitic people, but now it's specifically zeroing in on Jewish people. Doesn't say it's doesn't say you anti-Arab.
Right. It's not mentioning
black
or Hebrew.
Anti-Jewish.
Right. Why is it only and it's only saying, and when people say that, they're only focusing on white Jewish people. Why is that?
There you go. That's my
why
point.
Is that? That's the part I'm saying that I get dead on what you're saying, bro, Claire. When somebody want to accuse, especially a black person, of being anti-Semitic, why is it coming from a white Jewish person?
Because I said they're the only ones who make that claim. It's not that
right.
Anti-Semitic to other people.
And see, and a lot of them know. A lot of them know that black people don't know who the true Hebrew.
Let me show you something else.
And there's biblical truths based off of, if you think about it, in the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, that talks about the Hebrews, and they were the original Jews, and if Jesus Christ was a Hebrew and was half Jew from Judea, practiced Judaism, then what color is he?
Well,
that's again that comes to the whole lie about the white Jesus. Listen, our people really need to think about
but we need to do
history
some
and things.
research, like you said.
That's what I said,
Do some
history and research all
Okay,
day
so
long.
this is another word. You have the connotation of a word and you have the denotation of a word. Let's look at the denotation. Denotation, it says the literal or primary meaning of a word in contrast to the feelings or ideas that the word suggests. So in other words, it's not about what you think it should mean or how you feel it should mean. This is the literal meaning of the word, right? We have for example, you have the word the word one, O-N-E. That word means that there's only one. Can't say, oh, I thought it means two, I think it means three, or I feel it means four. It means one, just one, singular, right? And so, likewise, with this situation, it's supposed to mean one thing, but it's actually been connotized to mean something else. And so that's where we're getting off the boat, because we're allowing that definition, the connotation to be used to this is where I'm saying Jewish people that are being aggressed against, they got a right to say, hey, you aggressing against us. That's not the issue. The issue is using this word because it's misleading to the people. People are being misled into thinking that just means only the white Jew.
Exactly, Brother Clarence.
So that's the
even if we set all that aside, how is that? Because the conversation isn't even about what a Jew is, what isn't a Jew, what's anti-Semitism, or what isn't. But what I'm trying to understand is why. And I understand what you say. Like I said, we were earlier on the truism of what they said. I don't even understand what the Kyrie thing. I can kind of set it aside. He just posted a dumb repost, so I don't even know.
Well, honestly, I really don't know exactly what Kyrie actually said. All I heard was that he posted a link about something, I guess a documentary he watched or something.
He reposted a documentary from Hebrews to Negroes, something like that. And I haven't seen the documentary, but they say it's full of anti-Semitism, so I don't know how bad it was. It could be something real normal, or it could be something way all Jewish people. They say it's in the documentary. It said that the Jews were the devil and shit like that. So I don't know what the documentary said, but all he did was
Neither do I. I'm actually going to watch the documentary. Does anyone know the name of it? I want to watch it and give an analysis. What's the name of it?
So from the Hebrews to Negroes, I think.
Yeah, Hebrews to Negroes.
Supposedly the documentary is so far off the pale, but I haven't seen it, so it could be something real simple.
But all he did was repost it.
He just reposted, right? But what I'm saying is, if I repost something that's like all black women is bees, boom, 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 then I'm like sort of like condoning what's in it. So what they're saying is, when he posted it. And he said he didn't see it. So I was like, well, damn, Kyrie, you shouldn't be reposting shit that you ain't seen. Because you get that blame of, you know what I'm saying? Because you're a big dude.
Can you watch it on Amazon Prime?
Yeah,
because I got Amazon Prime.
Okay. So you gotta be careful about what you repost if you on that. So that's why I think his smoke. Other than that, I ain't got a whole lot of issue with Kyrie. I do think Patrice, he say a whole lot of crazy shit.
Of course, him and Kanye both do. Come on, let's be real. Of course they do.
But I'm saying just like he be saying some shit like, I'm like, Kyrie, you need to go lay down.
So okay, so he said that he said the earth is flat, did he not?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he took that back. He took that back.
He took that back after a couple of years. He let that shit sit for a couple of years.
Okay. So how many times have we said some dumb stuff based off of lack of knowledge, and then learn something different and say, guys, I was wrong. The earth ain't flat, it's round or whatever, right?
Well, but the thing, let me show y'all something. Now, all this dude did,
and I don't even know if he took that flat earth back.
And that wasn't the dumbest thing somebody could say. I mean, come on.
Hold on.
I think so.
Hold on, Rico.
It wasn't. I done heard people say some dumber stuff. Trust.
all this dude did was repost a tweet, right? He reposted this link.
Yeah, he just reposted it. He didn't
right
say anything.
about a movie about Hebrews to Negroes, right?
Yeah.
Here's American Heroes channel. It's a cable station.
Yeah.
They're constantly putting out movies about Hitler. Constantly. Constantly.
I ain't got no
movies
argument.
about Hitler, movies about Stalin, movies about what's the other guy? His Himmler. All of those different guys, man, and they put out movies about them a lot.
Mm-hmm. It's only a problem. It's only a problem when somebody black say something or put out something.
There's the double standard.
Of course.
They constantly have Hitler's post-war plan, Hitler this, Hitler that, Hitler this, Hitler that. So that's why we're saying, okay, we just don't want the double standard. If you guys can say stuff, then we should be able to say stuff, right? Anybody, by the way, anybody out there, and I'm gonna bring you on New Growth, but anybody out
like
there,
somebody was saying something about how much anti-Semitism. What is it? What is that cartoon? Is it South Park or one of them talk about use as well? So like, what we doing? Right. So is only certain people allowed to talk about it or talk about mention things about the Holocaust? If you're a person of color, you getting canceled, condemned, you losing the bag, losing your job, losing advertising, marketing, losing supporters, etc., etc. But when they talk about us, when they talk about us, they make some whitewashed bullshit ass apology, and then they get $100 million for a podcast. So see, that's how it works for them. But for us, it's all hell and damnation.
Shout out to Marcus.
By the way, what he said about the guy Alex Jones. See, because like I said, he said what?
Who said something? I don't know. What did he? Who is Alex Jones, and what did he say about?
He promoted Alex Jones being the greatest journalist and telling the truth after he said all that shit about them kids getting killed in Connecticut too.
Oh, okay.
That's
Alex Jones.
That's not true.
Alex Jones is that white guy that's being sued now for saying some stuff about the school shooting.
$1 billion. The one that lost $1 billion.
Okay, now who said something about him? Who
he reposted. What did he repost, New Growth? You hear it correctly.
He reposted something that he agreed with years ago. He said something years ago. And he disassociated himself totally from the school thing. And it's like
after he got called out about this shit, not before. Don't act like he was in front of it.
So if I post something to say, hey,
I'm saying don't act like he was in front of it. He did it after he got called out.
He didn't get caught by it. He once he explained why. I mean, it's a tweet. You don't get 6 pages to justify a tweet.
I get that.
Even you can get truth from anybody, right? And that was the thing with the Hebrew movie, the Hebrew the
Hebrew.
What was it? Yeah, the Hebrew the Negro.
Mm-hmm.
It was a quote in there from Hitler, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they were very upset about him letting a quote from Hitler be in the movie. But that's to say to the point that everything Hitler said was false, right? We don't cut out everything that George Washington said, right? We don't cut out everything Abraham Lincoln said. All of these people, Nixon, JFK, all of these people said some hideous things about black people, but we still take what they said good, right?
Our current president said some hideous things about black people. So,
exactly,
and again, my point is because Kyrie tweeted it, they're coming after Kyrie. Why they didn't come after the filmmakers? Why they didn't come after Amazon who's selling it? Listen. Let's come on. Put your thinking cap on, my people. Honestly,
I know why. Now I can answer.
Come on, bro, Rico. Come on now.
I can tell you why they didn't go after Amazon.
Look, as far as the movies, I don't think anybody even knew of it. And that's the problem is the movie wasn't even heard of until he tweeted it.
No, not true. Not true.
Not
Somebody
true. Not
always
true.
hear about something. Come on, don't say it wasn't heard of. People heard of that.
What I'm being clear about is it wasn't elevated to the stage that it was elevated until Kyrie retweeted it. Prior to that,
okay, hold on. Is it named Hebrews to Negroes Wake Up Black America?
Something, yeah, that's it. That's it.
Okay. I am going to watch this evening.
So
You're right about that, Rico.
I never even heard of or thought about the shit until the controversy. And what they were saying is obviously when certain people,
I want to see what's so bad about it.
I don't know. Again, like I said, I haven't seen it. It could be a great fucking documentary. I have no idea. But what they're saying is like, and they say whatever it's in there that just fucking got them so fucking butthurt, him putting it out elevated it. Prior to that, no one knew. Now, Amazon, if people thought that, that it was, Amazon has probably millions of just, Amazon don't give a fuck. They're just trying to make money. That's all. They probably got all kinds of nefarious. I get the Amazon thing. You want to boycott Amazon? I'm with you. I'm with you on that because they just gonna put out anything to fuck over. They're gonna talk about Latino. They're gonna talk about fucking Asian. They're gonna talk about anybody if they can make money off it. And I'm not even blaming Kyrie. I really think the Kyrie thing to me was just stupid. Just like, man, because he said he didn't watch the fucking thing. So I'm like, do you even know what's in there? Because he didn't watch it. I'm like, damn, Kyrie, they could have been talking about black people. You didn't even watch it and you reposted it. That was my thing. Is that
a crime, Rico? That's not a crime for him to just do that.
Okay. Okay, and I can understand people voicing their opinions. I can understand them voicing their opinions. I can understand them coming at them, speaking their opinions, being a little harsh or whatever. But the cancel culture thing, that's too much. That's too much. That's too much gatekeeping that people are trying to do. When it comes to those two black men, in my humble opinion, there's too much gatekeeping going on. And cancel culture needs to be canceled because you should not cancel someone because they say something that you don't like, that you don't agree with. Listen, that's what the whole First Amendment is about. Regardless.
Wow.
Now, if you want to try to sue me or sue him that's different. Do what you got to do if you feel that it was a defamation of character or slander or something. And if you win, you win. But and he paid for whatever he said. But the whole cancellation thing of people's careers, people's bags, that's too much gatekeeping going on. It's too much of that going on.
Listen, y'all. We got a question from the audience, and it's Marcus. And Marcus says, "I had a question for the panel. Let's see. If the TV shows that are making criticism jokes about the Jews, or what happens when rap endorses the N-word of violence, drill rap and drill trap music are both in the same bowl? Of course not. Of course not, in my opinion." But
I heard the other day make that argument, Lakeith Stanford, after Takeoff got killed. Remember the guy with the Migos got killed, and he came straight out and he just sat there and said this: if you with gangster rap, then you're not for the black community. So people are starting to take a stance on it.
Yeah. Same thing should go for that as well. Yep.
Right. People are starting to take a stance on it. So I'm not going to sit there. And again, like I said, I think cancel culture has its place. Maybe it gets a little bit out of place, but I think there's a whole lot of shit that people need to be canceled for. So I'm not wanting to. If we're in the world where people just walking around just saying whatever the fuck they want, then white people walking around just calling us.
Now, if you talking about something criminal, it's something, somebody getting away with something very criminal, yes. But saying something you don't like and don't agree with, no.
Not just criminal, but just people can go back to, again, like I said, I was telling somebody on a panel I was on a week ago, and I'm gonna tell you where we're sleeping on. They get ready to strike down affirmative action. I don't know if anybody paying any attention to the Supreme Court, and they're about to strike down affirmative action that they went through with the universities, Harvard University, and the Asians and so forth. They about to start discriminating against motherfuckers on jobs. You're about to see workplaces start to become real white all of a sudden. You're about to see that shit. And that's why I sit there and say it is, again, my focus has always been stuck on white supremacy, and I see it starting to creep up fucking higher. And people, the few blacks of us that are successful, are believing that I got mine, you got to get yours. But guess what? The rest of us, we all gonna lose our shit because they're about to strike down action. It's going to start in the university. It's going to go to the federal government. It's going to go into the workplace, and it's not going to be a goddamn thing we can do about it. Because
we're not the biggest. We're not the biggest beneficiaries of affirmative action, Rico.
We may not be the biggest beneficiary, but the reality.
But it was made for us.
And say that it does not. But to sit there and say, in a world, affirmative action is a mechanism that the government could use to prevent some form of discrimination. So to remove, I don't think affirmative action did enough of what it should have did. I certainly don't want to see the little bit that it did be removed.
See, but you got to understand that it was removed on our part. They started discriminating us because our hair, because of that. So we would never. Let's not stand on. Hold on. Let me say this.
Go ahead.
We cannot stand on landmark things that made us feel good, but in actuality, when we see that the beneficiaries weren't us, I don't give a damn about affirmative action no more. I'm sad that my family and my forefathers had to fight for it, and it gets snatched out of our hands by white women, by Asians, by all these other races, by Jewish people who jumped on our back. See, it was a reason. Like me and Clarence was talking about, the number one rule of war is deception. Let me fund your thing. I'm gonna use you as my soldiers, and once we get in there, we're gonna take everything.
So
we're gonna stand on your back. Huh? Say that again.
You believe affirmative action was taken from us.
Of course it was.
Affirmative action was taken from black people.
Of course it was. Because I can give you an example of it in a Good Times episode. Let me give you an example of a Good Times episode.
No, don't give me. Don't give it to me. No, give it to me in reality.
Bruh, I'm giving you an
example. I ain't gonna say completely taken, but I'm gonna say definitely co-op. Just like the BLM movement, it was co-op. It was the BML movement was co-op from heterosexual black men that were getting murdered by police. Or yes,
co-opting is
co-op.
Co-opting means just other people joined on and also got the fruits of the labor, and I get that. White women, Asian, Latinos,
but they outdone. They're overwhelmingly
affirmative action. What affirmative action? Even when it was written, even when the Civil Rights Bill was written, that's not called the Black Civil Rights Bill.
No, you're wrong, Rico. You're wrong. The affirmative action was written specifically for black people. Look it up.
Okay.
That's why I say we got to have study sessions. Also? It was. I'm not saying civil. Why are you jumping from one issue to the other? We was talking about. Okay. Of course, no. But who was the face of the civil rights movement? It was us.
I didn't ask you about the face of it.
So I'm not. No. So, but I'm talking about affirmative. We were talking about affirmative action, brother. We were talking about affirmative action, and Claude Anderson will let you know that.
No. Right? I'm not gonna tell you what. We're gonna.
Claude Anderson helped write it. Oh, am I wrong, Sister Patrice?
We're gonna look it up and read it.
He spoke about this.
You're correct. You're correct.
It was for us, and that's his main thing. When they started making it for everybody to be inclusive in it, right? When you start making everybody inclusive in it, it dilutes the effect. If you have fresh orange juice and you put more water and sugar and water, it dilutes the orange. That's what the trick is. That's the game of war. Dilute anything black people got and give it to everybody. So therefore, it takes away its strength for the black people who it was meant for. I heard you earlier, brother, talking about how Jewish people. Yeah.
It's the same thing about, I'm sorry, I just want to say, it's the same thing, before I lose this, it's the same thing about reparations. How Biden was trying to include other races of people in on reparations for black people. They always want to co-opt anything that we want to say that should and it is strictly for us by adding other races of people in on it when those said races have already gotten reparations. But they want to add them in when it comes to us. But when the Jewish got their reparations, was black included? When the Japanese got their reparations, was black included? When Native Americans got their reparations, was black included? So
you can take recently with the anti-hate bill for Asians. Were we included?
Exactly. And now we're asking for an anti-hate bill, and did they even pass the Emmett Till bill yet? Is it passed?
The anti-lynching bill, I believe so.
Okay, but that is not specifically, that's not specifically for us. I'm talking about when we asking of things specifically for us, they always want to include other races of people. But when they're getting theirs, we're never included. We're never included.
The affirmative action and what it specifically says. It used the term minorities. Does not say black. It used the term minority. It lists. It says
again. It was specifically created because of us, but not for us, because we know there are other people of color
that would benefit from it. Exactly, and that's what I say. It says
exactly.
In 1961, President John F. Kennedy, Executive Order 10925, used affirmative action for the first time by instructing federal contractors to take affirmative action to ensure that applicants are treated equally without regard to race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. So all
right. So when those Latinos were out there marching in droves and getting beat up, that's what we was talking about.
That they were doing the work. All I sat there and said was when these laws are generally written, while they may be driven by a particular race or ethnicity or religion or sexual orientation, they're oftentimes written to be broad enough, whether we know it or not, to include other. So just like you say, Patrice, when and God, I pray in my lifetime that y'all win the reparations bill, I guarantee it will leave room for other people to get a check. It ain't gonna just be.
Why?
I just said that. Because that's what they're trying to do. But Adolph is specifically an FBA specifically going and shooting for specifically for us without any other races co-opting and coming into it. That is what we're demanding. Yes, of course we know that politicians, the Congress, the government gonna always try to include them in. But our argument is we're not included in theirs. We never was, and we never will be.
They're not going to sit there and whether you want them to or not, they will not give us anything. And everything we've ever gotten in this country, New Growth, everything, whether it was the Brown versus Board of Education to desegregate, they just didn't desegregate for blacks to go to school with white. They allowed Latinos and Asians because they were excluded as well.
But see, I hear what you're saying. It's the wording, just like the brother said earlier with the contracts, right?
Right.
It's the wording. If I word it a certain way, I leave open to dilute it. If I give this to you, it erases what I gave you in the first place.
But that's what I'm saying is
exactly, Negro.
What I'm saying is I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just the reality. So when I sit there and say that, unfortunately, yes, affirmative action, and we know that the biggest beneficiaries of affirmative action were white women because they were women. So that it is what it is. But to sit there and say, oh, we're going to do away with it because we don't want them to have it, well, we're fucking ourselves too, because that's an additional tool that we have. Because what's going to affect, right? So they're going to take it out of the education. Now, the biggest, you know what the biggest beneficiary for affirmative action is within government contracting, when the federal government contracting. So when they have contracts of a certain size, they have to set aside a certain percentage because of affirmative action for minority groups.
Minority groups, Rico. That's what I'm saying. But when you get into, I'm not saying I want them to do away. Listen, hold on. You're not letting me explain it.
The women don't get shit, but the blacks who do have companies that can make these contracts within the government. Now these bigger, like the big ass conglomerate company, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna go out and they're gonna hire all white subcontractors. So they're gonna fuck the white women, but they're gonna fuck us too. So all our
but see, you missing what I'm paying. I hear what you're saying, but that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say I'm happy they're getting away. Listen, I'm not happy they're getting rid of affirmative action.
And I'm so glad, Rico, you worrying about everybody else except our own people. Like, goddamn you.
I don't give a shit.
I love you, bro, but goddamn.
You guys are giving me to cut your nose off to spite your face. So fuck everybody else. I'm gonna cut my nose off.
I didn't
and make
say
sure
that,
they don't
brother.
get it.
Now,
But in the
stop
same
it,
time,
stop
what
it,
I
Rico.
said-
That's not what we said.
Well, then
We
don't tell
saying
me
for
that I'm caring
once.
about other people. I'm not
We're
caring about
saying
other
for
people.
once, that is the demand that we're asking.
I
Is
don't
that we
right.
have a law
Can I say something now?
specifically for
But I'm
us.
thinking-
We have
I'm thinking-
reparations
Can I say something now?
specifically
I'm not
for
talking about
us.
reparations. I'm talking
Can I say
specifically
something?
about affirmative action. What's in place now?
Well,
By
we
us
know
losing
that about the
by
affirmative
us
action. We know
losing
that includes people of color. We know that.
But by
Can I say
us
something now?
losing that, because we want to make sure white women don't benefit, we're hurting
But
ourselves
you're
as
nobody
well.
nobody said that. Nobody said that, Rico. I know
You
you
said
might
you'd
have
be glad when it's
misinterpreted me.
gone.
No, I
Exactly.
didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't say I didn't say be glad
you
when it was
totally
gone.
read that into that wrong. Yep.
I didn't say that,
Okay,
brother,
we're
but
gonna
I'm gonna let
replay
you
the
go
tape.
ahead.
We're gonna replay
Okay.
the tape.
Rewind the tape.
All right. Can I thank y'all for letting me
Yes,
just get a
yes,
word
yes.
in this.
Sorry,
I
sir.
appreciate y'all.
You know we get very passionate.
I do. I understand. I love it. I just try to elbow my way in. All right. So let me say this, y'all. Rico is right on one accord, because when they write legislation, they're never going to say a specific group. Nothing, even in the
Yeah,
Asian.
I get that.
There's
Yeah.
gonna be so the way it has to be done is that Black people, some kind of way, we got to classify ourselves as a protected class group. Now they can come in and say, okay, this is just for you, because the handicap is a protected class group just for you.
Right, like veterans are.
Veterans, a protected group just for you. So that's what Black people are going to have to do. If you want something specifically where nobody else can get it, you have to classify yourself as a protected class at some point. And so that's the only way you're going to have legislation that's actually written for Black people specifically, because the federal government cannot write legislation, or no city or none of these governments can write legislation because of somebody's race or their gender, or none of these things. You have to be a protected
What about the Asian bill? Oh, so are they now a protective class? The Asians, I'm asking.
It's not specifically written for Asians. It's not specifically written for
What is
Asians.
it for Asians and who?
It's for everybody.
It's for
All
everybody.
minorities.
What's it called,
but
though,
it
brother?
was
What's it
coined
called, brother
for
Clarence?
them.
It's
It's like
coined for them, but it's
New
for
Bros was saying.
everybody.
Okay, so
Civil rights was meant for us. It's meant for us.
So it's
and it was
called the
written
Black
for
Civil
us,
Rights Bill.
but
benefit from
it
it.
includes
I tried to
everybody,
say that.
right?
I got you.
And same thing with the Asian bill, because what's it called? Came over here. E-Black came over here and broke it all down. Where the bill is not specific to Asians. It's just saying that hate crimes, it ramps up the
I definitely can't speak on it because I haven't read it, so I don't speak on what I don't know.
Yeah, I read a little bit of it, and it's nothing. If you're Asian, you got because I thought that too at first, but I'm sure it can be used that way. I'm sure it can be used that way.
That's the
because they're the face of it. They're the face of it.
There you go.
Face of it, exactly.
But they can't write specific. They can't write a specific
but they can
bill or something for
that's
just Asian people unless they're a protected class. Just like that.
LGBTQ.
Now listen. The last time they were a protected class, when they were thrown in concentration camps. Then when the certain bills were written for them, as far as reparations for them, they were a protected class. At that point, now we trying to help this protected class who we have done wrong. They're a protected class. Now we can single them out because we have done this thing to them specifically. And so they're in this class.
Oh, kind of like we should be for slavery. It's kind of like we should be, right?
This is what I'm trying to explain. We're gonna have to classify ourselves as a protected class, and then the government can start writing legislation just for us.
Clarence, let me say this. Sister Annie, the government does not call it the Asian bill. We call it the Asian bill.
Right.
It actually has a name. I believe it's something about anti-hate. It doesn't have the word Asian anywhere in it. That's just
so why do they throw it? No, it's not we. That's what we were presented. So why did they throw that out there like that?
I'm just saying that's in the news and things like that.
Right, all right. And I'm asking you, why did they throw it out there that way?
Because at that particular
The
time,
main media.
The media made it. It was an exponential rise in hate crimes against Asian Americans at that time. So because they were doing a new anti-hate bill, they started calling it the anti-Asian hate bill. That's what they do with everything.
Yeah.
So if all of a sudden, if they start, it'll be the
hold on. Let me ask you
bill,
this.
but it's not necessarily
Let
written.
me ask you. When the Civil Rights Bill, we can look it up. It was called the African American Civil Rights Bill. That's what they were calling it in the media. When they came out with affirmative, hold on, let me say. When it came to the media, did they say the Black American Affirmative Action Bill?
Sure.
That's what they were throwing out. Okay, I'm gonna look that up.
That's the same as the Asian bill.
I don't know that, but I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna look it up.
But that's still the
I never heard it that way.
1964 Civil Rights Act, which is what it's called, the 1964 Civil Rights
Yeah, I ain't never heard of it that way either, New Growth. Never have I ever heard it the Black Civil Rights or the African American or the people of color or the Negro. It was either the Civil Rights Act of 1964 or the Civil Rights Bill.
Okay,
and that includes everybody.
The anti-Asian hate bill is HR 151, condemning all forms of anti-Asian sentiment as related to COVID-19. So they were in a protected class again because of the hate that they was coming to them because of C-19.
And wait a minute, and what race of people died more than any other race due to COVID?
Us.
What race of people? Oh, okay. I'm just checking. I'm just checking.
I get it. But Patrice, they're willing to work together to push this stuff up the hill. We are not. We're
come on, brother.
Around attacking.
You've been cooking today, Clarence.
Well, brother New Growth. I'm just gonna tell the truth. I know the should sound like I should make it like tasty, but I gotta tell the truth, whether it's good or bad.
They were just out there in DC yesterday pushing for the reparation bill. So what are we talking about? We don't try. We pushed the civil rights bill. We pushed all of these affirmative action.
That's not what I'm not saying. We don't do it at all.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you said. My bad.
In the way they close ranks. Let's say they don't agree with each other, right? Let's say they say, "Hey, I'm an Asian. I'm a Muslim. I'm an Asian. I'm a Christian. I'm an Asian. I'm a Jew." They close ranks. They don't care. Or they say, I'm a Pacific Islander. I'm a this. I'm a that. I'm from here. I'm from Samoa. They just close ranks, and they just go in and they push it up. Whereas, I'm from the islands. I'm from Africa. I'm from Flatbush. I'm from LA. We will find sometimes a lot of reasons to divide each other, and we will miss the bigger picture, which is the bigger picture is
our problem.
Our children and our children's children having a better time to make that step forward, right?
Right.
So that's what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying with that, and I kind of respectfully disagree because you're dealing with different people who come over here with different agendas. You're talking about Asians who come from Japan, whatever. They have an agenda to make it in America. You have people that comes from certain islands and certain points is to make it in America, and their way of making it in America is aligned with the power structure. That's the way the Jews made it. That's the way the Asians make it. So you can't look at us as the same way, right? Because a lot of Africans stick together. If you come from if you come from South Africa, you come from Nigeria, they can intermingle. And we know this. I mean, coming from the East Coast,
a lot of them also acquiesce into the white culture as well. Let's be real.
Eventually. But when they first come over here, we know this, Rico. We got the biggest Ethiopian population in America. They hide in our neighborhoods, right? The Jamaicans come, they hide in our neighborhoods, undocumented. We feed them, we protect them, brother, one love, all of this stuff. And then it comes to a point where we once again get done. Like that's the same thing with the Jews. We got to understand when the Jews came up, they were hiding underneath our protection.
No, but listen to the difference between them and what they did is they built networks. See, somebody has to fall on the sword first, right? So the first ones that come over here, they're the ones that's gonna be butlers and trash diggers and stuff. That group falls on the sword. They build a layer where the next group can go to law school, dental school, doctor school, And but we
What
have
people are you
forgotten
talking
that.
about? I'm sorry. What people you
I'm
talking
talking
about?
about the Jewish people. I'm talking about really everybody.
Negro,
Everybody who comes here,
That's really not
they
true,
have
but I'm
come
gonna let you
here.
go.
They
Negro.
follow that step. They follow that, except for us, because we was redirected. We
But
was
Negro,
trying to do that,
We
but we
were
were
tortured.
redirected.
We were persecuted.
Negro,
We
let
were
me give you,
Exactly. We were
let me give you
brutally redirected, brutally and viciously
and the
redirected.
Jewish. What you forget about the Jews had the ability to assimilate and align with the
exactly.
power
There
structure,
you
like
go.
Rico was talking.
There
So
you
let's
go.
But
not
what I'm
talk that they
saying is
just worked hard.
Yes.
Let's not talk like they
built
just
that
worked hard.
network. They didn't.
Right.
Nobody gave them that. They
Yes,
built
they
that
did.
network.
Yes, they did, Brother Clarence.
Nobody gave it to them.
Yes, they did.
Oh, who gave them
Now,
anything?
American system. The American system gave them.
Right.
Go
Right.
ahead.
The system didn't
You
give
both
them nothing.
And they benefited from slavery as well.
You're both right.
Exactly. They benefited from
Clarence,
slavery,
let me
but
tell you,
when they
you're
came
both
here, they didn't have
Clarence,
any of those
let me
things
say this.
going on
You're
for them.
both right in one way, because here's the deal. Like Negro said, and I do think that this is the distinct difference about the Jewish population from all other minorities. They could assimilate into whiteness just like that. Just snap their fucking finger. Because all they had to do was step off that boat at Ellis Island, and my name is no longer Mr. Klein. My name is Mr. Smith. I'm Charlie Smith. So when I get off that fucking boat, because I have this white skin and I speak English and I change my name, because remember, people were just changing the name by writing it on a piece of paper back then. There was no legal documents, no fucking nothing. Then they could come into America, and if I changed their name and just hid their religion, they were on equal footing as white Americans, as if they had been here since its inception. Asians couldn't do that. Blacks couldn't do that. Latinos couldn't do that, because visually you couldn't hide what you were. So
right.
Did they have an advantage? Yes, they had an advantage of that fucking white.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But as
They
far
could
as them
also
coming over here, just
assimilate
walking straight into
white
luxury and
No,
no one said that. No one said that.
Okay, so that's why I said they had to set up their own network.
But we set up our own networks too, right?
But yeah, but we were
destroyed.
brutally and viciously redirected.
Right, so let's not. That's what I'm saying. And destroy.
Okay, I'm gonna need you not to use a lighter words as reconstructed. I'm gonna need you to tell the truth, bro, class, that we were brutally slaughtered and our black communities were destroyed brutally.
Redirected. When I say
redirected,
yes. When I say redirected, I mean we were focused on unified, growing it unified. And we were redirected into a self. It's better for us to chase after just ourselves for what we want for ourselves.
When did this happen?
As a group.
I hear what you're saying. I believe.
Okay. So you saying and unfortunately, I think I know what you're saying. We bought into the system that actually destroyed.
And we could never win.
Destroyed us, and we could, and we could, I get what you're saying.
You never win. You can
what time are you talking
about, chase that carrot, but you'll never catch it, huh?
What time era are you talking about when this happened?
I'm talking about in the 40s and 50s, or even before that, the 20s and 30s, where we were trying to get together to create.
You talking about when we were Republicans and we had Black Wall Street and we had our own communities, and then we bought into after they destroyed it. We bought into the Democratic Party and the whitewashing, and we acquiesced into the white American culture.
There you go.
Are y'all serious?
But it was
when they were lynching us, when we had the greatest migration.
No, I don't mean like immediately after that. But during the switch, we did. We bought into the Democratic Party because back then blacks were Republicans. They were conservative.
Yeah, but that didn't happen.
Blacks didn't buy into the Democratic Party.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt came up with the New Deal. This is when blacks really started running over
exactly the New Deal.
Party. He came up with the New Deal,
right?
Where he was giving money to soldiers that was coming home from work because they
but
wasn't
that's
getting.
Not when it switched.
That's when a lot of them did switch. That's when the door started opening.
Well,
they
most
really
of it
switched. When they really came in was when
you know what they got a documentary on YouTube on that. We should actually do a thing on that at some point. To say when did the black people political party change? Yep, we should really do something on that.
And we need to break about, but to do so, we need to break down not just when did it switch, but why did it switch? Because not only did black people switch, but the reality, white people switched parties as well. We switched because
I don't know if white people,
white Republicans who were much more liberal became Democratic. I mean, white Democrats, which were much more racist, became Republicans. They switched as well. They switched.
I would say they switched because the blacks were coming over there. But
why did the blacks switch though, Brother Clarence? Why did the blacks switch?
They saw a greater economic opportunities switching over into a Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party had many. Franklin Roosevelt put many social programs in place. That yes, he did with the New Deal.
I hear you what you're saying, but that's not the reason they switched, Brother Clarence.
That is that's one of the reasons why.
But what was the main reason?
Racism.
I don't know.
Exactly, Rico. Black people own acres, hundreds of acres.
Party was they were the most racist party. So why would they go to the most racist?
Well, exactly. It was the Dixiecrats who destroyed Black Wall Street. It was Democrats.
Because all the Dixiecrats became fucking Republicans. The fact of the matter is,
that didn't happen to the 60s, Rico.
Clarence, if you are a diehard racist and you are fucking a Democrat and then you become a Republican, I don't give a shit that you change party. The reality is those black people knew who was the Dixiecrats and they became Republicans. So why would they stay Republicans?
Right. It makes no sense. Your theory, Brother Clarence, kind of like factually, it makes no sense. Because who was fighting for them not to vote then? When we were fighting for the right to vote,
what party to vote? Democrat and Republican.
Count bubbles on the bars.
Just say one party was more.
Yes, they were fighting. Yes, they were, Brother Clarence, because they didn't want the power structure to change. Because black numbers, our numbers were bigger in certain demographics. They fought so change wouldn't happen, so laws could be put in place. We wasn't just voting and doing that trying to assimilate. That's crazy to say. I think around like the 70s. You're right.
Okay. Wait a minute. What do you think I'm saying? What do you think I'm saying?
Clarence, you know what drove the flip? Clarence, y'all gave it to Roosevelt. It was Lyndon Johnson when he fucking signed the Civil Rights Act into law, which started the Southern
But I'm saying,
let me explain to you.
But Rico, you can't say that it was black people were changing over to the Democratic Party way before them and Johnson.
They changed in fucking monumental droves after the signing of the fucking Civil Rights Act. And that was
maybe they did, but I know when they really ramped up is when the Kennedy brothers was in office.
And then Johnson really started ramping. And Johnson took over. Because they sat there, because bottom line is first Kennedy had all them fucking race, and they're like, we're gonna have to get the black vote. And they started changing over. When they started changing over, those fucking racist ass fucking Democrats decided they were gonna go to Republican because they couldn't take this shit. And they flipped parties. So we're not gonna be so continuous and act like the white folks did.
Maybe so, but I'm just saying
that's a huge part though, Brother Clarence. Because what was Martin Luther King? Was he a Democrat?
He was a Republican.
He was a Republican.
So what do you mean we switched over so much?
No. I'm talking about in numbers. Obviously, we switched over because if you look at the numbers of Democrats and black people are overwhelmingly Democratic.
Today, yes, you're right.
Yeah, so it was more us switched over than white people. Trust and believe.
You're right.
They can call themselves whatever they want to call. They just take the ideology with them and call it.
You're right.
That's what they did. That's all.
Okay, so my point is that
so we're still Republican.
We saw salvation in the form of government programs. We were
starving.
That's my point, brother. That's my point.
But don't say we did it. Don't say we did it as if we were trying to assimilate.
I never said that, brother. That was your assumption. That's your juxtaposition. I never said that.
Get the big word, boy. I got you. You got that one all. I love it.
That was not your juxtaposition.
That was dope. I'm gonna give it to you. You got the conversation. That was dope.
I didn't say that, brother. All I'm saying is that there's reasons why we did what we did. There's reasons.
Yes,
it's not
right.
just like we just
Yes.
walked in and said, "Oh man, Democratic Party, sign me up." No,
No.
there was a lot of
No,
stuff going on, and one of the things that really pushed us into the believing in that the government will come in and save us is all of these vicious attacks that we had on us.
Right.
Now, if you read Miles Davis autobiography, in that autobiography, he talks about in the 20s they had sausage factories out there in St. Louis. He said, and the white people walked up the job because they wanted like $1 more an hour or something like that, right? He said the black people went in there. He said not only did they kill the black people that went into the factories, they just start going around killing black people.
Yeah.
They just start going in killing black people, right?
Right.
So
my
my point is, we have always experienced this viciousness.
Right.
Whenever we try to be involved in be included in the American system, where as far as having our own businesses and stuff. So when they kept doing this repeatedly, and the government would come in and say, "Okay, well, we will give you this." So therefore, we started looking at, in my opinion, this is my opinion, we started looking at the government as a source where we could protection, and also
the handouts, government handouts.
Yes.
Well, yeah, we bought into it because they told us that if we go their way, they're gonna take care of us.
I'm not trying to call it handouts. I'm just saying it's
that's the word they use. They use the word they use. Handouts.
Okay, well that's what they use, because that's how they look at it. They're not the ones starving on the street. They're not starving.
If you look up the historical fact, because they want to try to sit there and pretend like.
So in other words, we were victim Olympics.
No, we ain't no victim Olympics. But I'm sitting there saying is, what the fuck I'm gonna keep voting for a racist party that's being racist to me in the 1950s and 60s? That's just fucking stupid. They were
That's why they brought the Kennedy boys
so
in.
They said,
See, the Kennedy boys was brought in to change the face. They were
sure was
of the Democratic Party,
and they did, because black folks fell in love with them. To this day, black folks still love the Kennedy.
They fell in love with the Kennedy
y'all
brothers.
not gonna sit here and pretend like these black folks were so stupid that they were gonna sit there and they're gonna vote. Why would they sit there and stick with people who are being outwardly racist and discriminatory and beating them and sicking dogs on them because they shouldn't get a fucking handout? That's crazy.
No, Rico.
You right too, Rico. You right. Both of y'all right.
A lot of people on the Democratic Party, especially Dixiecrats, they was moving over to the Republican Party. They was moving out. Okay, so that was being told to them, especially by Dr. King. That stuff is being told to them. Hey, this is how this is going to be.
And absolutely, you're right. A lot of it was swayed, under the civil rights movement and Dr. King. And when he woke up and realized that he had made a big mistake, is when he did that. He did that To America speech. When he realized, when he said he have led his people into a burning house. That's when he realized that was one of the worst things that he had ever did for his people.
Let me ask you a question right now, Clarence. Which of the two parties is more racist to you right now today in 2022? Fuck the 60s. Today. Which of the two parties is more?
In my opinion,
they're both racist. Which is more? Which is more? Because everybody gonna do what
that's
they
a hard question to answer,
brother. And you know what?
Which
that's
one
a hard
is
question.
more in your
That's
opinion?
difficult me to say. But if
So
you want to say,
no,
listen, Rico. If you okay, so if you describing racism as killing government programs that
whatever
help the
you
people,
want to describe it as,
I would okay.
If
that's what you're using it as,
whatever you want to describe it
the
as,
Republicans are definitely the more racist.
Don't take my
if you want to say, if you want to use lie and use government programs to cloak their individual racism, then I would have to say the Democrats. See, it depends on what it is.
All in all, comparing, you throw all of it in the sausage, which one is more racist to you? Or if you want to say they're equal, then it doesn't matter which side black people are on.
Good point, Rico.
You vote your policy. Vote policy. Don't vote party.
But listen, Clarence, can I say something real quick, Rico?
Then people got to stop saying black people are stuck on a plantation like they're not thinking or they're not using their head.
No. They only say that. They only say that, Rico. They say that when they don't vote for the policy.
Listen, but
But they're voting their policy. They may not be voting your policy if you
not necessarily, Rico. Not just because you Democrat and you go and push. Exactly. And just because you Democrat and you go punch that button straight Democrat, you don't even know what you're voting for half the
So
time.
let me
when
ask you
people
this.
do
Let me
that.
ask y'all this. So when Martin Luther King in the 60s, when they were doing the civil rights movement, did they vote policy or they were definitely voting policy? So therefore, they were going to the. They definitely were voting policy.
I disagree with you because a guy like Martin Luther King, could come in and say, "Hey, I sat down with John Kennedy. He said this is going to happen. He said that's going to happen. Come on, y'all, let's vote Democrat." That's exactly what he did.
I don't believe. But that was based on policy. That was based on policy, though.
No, but it was on the recommendation of Dr. King.
But he was the spokesperson that y'all always say we need. He was the spokesperson who sat down and got the policies
ran. Who recommends what? I don't care.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. And the thing is, it's unfortunate that he believed he was doing the right thing at the time. The intentions was good. He did get things done and passed. But what he realized is overall, it was more harm to us than a benefit to us.
But
and
not the parties, Sister Patrice. It was not the parties. It was America.
Exactly, America as a whole. And that's when he realized that, that in the end, the whole thing was not going to benefit Black people as a whole. And that's when he started talking about the reparations and coming for the checks, when he started seeing how the government was giving other races of people and other groups of people money and land, and we never got our 40 acres and a mule. That's when he woke up and the light bulb went off and he said, it integrated us into a burning house. It's one of the things where, my God, I meant well, I love my people, but I got caught up and they effed me in this policy, in this politics of everything. And now I realize I possibly caused more harm than I did good. And I need to let my people know. I need to alarm. I need to sound the alarm. I need to retract some things. I need to have a different conversation.
Right.
He realized that. And look what happened to him when he realized that.
Who was the muscle behind him, though, Sister Patrice?
What do you mean?
The Jewish. The Southern Christian. So once he went away from that, they said, you got to go. See, when we look at our brother Kanye up there and we look at Kyrie, they know what they doing. Shaq sit up there. I don't know if Shaq went off on Kyrie, called him an idiot, the biggest idiot. But new information is coming out that Shaq did a huge opening for this movie at his movie theater in New Jersey.
Clarence, can I ask you a question?
So we're going to keep it real.
Good. You said Dr. King influenced the people in the 60s. So who's been influencing Black people? Because they've been voting Democratic roughly.
The same people that came up under King's leadership: Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, Tamika Mallory, my son, Sean King. I can go Barack Obama. I can go on and on.
So you're sitting there telling me, so this is what we're saying. Black people are so fucking stupid.
No, I'm not saying that.
Ain't nobody saying that. Ain't nobody saying that. Rico, stop.
Okay, let me change it. Let me change the verbiage. We're influenced. So basically, Black people simply vote their influence and nothing else. No other.
I didn't say that, Rico. I didn't say that. I said a lot of them do. A lot of them do.
Then let me explain something. There's 40 million Black people in America.
Okay.
We're not giving enough of them credit to be able to vote their own intellect and their own conscience.
So you think that we
but Rico is prime example that we haven't been doing it, bro.
If we're saying,
it's a prime example we haven't been doing it. What has been done for Black people since we've been voting Democrat? The same people that dangle the carrot and the shiny object and the charismatic talk and the promises and give us nothing.
Perfect example.
And we keep voting for these people.
Patrice, you was a Democrat. You voted Democrat. Who influenced you? Because nobody fucking influenced me.
Listen, yes, no, that's a lie. The influence comes from your family and your tradition that is passed down. That's where the influence comes from.
And the media too, Rico. The media influenced you.
Well, that's where mine came from. I thought I was doing right because my parents were Democrats and their parents were Democrats, you know, from back then. Come on now, Rico, you know influence. There's always influences.
If in fact, if that's what you're saying, then that's the same thing on the other side then. What the fuck are we talking about? None of us are voting out.
Of course, we not saying that it's not.
Look at them crazy supporters of Trump, man.
Right,
You
so
know
then
that.
none of us are.
Exactly. Nobody's saying that, Rico. Oh my God.
What we're saying, we're all lost, confused, and nobody's voting in interest. We're all
pretty much. 100%.
So then it doesn't matter what we do.
When it comes to politics, this is why we've been saying things like become independent or create our own political party, especially Black people, because we've been falling for the okie doke for too long.
If we become independent, won't we be simply influenced by someone? Because what you guys are saying,
or create your own political party.
What you guys are saying, what you guys are literally telling me then, because if that happens on the Democratic side, it happens on the Republican side.
Right.
We're all 100%, all 330 million Americans are being influenced how to vote. We go vote.
Absolutely, there's influence. The media, celebrities. Come on.
But I'm saying
it's not to be real, Rico. A lot of Black people vote just because a person is Black.
But Clarence,
that part.
Excuse me. We only had one. How many fucking Black people we've even had running for office? We primarily have voted 90% of the time for somebody white.
But I'm saying
Black people don't even
that's
have
not true. That's not true.
Running.
That's not true.
But listen, locally, why do you think so many people like your Maxine Waters have been in their positions for so long? Because Black people is keeping her there. Auntie Maxine, who ain't doing nothing for the Black community out there in California.
I don't know what she's doing because I ain't in LA. But let me ask you a question: how many Black governors
she got a learning center?
I don't know.
I'll give her that.
I don't know.
So Rico, why do you think we had Marion Barry for so long?
Oh, but we had a Black mayor before him.
No, I'm saying no, we did. No, we didn't.
Yes, we did. You a goddamn lie.
No,
yes,
we
did.
When?
We didn't have a Black mayor before. Bruh.
Oh, Rico, we gonna bet. Listen, we just gonna bet push-ups, big bro.
Marion Barry was not our first Black mayor.
No.
Okay, I was in fucking hot. Marion Barry was not our first Black mayor in Washington, D.C. He was not. We had an appointed mayor before that.
Oh, in D.C.
He was not the first Black mayor in Washington, D.C.
I'm sorry.
Well, y'all out there now. Y'all out there now. Y'all out there now, D.C. vote. Y'all vote for my brother Red Grant out there running for mayor in D.C. now, and he's that's my buddy.
Man, please.
And he running for he's for reparations.
Oh man, please.
I don't
know what? He is a smart guy. The guy is smart.
But here's the thing. I asked both of y'all, how many Black Black governors have we had in this country? In the
very few.
Oh, very few. Very few.
We had one in Virginia.
I don't even think I can name them.
Nope.
One in Virginia and one in New York.
And one in Massachusetts. That's it.
We had one in New York.
No, we have. We've never had.
Was elected.
You're right. The blind guy.
Yes.
He took over after Spitzer got.
Yes.
He was appointed after Spitzer got busted with the prostitute.
But you don't really look at him as a real bad because you didn't even put it in there. That's what I was saying with DC.
What do you mean?
Appointed and elected is kind of different. But I got you. You right.
The only two we got elected was one in Massachusetts.
And Chicago had Harold Washington. Harold Washington.
You got left foot.
And then now they got whatever lighthead.
Even on the local level, when you look at all of the offices, mayors, big city, I mean, how many LA mayors have been Black? Clarence Bradley, and who the fuck else?
That's it.
See, I'm just like, that's all I'm sitting there saying. So Black people, you can't say Black people are voting for Black people because it ain't been enough of us that won shit or even really runs compared.
Okay, so when's the last time? When's the last time Atlanta had a white mayor?
Get somebody Black running.
Let me just say this, y'all. Let me say this. Let me say this, Rico, because you are extrapolating supreme.
I'm
telling you that what I meant by that is
shit.
Wait. What I mean by that is a lot of our people are working 2 jobs. They're running around trying to do a lot of different things, man. They don't have time to research about it. It took me 4 days to go through every measure, every person on here It took me 4 days to go through that, right? And still a lot of information I wanted to find I couldn't find, right? Imagine if I was like back in the day when I had 3 little kids, I'm running around going to practice, one practice, then jumping over to another practice, then coaching, then trying to spend time with my wife, then trying to, run to work and all. I mean, I wouldn't, it's just a lot of things. So a lot of people cut time by just saying, oh, this dude's black. Okay, let me vote for the black person. Or this dude's a Democrat. Let me just vote for the Democrat. Or this dude's
Absolutely, I
Republican.
agree with
Let me
you.
just vote for them.
I agree with
Right?
you. I
Okay,
agree with you.
so what I'm saying is, that behavior is hurting us in the long run. In the long run, what we need to do is vote for the policy because we can vote for somebody just because they black, but that person is not going to do anything for us vis-a-vis Barack Obama in particular, right? So I'm saying because we don't have no real political weight to push on somebody and press somebody to actually do things. So we got to get together and create some industries that we can start, because white people have industries that they can press a candidate and say, hey, we gave you this money. If you don't do what we say, we're going to ruin you. And so, but we can't do that to nobody. We can't cancel nobody. We
I
can't ruin
totally
them.
agree with what you're saying, brother Clarence. But my point is, I think you overlook the fact of why they have these industries, why these things are set up in place.
I know
We
why they
can't.
have the
No,
industries.
because we started at the beginning. You was talking about because Jewish people they work hard. They work hard, and then the next generation they send them to school. We didn't have that opportunity. Because they strapped it. So don't compare us to a person
I'm not
who you
comparing
can't.
you, brother. Once again,
No. I'm saying, but you said because we didn't do that, right?
I'm
Because
saying
of
that we were
situations,
redirected. We were doing it,
right?
but we were redirected viciously, and
Right.
we were sold the belief that if we chase individual success rather than group success, the white establishment will allow us to not be harmed.
So you mean to tell me you think we were chasing individual success in the 40s?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my
After
God.
of course.
Where? Give me an example.
Just look.
Like today, I can see it. Like after the
legislation?
80s.
Okay, you tell me how much legislation did we pass that has something to do with us from the 40s until the 60s? We didn't get that much done.
We couldn't vote.
No, we
That's
were
what you're not
voting, bro. We
understanding.
were. That's
No,
the
I'm
issue.
talking
We
about the
was
major.
voting.
You know, the major of the bulk of black people are in the South. They're not in New York. They're not in
But when they
Chicago.
were voting, right? When they did get a chance to vote,
No, I'm talking about in the
did they
30s and
make
40s
anything
though.
happen?
You talking about in the 30s and 40s?
No.
Because think about the
In the
time
30s
when we
and
came
40s,
out of slavery, right?
we were building in the 30s and in the
Right.
20s and the 30s. We were building.
Right.
This is what happened. The Wall Street crash came, and white folks turned around and they saw that we had better networks than they had. We were feeding each other better than they were feeding each other.
I agree
and
with
so
you.
they said, no, well, you guys ain't gonna eat better than us. We're gonna come in and tear everything down. And so that's what they ended up doing.
And that was the rise of who?
The rise of who? What?
Who was the rise? Who rose at that point when we were becoming office leaders and holding state senators positions in Mississippi and mayors, all of this stuff in Arkansas? Who rose at that point? That was the rise of the Ku Klux Klan in the federal government, the Union government. They took all their soldiers away and they basically left us down there for butt naked death.
That was before the 20s. But I hear what you're saying.
But you get what I'm saying. So, but that's how we got to the point where we had power in the 20s. Like,
but my point is that we've always had a relationship with the government to try to help us deal with different things. We black people have always had a relationship with the government, and so therefore, when we got this brutalization, when we start trying to build these networks and build things, the brutalization and the viciousness that came, we were reconditioned again to say, okay, instead of us building this big Wall Street area, this big, financial hub, I'm gonna just get mine. You just get yours. You just get yours. Right?
Because they shown us right. They shown us throughout all that time.
I'm gonna show you a very important part of it, though. This is a very critical part. They took your networks away. See, you didn't have to. First of all, they didn't want you doing business with them. Caucasians at that time. didn't want you doing business with them, right? So they said, well, go, nigga, you guys go on over there and make your own little network, right? But that network started building and getting bigger and stronger and stronger.
Kind of
right?
like the Asians and the Jews and the
Exactly,
Italians,
right?
right?
Exactly. And so that infrastructure that was getting built, they looked around and said, wait a minute. We got to do something about that. We got to do something about that, right? Just like the pharaohs in Egypt, they said, wait a minute, if these Hebrews keep breeding like they breeding, they gonna outnumber us.
Right,
we gotta start
there you
taking them
go.
out, take them out. So so my point is, they did it. They took us out with this viciousness, with this brutality,
terrorism,
with the mindset, terrorism, with the mindset that, hey, I don't mind if you Negroes individually, because why?
Right.
If you individually have to create something, guess who you got to come to?
Right.
Guess whose door you got to knock on? And you can never get in front of me if you got to knock on my door.
Now, who was they? Who was they?
I'm talking about the
power structure, right?
Power structure.
The assimilators, even right, even like the Irish and the Italians and the Jewish. So we can't compare ourselves to the people who are brutalizing us. I got you. But my point is, I hear what you're saying, and I agree totally that the Jews did do that, right?
The Jews did what?
They came war generation. They worked themselves up. But you got to understand, a lot of their wealth came off our back.
I know, of course. I understand that.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. They were giving the power to brutalize us. So when we talking that spin, it wasn't like we was running a fair race. So when you say they did this and we went into individualism, man, we moved by the hundreds of thousands out of the South.
Bro,
we left hundreds of acres.
I never said we just decided one day I'm just gonna be
no, I didn't say that, bro.
They brutalized and conditioned us brutally. Brutally to do that, man. Just
right,
like
and the they is included the Jews.
They brutalize you into just saying, "Hey, I better be for just myself." Because if I show love for the
totally
black
agree
woman,
with what you're saying.
If I show love for my own daughter, if I show that I love her too much, they're gonna sell her. So I gotta be off-putting. I gotta be like, I don't even care about her.
Right,
because
I totally agree.
I gotta be like this because if I show her love, if I show this woman,
it might
love,
take her. Right,
they're gonna take her and sell her.
I totally agree with you.
Use her, right? So they conditioned us into being this way. So I'm saying the same thing. Financially conditioned us into, instead of grouping up together and saying, okay, we're gonna put our money together and build this Wall Street, they're gonna go in and tear it down. So when we say, okay, well, they're gonna tear it down, let me just go knock on their door and eat, and at least they will leave me alone. And they conditioned us for a lot of years to do that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we just was like, oh, well, we just gonna go and assimilate. Here we go, la la la. No.
I feel you, and I know that's not how you think, but that sometimes it comes across that way, right? It comes across like, hey, while they were doing this, we weren't doing that, right? While they were doing this, while they were doing that, and they also was oppressing us, right? So it's like it's kind of like comparing apples and fried chicken. It's like it's not a real good comparison because they had a whole nother system. Part of their system was their growth was on our backs. So
and that's a system that's still standing today and controlled by them, is it not? When you're talking the banking institutions, the medical institutions, the school system, the armed forces, all of that is, that's government. But when you look at all the other institutions, that it's still the insurance companies and things of that nature. All of those are owned by who? Banking system. Who runs them, and all media, entertainment.
You talked about that area, brother.
Mostly, yes.
So and right.
But here's the thing: we have to realize, just like this was my whole situation with Kanye. Not that he opened his mouth, but he did it without having his network built up already, so that he could say it and they couldn't come at him. That was my whole issue with him. I said, okay, if you're going to say this stuff, okay, cool. But you can't say this stuff. You've been in bed with these people, and you knew who they was in the first place, but you got in bed with them, got everything. Of course, you're going to get you're going to get a flashback on them. They're going to flashback on you. So if you have your own situation and setup, then when they do flashback on you, you at least could say, oh, well, you do what you want to do. I got my own situation over here. That was my issue with him. I wasn't like, no, we got to cancel the guy. I
know you didn't feel that way.
Okay, so I think we need to talk to the brother because, well, he has apologized about the George Floyd comments. He definitely apologized
and them
about
ugly
that.
ass clothes. Clothes ugly as hell. I didn't get them clothes ugly as hell.
I agree. The clothes and the shoes. And the shoes. I agree with
But
that.
the kids love them. The kids
They love them. Exactly. They love them. I don't
When you
buy
had
them.
your big ass bell bottoms on, Rico,
Right. Exactly.
Rico and Patrice has some G. They have some Yeezys
No,
on
I
right
like my,
now.
honestly, I like my sketches, my walking sketches that I do my walking in. I like my sketches. I'm good with my sketches.
And the shit he be walking on the runway, I'm like, what the fuck is he wearing? He did be wearing some like out.
He lost me with when he came out with the skirts. That was it for me. I was done.
Sorry.
I was done, man.
Hey, brother Clarence.
And he got the pantyhose on his face and the big jacket. That shit is ugly. I don't care what nobody says.
I guess Minister Farrakhan called you because I called him about you, and I told him get your boy together. You was cooking today, so you've been cooking today. So Farrakhan must have told you, hey, look,
y'all don't.
I got this young brother new growth on my back about you.
A lot of stuff y'all don't see because of the way I move. Y'all don't see how I do things. Y'all think, oh man, he's so clueless. He don't see. I see what's going on, but I know you do. I got a strategy of how I'm trying to handle stuff, but I know y'all be like, let's get him now, and I'm like, no, let's put them like some beans. Let's put them on the back burner. Put this person on the back burner and let them boil, and then when they get to the right temperature, let's bring them up to the front, and then let's go in and let's have a discussion.
Okay,
I got you.
Let Sister OG Patrice talk about I'm sorry, Patrice, the Devil's Punch Bowl, because I love this story. That's why
I want him. Because I want all of us to read on and do research, and then I want us to have a topic on. I don't want us to just no. Research. Google the Devil's Punch Bowl. What happened in Natchez, Mississippi. And let's have a topic on that, because just recently now, because of all of the shift moving in the earth and the water, the hurricanes and the water and things happening in the South, and the structure of their system, all of the bodies of a lot of these former slaves are now coming up out of it's called the Devil's Punch Bowl. But that's a whole conversation. I'm surprised Bro Clarence ain't heard of it.
Who did that song? I think that they said that was what inspired whoever wrote that song called Strange Fruit. Who did that song?
Yeah, Billie Holiday. Yeah.
Billie Holiday, right. And supposedly that's why if you listen to the words of Billie Holiday's song Strange, was it was it based kind of like on that, Patrice?
It was based on all of the when she toured in the South. Yeah, and she witnessed, she walked up on she walked up on a boy that had been hung. She literally she was on the tour bus. If y'all watch the movie Lady Sing the Blues, she was on the tour bus in the South, and they was experiencing mad racism. That's when the Ku Klux Klan was real heavy in the South, and she got off the bus to go use the bathroom out in the field because they was literally on the road. And she walked up on a young black man or young black boy hung, and she wrote that song Strange Fruit.
And like it's called Strange Fruit hanging from the tree. Just like and that's why
I remember that. I think I remember that Strange Fruit.
All of that kind of came back to me in a flood. When I seen you put that, I was like, oh shit.
And let's be real. That is why the government and the powers that be even back then came after her and started setting her up, plotting, not giving her cabaret license to perform in New York. They came after her hard always. And honestly, I honestly believe that it was a conspiracy against her to her demise, ended up being her demise because she sunk into such a bad way of depression and stuff because the way they were doing her, because she would sing that song and they would punish her They will take. They will. She got locked up before. Then all the powers that be stopped her from singing that song because, of course, some of them people themselves were them people up under those white
So
sheets.
guess what?
Okay, talking police
Mhm.
and judges and lawyers and doctors. A lot of them were those people back then. And
So
if you
she was
go ahead.
Kanye before Kanye,
Exactly.
which is what we were going
And
back
they
to.
canceled and shut her down. Wouldn't give her her cabaret license
Yes.
for her to be able to perform in like places, where you had to have cabaret license. They did a lot of things to Billie Holiday.
But you keep saying Kanye, right? He's not the first. I think he's modern.
Look, I'm just using him as an example, as a metaphor, like him standing up for his free speech. But there were entertainers all the way back to Billie Holiday, so many back in the day,
right,
who tried to speak up, and the same thing happened. So
right,
that's
and
why
another guy, Sam Cooke, right?
I'm just like, I look at this and I'm
Yeah,
like,
Sam Cooke, Aretha Franklin, James Brown,
so when I look at
Harry Belafonte, all of them were major parts
excuse me.
of the civil rights movement.
No, Patrice, you left out the biggest that was bigger than all of them combined. Paul Robeson.
Oh yes, and brother, what's the one? The comedian, Dick Gregory. All of them were major parts of the civil rights movement. And we don't have that type of celebrityship where they be a part of. We're not asking them to be leaders. We're not asking them to be leaders or anything like that. But back then, you can do that. You got flack. You got, a lot of, they tried to stop them in a lot of ways, but now it's a different culture with the cancel culture. Like they literally stopping your bag now.
Here's the thing. No. Back then it was worse because, like I said, whether it was Paul Robeson, whether it was Jim Brown, whether it was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, they were willing to walk away from their riches to stand for their people. That's the difference. Because Harry Belafonte, like, fuck it. If I never sing again, I don't care. I'm not gonna watch my people get treated this way. Paul Robeson, what's my girl that went to France? You know her, Patrice.
Josephine Baker.
I'd rather leave this motherfucker than I'll stay here and let.
Yeah, she exiled and left the country. Well, look what happened to Eartha Kitt when she spoke out about the Vietnam War. She had to leave and go over. They did it to many of us.
Who literally threw their careers away at the height of their career than rather to sit back and watch that. So what I'm sitting there singing, and that's the only reason why like I said, I'm not beating up on your boy Kanye. I'm saying, like, bruh, this has been a vein throughout history. This is what they're gonna do. But if you got in bed with them, you got to ride with it. Other than
so
that,
you feel the same. You seen the same way about Martin Luther King?
What do you mean? He was willing to risk it all.
He got in bed with him. He got in bed with him with the Southern Christian Leader movement shit. That's why him and Malcolm had. It was a lot of things. Martin Luther King.
Yes.
Who knew, bro? I want to understand what I want to. I can't.
The Jewish community.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Brother Clarence. So he was saying a lot and doing a lot of things he didn't agree with, like his speechwriter. A lot of the things that he was doing, and it's deep. And that's why I think he got taken out. So
I do. So let me answer your question. So if you say I believe with Brother Martin, if in fact Brother Martin got in bed with them and he decided that was the path he was going to take, you got to ride with it because remember, people now give me all due respect. Martin was a great man, Martin and Malcolm, but they were not the only ones because, like I said, we're talking about entertainers who were on the same scale. But because they weren't preaching, remember, Martin was. See, here's the thing about Martin and Malcolm: they were both religious. Remember, Malcolm was into the Islam, and Martin was into Christianity. But like I said, people who I think that gave just as much, like you said, Harry Belafonte, Paul Robeson, fucking Eartha Kitt, they, Josephine Baker. They threw away their entire career, riches and everything.
No, they didn't throw it away. They were canceled. They were forced to go over to France or Europe to have a career because America canceled them. Let's be real about that.
So, Patrice, they threw away their American career. You call it whatever you want. Because they could have kept quiet, is what I'm saying.
Right.
They could have kept quiet and not
Oh
said
yeah.
nothing.
Oh right. And they didn't. Yeah.
And they did.
Yeah. Aretha Franklin got flack. James Brown got some flack. Faced some flack.
Josephine Baker went overseas. Not only that,
Ray Charles flack. Remember when Ray Charles, they had banned him out of the state of Georgia. Remember?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me tell you this. Fuck that. One of the greatest American writers of all time, James Baldwin.
Mm-hmm.
Who had to
he had the hairstyle over. Yep.
So so let me ask you this, Rico. Why don't we see that is crazy?
Nina Simone, don't leave Nina Simone out.
You're
Nina
right.
Simone, you're right.
That's
I
my
forgot
girl.
about her.
But
they don't
as
have
crazy as we figured
commitment
Kanye was,
that they did that.
isn't Kanye, if you listen to Nina Simone or read her books and watch her documentary, is she not on the same kind of man vein? They wrote her off as mentally ill, a lot of things. So I think that's all I'm trying to say. A lot of things Kanye do is immature. He shouldn't be doing it, right? But we at the same time we look under, because my daughters love that song, Mississippi Goddamn.
But
right?
the only thing I think this is what I'll say, Negro. The only and I'll tell you this, the distinction I see between Nina and Kanye is, again, if I go and I look through Nina's history, anytime, and I'm not gonna say that none of those people never had anything to say bad
Negative
to us or about black people, but they said it to us. They didn't say it to other people. That's probably my only issue with Kanye. It's like, bruh, say that shit to us. Say that shit in-house. Don't go out there and white lives matter to these motherfuckers and all this other bullshit. Because see, when black celebrities spoke disparagingly about the black community back then, they spoke to us and kept it in-house. You find me Nina Simone shitting on black people out there. You're not gonna have it. You're not gonna find James Baldwin doing it. You're not gonna find Paul Robeson doing it. You're not gonna find any of them. And they all lost. They all did the exact same thing that these guys are doing in defense of us. And believe me, they knew we had fucking problems, because we had problems back then too. They knew it. They knew that, hey, we had problems with drugs, team. They knew all this shit, but they still was fighting against the people that was putting us in that condition rather than fighting against us. And that's all I would tell people in 2022, bruh. We got enough fucking problems. That's all. So I'm not even mad at Kanye for bringing this shit up. I just think that sometimes, again, like I said, look at Nina Simone. Look at Paul Robeson. Look at James Baldwin. Look at what these guys did. Then you come back and had a conversation with me, because those were fucking heroes, and those were people who lost it all, who gave it all up in America and said, you know what, fuck. Because Paul Robeson was an opera singer. He was in all the stage.
Right.
He was the highest paid black actor, athlete. He was, oh my God, he was 6'2", just like, he was the shit.
Yeah, he was definitely a good athlete. Great athlete.
Fucking Harry Belafonte was the shit. He was with Malcolm and Martin and everybody else. But he was willing to risk it all than to shit on his people. So that level of sacrifice, I'm sorry, bro, they not doing it. They not doing it on, I'm not saying that they should. I'm just sitting there saying I think that, you know, they can do whatever they want. I'm not mad. I'm not trying to cancel any of them.
Can I interrupt? Can I interrupt for just a second?
Go ahead.
Can I interrupt for just a second, Rico? Good.
Go ahead.
All right, y'all. Just to break you know, camp and break the noise up real quick.
Break the monotony.
The monotony. I don't know if y'all know this, but we trying to raise some money for some backpacks. I don't know if y'all know that, right? We're trying to raise some money for some backpacks. You can Cash App or you can pledge. Cash goal is $3,100, and the cash raise so far is $2,860. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. There's the Cash App down there, but if you want to pledge, I hope Juan is still in the house. Juan could put out the my email so you can pledge me in the email and just pledge it, man. And just you know what I'm saying? You don't have to pay us right away, but you know, pay us when you get a chance, man. You know what I'm saying? Well, we need our money. Don't pay us like black people pay us, you know.
There you go.
Right?
See, there you go. Anti-Semitic.
Hot mess. Hot mess.
Well, you know, I know how y'all do, man. Y'all wait till that. Y'all don't wait till you see you get the
You being anti-Negro now. Anti-Negro.
And then you get the yellow bill and you still don't pay it. And then the pink bill, that's when you run into the office, right? So I know how y'all do. I'm just trying to tell y'all now that, you know, to pay us when you can, please, 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 please. All right, y'all. I just wanted to get out there to the backpack fundraisers out there. Shout out to everybody who donated so generously, everybody up here on the panel and everybody in the chat and everybody lurking. Thank you guys for all your donations. The quicker we get this thing wrapped up, the quicker we can get a date where we can actually get this get backpacks and everything out. So and I can go ahead, Patrice.
No, I just want to say, man, I'm so grateful to everybody that has been given.
Yeah.
You know, when you look back in retrospect, it has not been long that we started this journey with this backpack fundraiser, and to look now where we're at, we're so close. We're there.
Wait a minute, Patrice.
And it's a beautiful thing. So just thank you to everybody.
Patrice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is wrong right here. This is wrong. This number is wrong right here. That's wrong.
Oh, wow.
That's wrong.
Okay.
We gotta fix that. We gotta
do your thing. Do your thing.
We gotta fix that because I don't want to be putting out bad information. So let me put out some good information here. Wait a minute. Thanks to Brother Rico Young. This is your new total right here.
Salute.
$200. You need $200, y'all. Shout out.
You pillow talk too much. You pillow talk
Bro,
too much.
Rico. Thank you.
It's a mad strippers in South America, but we appreciate it.
Woo, look at that number. 200 to go, and we there. We got this. We got this, fam. We got this, fam.
Thank you, Brother Rico. Thank you, Brother Rico.
You pillow talk. I won't rob a bank. You gonna tell it all.
Money well spent, Brother Rico, and you don't even have to send one of those strippers to college. Here, girl, this is for you and the books. Right? In the DR. Shout out to the DR, man. Shout out to the DR. And shout out to Brother John, man. I gotta check Brother John out, man. Make sure he's okay, man. We gotta check
Patrice, I got a problem with them damn odd digits. They make my head hurt.
I do. I know that. I don't like them either. Yeah, me too, bro. Bro, Rico, may I ask where you been? Have you been in the doghouse or something? We've been missing you, bro.
Yes.
Yeah. I was in the
He been in the champagne room.
Yes.
Like, were you in the doghouse or something?
No, I was on the island.
Okay, y'all. I don't know if y'all know, but newsflash: Nike just dropped Kanye now.
Ooh,
Nike. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You talking about Kyrie?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Kyrie. Yeah.
Oh yeah. They dropped him. But they making a mistake on that one because if once he apologized and everything, they'll
listen. I'm telling y'all, I promise y'all, we really need to get on code because I would not buy another Nike. I would not buy another Adidas. I would take my money. I would take my money out of JP Chase Morgan. Listen, if we realize, do you see how they are exercising their power against these two brothers? If we were on code as a Black community and culture and took all of our money and resources and stopped buying a goddamn product, do you know how powerful that would be if we would do that?
Yeah,
you're right. They would go bankrupt.
Give me a moment. New growth. Let me ask you a question.
God damn.
We were talking for a moment about my heroes of the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about my heroes, Paul Robeson, Nina Simone, James Baldwin, all these people of the past, right? And I can tell you all the shit that they do in addition to them throwing away their career. So I'm sitting there saying, like, okay, so here we go. Where is, and again, I don't know. Like, I'm not like, because I'm feeling what Sister Patrice is saying. I'm like, where was Kanye and Kyrie coming together? I'm not asking them to throw away their career, but something for us. Because when I say when we talk about fucking these people we talked about, Patrice, they was putting the shit on the line for black people. They wasn't just talking. They were like putting the shit on the line. Harry
But you got to keep in
Belafonte was
mind,
dealing with death threats. Okay,
you got to keep in mind they had a great, excellent network. They had
right, but I'm saying they wasn't protected. They wasn't well paid. Harry Belafonte was out there with Martin Luther King. They was threatening to shoot that nigga too.
Right.
But
my point is they had a network. Our community. Our community.
And a lot of stuff did happen to Harry Belafonte.
Right. So all I'm saying,
stuff did happen to him.
When I talked about that, like I said, him, Nina Simone, like the way they treated her, the way they treated Paul Robeson, the way they treated Paul. These were all these black giants of that era that was really willing to put it on the line. And when I look at cats today, I'm just like, okay, well, I'm gonna rock with you, but I don't see. And again, it's hard to compare the two, so I'm not trying to. I just guess I would like to see, because you always kicking my ass about the old heads, so I'm gonna fuck with the young heads. Okay. Who the fuck is your giant out there that's gonna just gonna jump on the bullet? Because I had a bunch of them.
But the thing about it is, you had a movement. You had the whole movement. They weren't standing out there by themselves. You had Martin Luther King. You had Medgar Evers. You had Stokely Carmichael.
But the movement started.
It was a movement of a unity, right? So now you got bro, hold on, let me finish. Like you said, Brother Clarence said, it was individualism. We started to come into an individualism state. So when everybody is divided, right? We had a soundtrack to the movement. We had Curtis Mayfield, we had James Brown saying. So it was easy for us to be together. It was easy for you to take a step when everybody else was taking steps with you, the whole community. But you had some sellouts too. You had like Sammy Davis, and they gave him the blues, right?
That's true.
So, but I'm saying, but now you have so many people that are willing to accept sellouts. We don't have the group. So when you see somebody doing the right thing or standing out, they look like they're standing all by themselves. Because we're not moving as a unit, right? Like y'all had something way better than we had, right?
Okay. So you give the old head some credit. I appreciate that, bro.
Of course. We wouldn't be here without y'all.
In the ass.
We wouldn't be here without y'all. I always give you credit.
But normally you be kicking us in the ass, but I appreciate it because you're right. When I look at it the way you explain that, we did have more unity because, like I said, because of in fairness, the thing was it was harder for black people to even have anything. So it wasn't that hard to give anything up because even when our greats, whether it was the Etta James, the Nina Simone, the James Baldwin, the Paul
Aretha Franklin too. Don't leave her out.
All the people who gave up so much, it wasn't hard because it was like we all had the white man foot on our neck. So we knew white supremacy. Nobody ever lost their eye to believe, oh, I'll get mine and fuck the rest of them. Because Aretha Franklin, every last one of these celebrities knew. And Harry Belafonte, I think he was from the islands.
Yeah.
I think he was from somewhere in the islands. But you know what he knew? When he got
Panama or something.
What he knew was
Bahamas, I think, or something.
He was speaking another language.
Sidney Poitier.
Also from the islands, the Caribbean. Yeah. But what they both knew was when they got their ass off the boat, nigga, you black.
Mm-hmm.
They knew that.
All right, y'all. Let me get Black Man Unfiltered and Monty into the conversation. Black Man, what's going on with you, man?
How y'all doing today, man? Good.
Good.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Black Man.
What's up? So listen, man, I just want to join in on the conversation just for a little bit if I can, with the whole Kanye situation. When Kanye first started, I never turned my back on Kanye. I remember we had the conversation a couple of weeks back when I came on your show, and we were talking about all the people dropping him and how the powerful people are taking him out and all this other stuff. I love Kanye to death, and I think in life, and I think in individualism, sometimes you're not going to always say the same thing. I'm not always going to say the right things. OG Patrice is not always going to say the right things, but some things we say is going to be right on point. I think
OG Patrice always says the right things.
No, I ain't always right, and I don't claim to be.
Right, and some of the things that Kanye is saying, he's walking around with his cell phone right now, walking up to cameras and saying, "Listen, you guys are talking about," because we call them the little hat people because you can't say it online. I don't want to mess up your channel. But the little hat people, he said, look at this phone right here. And all the people, these are all the companies that I've associated with. He said, everybody that's a little hat person is in red. And he turned his phone around, and his entire phone was red. He said, these are the people that own everything. Right? He said, these are the people that are in power, and we can't say nothing about them. It's just like YouTube right now. We can get on here right now and say, nigga, 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 you ain't nigga, Rico, you nigga, nigga, this, nigga, nigga. And but as soon as you say something about the little hat people, they cutting your page, they cutting your page off, they're showing you who is in control. So Kanye's not lying. But the most beautiful thing I saw this week is when the Honorable Louis Farrakhan sat up there in front of that camera and said, I got your back. I got your back. I don't care what they say. You, my brother, come sit down with me. Come get the protection from me. Because we understand. He said they can't call you. They can't call you anti-Semitic because they call me the same thing for saying something that was true as well. And I love Louis Farrakhan for that. I have so much respect for the man for standing in the gap for him. And with Kyrie, I mean, let's talk about it. What happens is this. You remember back in slavery, OG Patrice, I know you about to shout because you know me and you talked about this stuff before. Back in the day, they would take the biggest and strongest slave, the one that had the most power and influence, and they bring him out in front of everybody and beat him to death.
Yep.
The reason that they did that is because
butt break him too.
Yep, buck break him too. Yep, time up to
in front of his wife and children.
In front of his wife and kids, will tear him to pieces. In front of his wife and kids, sexually meant to destroy him sexually, physically, and mentally, in front of everybody to take his manhood, so everybody else would know. Don't play with me. Well, they're not doing it today, but they're doing it right now. They're doing
just
it
a different form, modern day. There you go.
Modern day buck breaking. Kanye West, this is what they said. That nigga got, this is what they said in the background. That nigga got too much money. He got too much power and he running his mouth. And people starting to listen. What we got to do is find a way to break him.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they
and
did
black
was,
man, do you see the receipts he dropping on some of the stuff, the texts and all, and emails and stuff coming from these people, what they're saying to him? Do you see the receipts that Kanye's dropping?
Exactly. And you know what else? It's just like back in the day with Martin Luther King. Oh, let's walk that walk. Martin Luther King was back in the day marching, and because I heard y'all just talking about Martin. Martin was marching. He was part of a movement. But my grandmother's 89 years old, guys. My grandmother told me this. My grandmother said Martin Luther King was a hated man by his own people. Yep. She said they didn't want to march with him. They didn't want to be in step with him. They said he was dangerous for the black community. He's gonna get their houses burned down. He was gonna get their children deleted.
He was stabbed by a black woman.
Right, it's stabbed by a black woman. You know what? And that's the thing. So my thing, even let me tell you something. It be your own people sometimes. It be your own people. Look at all these people against Kanye right now. Jay-Z turned his back, but Jay-Z went over there with the little hat people and made a deal in the NFL to get his money. But he turned on Kanye, right? All these other people that Kanye was close with and turned on him. Everybody turning on him. We don't want nothing to do with it because they protecting their own brand and their own money. But they agree with him. And all these other athletes, people I never thought I would even with Kyrie, LeBron James, I just don't understand. What, LeBron? Are you serious? But again, it goes back to it be your own people. Just like, let me tell you something, OG Patrice. I know this ain't sex, and I'm gonna leave it right here. I'm gonna stop right here after this. The other day, I pissed a whole panel of people off. Let me tell you why. They were talking about Martin Luther King, and I said he got stabbed by his own people. It don't stop there. When Martin passed away a few years later, his mom was playing the organ, and somebody walked up to her while she was playing and deleted her. Yeah. But then I said,
wait, Martin Luther King's mother?
Martin Luther King Jr.'s mother was on the organ at the church playing, and somebody assassinated her while she was playing. Google it.
Wow.
Are you serious? I never knew that.
Yes, ma'am. They deleted her. You know why? Because she said in honor of her son.
They look like us?
Absolutely.
Wow.
And guess what? Guess what else happened? Just when they did that, she said in honor of her son, she was going to run for a seat in the Senate. Right after she announced that, come on, somebody, she ended up dead on that organ. But it be it'd be your own people. But watch this. I got another one for you, and I'm done. The other day, I pissed a panel of people off when I said it be your own people. They said, how in history we've always stood together. No. When Margaret Sanger built all of those deletion clinics for babies.
Planned Parenthood.
Planned Parenthood in these black neighborhoods, only in less fortunate neighborhoods. She didn't do it herself. She built the plan and had the black people execute it. She had the black preachers, the ones that wouldn't march with Martin. They was down there. They didn't march with Martin. I mean, they didn't want to march with Martin, but they went down there. Hey, ma'am, you can do this. Hey, you know, Margaret has soldiers, but I'm gonna tell you the biggest soldier she had. And I'm done. And I'm done. W.E.B. Du Bois partnered with Margaret Sanger to have a birth control, a surgery to sterilize black women. And don't nobody want to talk about that though.
No, I didn't know that.
Oh yes,
honestly, I didn't know that. I gotta research that.
Oh,
wow.
Yes. W.E.B. Du Bois partnered with her for the Black Initiative to sterilize women from having children, black women from having babies.
Black man, I do think like, you know, the part with Martin Luther King, you know, acquiescing into the Christian Southern Leadership Conference and W.E. Du Bois with Margaret Sanger. I think initially they go in with good intentions for black people and they listen to a person of Caucasian persuasion tell them or try to show them how something can benefit the black community or black people. And I think when they acquiesce into it, then they realize that they really did more harm than good. Exactly. Then how can I make it up? Because I made a mistake. Because, you know, like we said with King, he realized that when he did the whole, you know, To America speech and you know, and talked about, you know, integrating his people into a burning house. He realized it was the worst thing he could ever do when he marched for integration, when he wanted, you know, his little black kids with little white kids and little yellow kids and little red kids. I think he realized that a part of that was like a big mistake for black people. And how could I make it right? I'm gonna give this big speech, my last speech, and I'm gonna say we coming for our check. And I'm gonna say I realized that the government lied to us. These politicians lied to me. They sold me out. I fell into it. I fall for the okie doke, which is what a lot of us are still doing right today. And then when they realize they made the mistake and they try to make the correction, then they end up getting deleted.
Yeah, because Martin said it. Martin said, I've lived long enough to see my dream turn into a nightmare.
Right. All right, y'all. Let me bring somebody else, some other people, because JT just came up, and let me get Monty in there. Monty, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, man. We looking for you, brother.
So I was just listening, and the conversation has evolved. I was trying to get on in the car. Rico, what's up, bro? Sister Patrice, Clarence, what's good? It's been a minute.
It has. How you doing, Monty?
Man, I'm still here doing the same thing. A little bit distraught. I would have joined the conversation a bit earlier, but I had to deal with some things. Some of the kids that I mentor got into a kerfuffle, right? And one of the kids is now on his way to the county. The other kid is playing victim at the hospital, right? So everything that you guys are talking about is real whenever you have your feet on the ground, right? Whenever you're thinking about and you're doing and trying to impact change on the people that are directly connected to you, the youth that we so say we're trying to stay connected to and teach them the same way. Well, are we anti-Semitic? When they will tell me that I represent 15% of the population, but 50% of the crime, and that's okay. But if I say you represent 2% of the population, Rico, it was that's the last time I heard you speaking on it. I represent 2% of the population, but I own all of the music industry that's disseminating this garbage that's got the kids that I got to go get out of jail, and the other one I got to get from the hospital. So then don't tell me I'm anti nothing. What I am is pro the kids I deal with. And all of this back and forth, and we fucking talk about, well, no, I disagree. Okay, well, then you disagree. What the fuck you doing with the kids on the ground?
And Monty, I just want to say that math that you given, the math ain't mathing, and we know why it's not mathing, because if we only 14 point whatever percent of the population, but over 50% of our black people, particularly black men, are in prison, we know that there's a narrative that is spent there, and that is the injustices with the criminal justice system against black men, right? So we know that our black men are getting harsher sentences for the same crimes as their white counterparts. So we know that the criminal justice system, the prison system, and prison reform is not working when it comes to our people. So that's why the numbers are skewed, and the math ain't mathing when it comes to us. It ain't never for the benefit of us.
I agree with that. So let me give you, man. I don't know your name, and I don't want to call you she, her. What's your name?
You know I'm OG Patrice.
Okay, Miss Patrice. I didn't know your picture.
And that's fine too.
Okay, so I graduated from Fulton County. Excuse me. I graduated from Fulton County High School in 1995. That's what the old folks used to say. I immediately went into college at something called University of West Georgia here, about an hour from where I live at now. After the first year where I was getting ready to fail and get flunked out of the school, someone told me the truth, and I then focused on what it was. He said, either you're going to do it or you're not. If you ain't, take your black ass to work. What he told me. So I then took my academics seriously. Upon finishing my core classes, and I made it into my major, a white lady told me that I never forget it, little bitty white lady, she's a little white woman. She say, as a black male, you are more likely to be pulled over. When you're pulled over, you are more likely to be given a ticket. When you're given a ticket, you're more likely to be taken to jail. When you're taken to jail, you're more likely to be charged with a harsher sentence. When charged with a harsher sentence, you are more likely to do a bigger proportion of that sentence than your white counterpart. Well, then she just gave me their playbook. And if I know that, that's not their fault. If I know that I'm coming into the game handicapped, and they have they got all the flags, they got all the whistles, so then it's no longer now for me to blame them. I have to equip myself to overcome said challenge. Yeah, I'm not your fucking victim, right? So you figure out a way to usurp what the fuck they got going on. Now, whenever you get to the spot where you are Rico and all of the people that's on this panel that have some level of success, this is when that narrative change. And you start saying, well, listen, I did all the things that you guys wanted me to do, and I'm still not here. Now that's a different conversation, right? But to go in as a victim, and I think that's what we're doing, is we're going in as victims rather than going in as victors.
Can I
and
ask you
then
this?
demanding our narrative. So when we get to a spot of Kyrie and Kanye, I fucking applaud them, because them is the ones that's going to change the narrative, in my opinion. I don't agree with everything Kanye say. I don't agree with everything Kyrie say. But I know he willing to be himself. If you're telling me that the people that's dictating this script are correct, these are motherfuckers that believe men can become pregnant. These motherfuckers that say Kyrie fucked up, they believe a man can be pregnant.
He preaching today. He preaching. Go ahead, boy.
Right? So miss me with that shit there. He just was willing to go on his own. Now, what's got them fucked up is he got enough money where if they cancel him, how the fuck can you cancel a motherfucker worth $200 million? So salute to you, bitch. But in the interim, I'm going. The man did not say he supported anything in the documentary. And Rico, the only I wanted to come on, make sure the documentary did not gain traction until they picked it up and started talking about it. When Kyrie tweeted it, nobody knew about it until the media picked it up and started calling them. And now everybody gonna go back and look at it. But had they not said shit, nobody would have knew nothing. No, the people that follow Kyrie, they follow his tweets when he doing something with a basketball. They're not listening to what last week the motherfucker said the earth was flat. So motherfuckers is not like Kyrie is a fucking intellect. That's not it. I really think they more at him because he didn't take that shot and they trying to motherfucking make an example out of him. Right, but I'm gonna get off. I just wanted to come on and say, bro, our mindset is more powerful than what we give it credit for, and to continuously give the op. That's what they call it.
And our dollars. And our dollars.
And our dollars. I think this new word that our youth have began to use is almost dangerous. I haven't convinced myself yet that it's dangerous, but I'm right there at thinking it's dangerous. And here's what I'm saying. They call everything the op. Right? And what I'm saying is a lot of times your op might be you. Because you won't put the time in to study and do the things that you need to do to overcome. You might be your op. Because you won't study even your enemy to beat him. You might be your op. Because he giving you all the film he need that's out there to beat him. The op, when you walk out the door, if you haven't studied and kept yourself approved so that you can overcome the op, then is the op the problem or are you?
Hey man, it's like I agree with what you're saying, man. And it's like we sit and we say, hey, well, you know, the kid. It's like, are we really doing all we can as parents, right? Are we pushing our kids more into athletics, or are we beating their ass up about spelling SAT words? Are we prepping them for that? See, a lot of us are still going down the same roads. Oh yeah, I want to be in the NFL, which is cool. But what are we doing? What are we doing to really prepare our kids for 90% of the fields that most of us gonna get in? It's like it's cool to say, hey man, I went out there and you know shot ball. Well, I took them shopping. How many brothers can say I sit down? Me and my son read a book. Me and my daughter went over learning geometry and know all the 50 states and the capitals. And so we're not preparing our kids. I can't look at the kids and say nothing. We got to start looking in the mirror.
Well, you know
we
what?
got to take it to another level.
You know what? If I can add to that real quick, because new growth, if when we preparing our kids, it's one white man that said something that made me think. Elon Musk said that kids today are wasting 8 hours of their lives every day doing something that they will never do as adults.
Right.
And I agree with him. When they go to school, they're learning math that they're only going to use if they're working at NASA. You're not going to use these things in life. And so he came up with a plan and said, listen, in school, how about you teach them the basics, how to read at an extreme rate. They need to learn how to read, how to know the basic math that they'll need when they get out in the world. He said, but they need to learn how to do coding, STEM research. They need to start learning in second, third grade, fourth grade. By the time they're 17, 18 years old, they'll be very successful people.
Wait. You said Elon Musk said that? Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. You said Elon Musk said that? Who been saying that for the past 2 years every Sunday?
You broke, Clarence. You broke, Clarence.
No, we've been saying that over here for the past 2 years. Third grade, that's when you try to get, especially black boys. We've been saying that.
No. But I'm saying,
whoa,
you know
whoa,
what? I want to give you your props. So yes, if you've been saying it, because I apologize if I didn't hear you say that. But if you're saying that, that's a great thing, a great walk. That's a great journey. However, we're talking about 8 hours. Think about it, Brother Clarence. 8 hours a day. Those kids sit at a desk like this. They got to learn at the same
And
rate.
I want to say this: why is it that black folk don't believe shit about other black folk until somebody white say it? Why do white people have to goddamn put the icing on the cake in order for us to listen to shit? Like when we gonna stop doing that bullshit? You understand what I'm saying?
You know, OG, I've been saying that. I've been saying school is a waste of time. School is a waste of time. I've been saying it. I've been saying school. These kids go to school. They sit in the. You go back and watch. I did a whole 2 hours on it, but a year, 6 months ago. They sit in these classrooms. Little black boys. They don't learn at the same rate. I have 3 sons. None of them learn on the same rate. They're active. They want to get up. They want to be hands on. And you try to make them sit there all day at a desk for 8 hours. They can't do it. They don't want. And then
other stuff going on in the classroom, Black Man Unfiltered. It's other stuff going on in the classroom.
Right.
They mature sexually earlier than a lot of other guys.
Exactly.
And so they want to express that with all the testosterone, even in the first and second and third grade, they want to express their manhood, and they get rebuffed. They get put down, and they get labeled as problem children.
Yep.
And so they turn their back on the classroom in the third grade.
Clarence, you got a new guest. We got a new guest.
Real quick.
We have a new
Clarence,
guest.
you got a new guest. You need.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Come on, brother JT.
Well, I was just listening to everybody, and one of the things I can say on the subject of this whole thing of Black anti-Semitism, do y'all think that it's a war right now that we have, more like a civil war in the United States?
Shit, it's close.
Mental, like a Cold War type situation.
I definitely think it's like a civil unrest.
Yeah.
I think that shit started. Go ahead, JT.
Is it between blacks and the Jewish?
No, I wouldn't say
that.
Why do you guys think that right now you have 2 celebrities that's being put up under the, I guess, the Kunta Kinte thing,
being whooped in front of the crowd? Yeah, that's what it is.
Because they are seen as underclass. So it's not a war yet because we're not fighting. In the certain people that in power, they understand that we are the slave and they are the master.
They don't look at us, our race, as the slave. This is the thing. They don't let nobody talk about them. It is less about us and more about them.
Right.
So when you say anything against their culture, their nation, what they do is what they call damage control. That's all it is. It's to keep damage away from their communities and their people. That's all it is. They don't want people, because understand, remember 20 years ago we used to say them and they, and people.
Somebody need to mute. Somebody need to mute.
Yeah, brother.
Excuse me. Yeah, somebody got to mute.
Yeah, mute him. Yes, Monty. Yeah, we got to mute him. He forgot to mute himself.
And people used to say, "Who's the them? Who's the they?" It's been revealed, y'all. We already know who the them and the they are. And when you call them out, they're gonna come and do damage control on you. And then they're gonna go about their business again. This is what it's about.
But can you imagine LeBron James tomorrow morning, OG Patrice, and Steph Curry and all these black football players, and if they just stood at a podium tomorrow and said, you know what? We ain't running another damn football or another basketball in the United States, period, until we get what the hell we want.
That part. And that's the part for me. That's the part for me where we don't exercise our power. When you got all of these black athletes and celebrities that are not standing with their brother.
Man.
Because listen, what percentage of black men are in the NBA? What percentage of black men are in the NFL?
75%, 80%.
So could they play football and basketball without them?
Nope.
You see what I'm saying? So now instead of saying, listen, I don't agree with everything my brothers are saying, but I definitely stand with them and don't want to cancel them. If they at
It should
least
be more
would
about
speak
us.
the hell up and say that.
Yeah, it should be more about us and less about them.
If wait a minute, hold, okay, right? So, like, think, right? This cancel culture thing is so problematic, right? So if you cancel Amazon, that's got what Kyrie retweeted, that's on Amazon. Everybody saying go get Amazon. Well, it's small black business owners that ship their product through Amazon. So you may be killing your damn self through trying to make this big. No, so just think.
So what's the solution?
Wait,
but Monty, I'm saying instead of coming after the brother that posted, just all he did was posted the link or something, right, to this thing. So now you got a whole distribution company. You got producers, writers, directors of this documentary. Where is all of this nefariousness towards them?
The venom that's going at Kyrie, the venom that's going at Kanye. Where is that same energy for the same people that have oppressed a multitude of people over the course of years? I agree, right? But what I'm also saying, I just heard out of this conversation, and this is just us. This is not the Kyrie and the people that's talking about. This is us, right? You say to me that the kids have an inability to learn because they can't sit still, because they can't this, because they can't what that you in some levels you have bought into whatever propaganda they done sold you.
Facts right there.
Right? So your black ass was able to sit the fuck down and listen. Right now, they can't read, they can't add, they can't.
But the shit we doing right now ain't worth doing. We in a technology world. This shit, that old shit we did in them old English books with the horse on the front, that shit is over with. Right now, these kids got supercomputers in their hand. They don't have to do the same shit we did. We evolved.
Well, then, sir, I would submit to you that therein lies the problem. Because the computer would do everything for you rather than you learning how to do shit for yourself.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying
sir,
to you is we got black kids out here building computers in their homes, but they can't build it at the school.
The computer needs to be in a home. They first need to learn how to build a home, sir.
Yeah, I agree, but but they learn from their parents. That's what I'm saying. We're leaving it out. If you got a mother and a father as the foundation of the home, and you got the kids in the house, what I'm saying to you is that kids today are more innovative than we were. And when you in your teens, when I was in my teens, that's two different generations sound like. And now we got other kids that are growing up now. They're growing up in a world that is excelling at an extreme rate. That's why in China,
hold on, Rico, I'm gonna get you in there right now.
That's why in China, you got an 8-year-old that can build a fucking Volkswagen in a garage, and over here we got kids that can't even boil fucking water.
Hold on. Let me get Rico in here real quick. You can respond to him. Let me get Rico in here real quick.
Just to simmer it down just a little bit. Okay, and I understand what you're saying, Monty, and I understand what you're saying, Black Man. What I'm getting at is like, okay, like my issue again, and I said it earlier, I wasn't wildly upset about Kyrie's statement. I just think it was just irresponsible. And when I talk about irresponsibility, it's like we need to be responsible for the shit we say. So we can say whatever we want. Okay, I can say them out. If Kyrie says the earth is flat, okay, motherfucker, explain to me why ain't nobody fell off. But he doesn't say that. He just says the earth is flat. So for 200 millions of years, people been walking around the earth, and you can't explain why no one, you believe it's flat, even though everybody else says it's round, it's a sphere. But you can't explain why no one fell off, and then we just should just go with that. So again, I'm not mad at him making that claim. I only speak about the responsibility about when we say things, because even you, black man, when you talk about like building a computer in the home, it's like I always tell people, be responsible about the language you say. Be responsible about if you want to throw out a, like, you know what? I got this weird ass idea, and I think that butterflies can swim underwater. Nigga didn't show me that butterflies can swim underwater. Don't tell me that shit's in your head. Because to say something that defies the logic or the facts or the science that exists, and then to sit back and say, I have no responsibility of it, is crazy. Because if that's the case, I can say, black man, go up to your roof, jump out the fucking window. I can prove to you that you can fly. And when your motherfucking ass hit the concrete and dead, like, oh, I don't know why he believed me, because I just thought that shit. That's irresponsibility. So what I'm sitting there saying is, when I talk to the whole conversation about the Kyrie and the Kanye, for me, it starts in the space of responsibility. That no, they have free speech to say whatever the fuck they want. You can say whatever the fuck you want. But you do have responsibility for what you say, and you can't just wash your hands of the shit and say that, well, I just said that ain't nobody tell fucking black men to listen to me. Yeah, motherfucker, but goddamn it, he listened to you. So
Rico.
Yeah,
Rico.
Yes, sir.
Rico. If you tell me a butterfly can goddamn swim,
I'm underwater.
I'm saying you a damn lie.
Okay.
If you tell me, so again, it's going. What my point is, it becomes in what you teach the child when he's young.
Right, but what I'm saying,
if you tell me as a man right now, based on everything that I learned from my grandmother, my grandfather, and my mother and my father, and you tell me that your black ass can jump off a building and fly, I'm gonna say, well, do it. I'm not gonna do it. You can fly, Monty. Shit, no, I can't. I know damn well I can't. Your words, you're not gonna influence me into jumping off no building because you said it. That's not your responsibility. It's my responsibility to think for myself. Because you said, hey man, you can do it.
But what I'm saying is this, Monty. Am I not responsible for what I say to you? Or in other words, I can tell you any crazy ass shit, knowing that, okay, maybe you're dealing with I don't know what you're dealing with. I don't care. But I think that I can influence your crazy ass. We live in a world where, let's face it, 2022, we talk about influencers. People are influencing people to do all kinds of stupid shit. And then they want to sit there and they want to do the throw the rock, hide the hand. Oh, well, I made this influence, but then I don't want to accept responsibility for what my influence has done. What I'm saying is, if I influence you to do something irresponsible, I should be able to walk away from the responsibility of that, is what you're saying?
That's America, Rico. Because you got McDonald's who feed us all this high fat food and walk away from the responsibility, right?
But it is a genuine question, because I say that if you sit there, this is my belief, my own personal belief. If you sit there and you influence people to do shit, and they do something that causes themselves harm, you have to, that's my belief, just me as an individual, you're partly responsible for the harm that they do to themselves. I'm not McDonald's. So I hear what you're saying, brother Negro. I'm not McDonald's. I'm not trying to be McDonald's. I'm sitting there saying, if I can talk black man into jumping off his fucking roof and he kill his goddamn self, I'm partly responsible. And I cannot walk away and say I had nothing to do with it. Because he listened to me. Whether he was dumb or not, it doesn't matter. I put the fucking idea in his head.
Okay,
and it
so
wasn't there before I put it.
Okay, let me ask you this. So these Jewish record companies like Leo Cohen and push this music out, where are we holding them accountable?
I didn't say we're holding them. I'm just saying they're responsible.
No, okay,
They're
you're right. But I'm saying, like, because I think you were using that metaphor for like Kyrie and what Kanye was saying.
Yes.
So where we having this same accountability
Drill rap,
for these
gangster rap, those motherfuckers.
No, I'm talking about the owners of these companies who are making billions.
That's what I'm talking about. The record companies.
So that's what. So I think we should
drill
hold
rap, gangster rap, and all that shit. They're when people say that they don't have any responsibility, I say utter bullshit. They do have responsibility. We absolve them of their responsibility. Well, that's what people want to hear. It doesn't fucking matter what people want to hear. They can control what they're willing to participate in. They're willing to do it. You know why they don't care? Because they want the fucking money.
So why can't we
That's
have
all
that?
They want the money. They don't give a fuck if the kids are black or killed. They want the money, and they don't give a fuck who dies. So
we have to stop selling ourselves out to the and that's a slave mentality and a conditioning that was forced upon a lot of the rappers when they were rapping conscious, good lyrics, good content of rap. Listen, I told y'all I've been in the industry for over 20 something. Listen, let me tell you something.
Come on, OG.
There was meetings that were being held when you had people like your public enemies. When you had even Tupac when he was rapping, when all of these conscious rappers were and they had meetings, and there were certain people in the meeting. I know the name of several of them that were in the meeting with these executives when they changed the narrative and say, this is the way we got to go. And if you want to keep this contract, and if you want to keep, you need to talk about this. And there was a degrading of our people, our community, our women, our culture, everything. And it was bought by our people. We sold ourselves out, guys, because we were poor. We wanted to buy mama a bigger house. We wanted to get out the ghetto. So we said, okay, listen, okay, I can't sing Brenda's Got a Baby no more. I can't sing Keep Your Head Up no more. I can't sing Fight the Power no more. I can't sing Unity no more. Now I gotta sing I'ma kill dead on the corner of the thing, and I'ma do it to the baby, you know, and all that. And we fell into it. So now we also have the power to change that narrative, because our people are now crying out saying this music is killing us, destroying our communities. It's a bunch of nefarious things that is happening. So now I'm not going to sign this no more, because I can be an independent artist. And if I get my people to just rock with me, see, that's again, it's a code that we need to live by when it comes to the Kyries and the Kanyes of the world. Listen, my money is no longer in JP Morgan Bank. I ain't fucking with Nike no more. I ain't fucking with Adidas no more. I'm not fucking with these people that is doing this to my people. And if we realize how much power we have in that, and really stuck by each other in that, even in the entertainment industry, we can get it back. But we have to stop. We have to stop selling ourselves out.
But I'm agreeing with everything you're saying, because, like you said,
please know it wasn't. Wait, but please know, I want y'all to be clear in knowing that this wasn't nothing that was planned by us. This was something that we bought into by them.
I don't disagree
by
with
them.
That.
They had meetings with these rappers and other executives who were having meetings telling them, you can't do this music no more.
Right.
Let's be clear.
Now, Rico, can I say something before you go, Rico?
Go ahead.
Now, I want to address some things that you said earlier. When Kyrie said the flat earth thing or whatever, you say, you know, anybody can influence anybody, believe anything. You know, in this world today, you know, we need to teach all the.
Wait a minute, I said what again? I said what again?
No, you said that you said that anybody can be influenced like a butterfly. If somebody says a butterfly can swim underwater.
I said that, but go ahead.
Okay.
I don't think I said that. No, I just wanted to know what you said. I said.
You said that's what I just said. You said a butterfly. You could, if someone can convince someone that a butterfly can swim underwater.
Yes.
Rico, you said that.
Go ahead. I was just using the metaphor.
God damn, Rico. Okay, but you said the metaphor, Rico. Yes, say it.
Yeah. I'm talking about the metaphor. What I'm saying is,
I just want to make sure you're quoting me correctly.
Absolutely, brother.
That's it.
So and so when he talk about the flat earth thing, we have to be conscious of the things that we don't know either when somebody says something. So when Kyrie said something about flat earth, you have to understand in 1893 there was a man named Orlando Ferguson that found, and I know my boy Negro probably know this. In 1893 there was a man named Orlando Ferguson was out digging and doing what he doing, you know, finding things. He found a map. In 1893 the map showed that the earth was flat. 1893, that man found it. Now let's move over to the science part of it. The science part of it, we talking about things can't happen. A butterfly can't swim underwater. You know, these scientists right now are playing God. I just saw a damn liger. They call it a liger, where they put the damn DNA from a tiger and a lion together. And they created a damn
Black man. They are playing God because most scientists don't believe in God.
Exactly. And so they got this big ass liger now. It bigger than a lion, bigger than a tiger, walking around, got standing damn near 7 feet off the damn ground.
That's not new. Go ahead.
I know. I understand. I understand it's not new. What I'm saying, it's gonna get to.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, it's gonna get to a point where that butterfly may be swimming under that goddamn water.
But he ain't today.
And then you gotta.
It's coming.
But it's not today. I had people tell me there's gonna be a time machine, but it ain't today.
But hold on. And about the men, I'm gonna say this and I'm done. Then you talk about somebody said something about shit. These the same people that want to make people believe that men can have babies. Give it 20, because me and
Monty said that, and that was on point.
Yeah, give it 15, 20 years, because right now, again, those same scientists that don't believe in God or anything are manipulating the DNA of men or babies while they're in the womb, and they're giving them all this bullshit to make these babies be able to have babies that would have been men.
Okay, but black man, can I say this? But everything that you explain is in the future. Okay, butterflies swimming underneath water, fucking men having babies, and that may all be true.
That shit crazy.
I can't say because I'm not living into the future. In the future, we may all have fucking wings and we can all fly. But realistically, right now, if you ask me, can man fucking fly without an airplane? I would tell you you're fucking crazy. Today.
Right.
Today. Now, maybe 50 years from now, we'll have fucking wings out of our back, and that might sound stupid.
Right.
But today, I'm going to say, realistically, that's crazy, and that's normal.
And I think that's
let me add one more. Let me add one more thing. Then, well, how do you explain? Let me add one more thing, because we're talking futuristic. Let's talk about today.
Right, because you brought up the future.
Yeah, the future. But I'm gonna back it up just a little bit, because the future is here in some instances. If you look at New Growth, you in Atlanta, you in Georgia, right?
Right.
Right now, if you and New Growth and I and Mr. Brother Clarence, all of us, JT went to Atlanta right now, we couldn't tell men from women, women from men. Watch this though. Right now, in the present moment, they have surgeries where they can shave down your Adam's apple. They can give you titties. They can make you look beautiful like a woman. They can take your penis and cut it off and flip it and put nerves in it and make you a whole vagina. This is right now. So imagine what a freak shit gonna go in 5 years and 10 years. They can do that right now, where a woman. You know what? I'm gonna say this. I swear to God, I'm done. The other day, I was listening to the Strawberry Letter, some on a radio show. A lady called in and said, me and my husband have been married for 5 years. My husband desperately wants to have children. She said, however, he's been going to the doctor, getting his sperm checked, getting his sperm count checked. We still can't have a baby. She said, but I have a secret. They asked her what the secret was. She said, I was born a man, but I have the full complete surgery. I have a vagina. I have everything that a woman has, but I cannot give him a child. The man told her on the radio, she said, what's your advice? The man said, you're going to need 3 things when you go tell that man this. You're going to need a hospital, you're going to need a doctor, a priest, and a police officer.
Wait, so this person was married to this man all this time and never told the husband that he used to be a man?
Never told
him.
Oh my God.
Never told him. Wasted that man's time. Deceit.
And you know what I did? I fooled everybody on my panel. I pulled a picture of the woman up, and I didn't say nothing. JT? Right here, I didn't say nothing.
You got to be fucking kidding me.
I was like, damn, she bad. Damn, she bad. I said, that's a man.
Oh my God.
I don't disagree with any of that. I believe that 1,000%, because that shit is all over America.
Hell yeah.
That shit's not even new to me. I'm just like, that's just okay. I get it. all I'm sitting there saying is I'm just trying to figure out what does the fact of that's reality today. Yes, in today, present society, it's kind of fucking hard to tell. And that's not in America, that's all over the world. I get it.
But we allowed that, Rico. We
allowed
allowed that. See, that's what I'm saying.
Jimmy,
That's why I think that's the problem.
allowed. I don't
Listen, hold on. Let me say
Go
this. Like our train of thought, like you said, I'm here now. I don't know what'll happen in the future. Like Brother Clarence was talking earlier, the Jewish people knew what's going to happen in the future. They were planning 50, 60, 100 years in advance. So when we take the mindset of I don't know, because people are planning, the same guy Elon Musk is wants a world where it's mostly computer generated. He wants to take Martin jobs where he just want to give people a paycheck. See, we can't visualize that world. Steve Jobs visualized the world where we could walk around with a computer in our hand. Right? So if we don't start thinking, not saying negatively, I hear what you're saying, Rico. I don't want to think about no bullshit either. But if we don't start putting this creative mindset in our kids that they can overcome and not still just giving them the same, we'll get a job, or we'll play by the rules. If we don't start infecting that, then we always gonna lose. Our training
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Give me a second. Give me a second, bro. Give me a second, right? Because what you just said, bro, that just I can't see your avatar, your name, right? But you just spoke to a lot of things, right? And I'm finna get off because I dedicate my time to my babies. Right. But this conversation was one I felt like I needed to just take part in. Brother Rico, Brother Clarence, Sister Patrice, hey, salute. Y'all know I fuck with y'all. Like,
hey, before you leave, Clarence, pull that picture up. Pull that picture up, Clarence.
But I'm saying these kids are what's up. And so we're sort of talking about, Rico, the present, your kids, and then the future, what your kids' future is going to be. Right. So when you minimize it, just like, yo, I can't think about what's going on. I'm talking about what's happening right now. But if you see the seeds that they plant, it's fucked up. And you're not saying, yo, bro, nah, can't do that one. Then maybe, just maybe, that's some constructive criticism that you need to receive to maybe rechange your lens and look at it in a different light. Just maybe. Not saying that I'm telling you, because I learned a lot from you, but there's a possibility for you to learn some shit from me too, big dog. As the man was just saying about Steve Jobs looking out into the future and seeing and envisioning what the world was. I learned that on a fucking farm as a 6-year-old boy. The man started tilling the grass, the land in March. We ain't gonna pick these fucking beans until August. But he had to have a vision when it was winter to be working the soil. As he tilled it and softened the soil up, it was motherfucking ready to receive what the fuck he was planting in the spring. And then when he watered it throughout the rest of the spring and into the summer, it nurtured it and it grew into a crop. He was a sharecropper. We didn't understand what the fuck he was doing, but he had a vision. What the fuck he doing? What the fuck he doing?
That, man.
What the fuck he doing? What the fuck he doing? Right? He was working the land, and he was teaching us that you catch the soil early and you tell it and you teach it what to do, and you fertilize the soil. You work is the key word, the soil. And according to the book, I don't know what you guys' religion is, but according to the book, whatsoever a man soweth, that's he was sowing, that shall he reap. And I watched this man feed his family for the duration of his life from the early work. I'm gonna get off, bro. But I'm saying you guys have a platform where y'all can disseminate powerful information to the masses of people. And if you take that lightly and just make it about politics and Kanye and Kyrie, them niggas got millions of dollars. Your black ass got to get up in the morning and go to work, or retire, and you got some children that's depending on your motherfucking money for because they ass won't go to work.
Well, you know what, Monte, I want to say this. Thank
That's
you.
that South Georgia, boy.
No, let's listen, Monte. Thank you, because I know you do that work with them kids. I do that work with them kids too, and we're gonna show the work that I'm doing, just like I know the work that you doing. Because I don't just talk about it; I fucking be about it, and I bring respect to the work that I do.
That's on fact. What? Just allow. Like, bro, you ain't gotta prove nothing to me.
No. It's not about
the work.
We showing. What I'm saying is, what we're gonna do is we're gonna show. I'm not showing it to you. I'm showing it to the sub. I want you to show it to the sub to let them know that look, black men don't just come to this space and we don't just talk. We also do. So I want to see some of your work, bro. I don't want you to prove it to me. I just want to see your work so I can say, hey, this is the work that Monty's doing. So that I'm trying to encourage other young black men or other black men my age to say, look, get out in the street in your little small segment. Because you know what? Here's the reality. Nobody can do it everything. So I don't fucking Kanye to do everything. I tell every black man, do your street. Just do your block. Just take care of the kids on your block. Fuck everybody else. And the next man, the next black man on the next black block, he take care of them kids. If we all did that, man, we would be huge. But we all get stuck into thinking we got to take care of everybody. I'm like, you ain't got to take care of everybody. Just take care of the black kids on your block. If you got like 6, 7 black kids on your block, that's all you got to take care of. Fuck everybody else. And if everybody do that, it grows. So I always try to show it, not to show off, but to just say, look, this is small what I did, and it didn't hurt me. So if you all would do something small too, and everybody did something small, we're doing something big. That's it.
I see your work.
No. That's small shit. But everybody got to do something small. That's how we get big. I'm not fucking over to take care of everybody. I can't take care of everybody. That's a little basketball team, and we got some little volleyball girls. This is the basketball team. That's my fat ass in the middle, and the coach is in the yellow shirt, and you see all these little black kids there.
Man, I should have seen in all my damn pictures.
Huh?
I should have seen in my damn pictures.
But we need to. What I'm saying is, if
Rico, take the basketball out.
You ain't the home team, man. The home. This is
don't take
the ball under his shirt.
Listen, what I'm saying is, if everybody sit there and do a slice, we do a great thing. So I'm not trying. I'm the fucker. That's just that one block, and that's all I can fuck with is this group. There's some girls too that we're gonna do volleyball. But that's it. It's like I can't do everybody. I don't have it like that. But I can do my slice. So I take my 8, 9, 10 pair of sneakers, some school supplies. I took backpacks and all that shit. Because these kids, like over there, it's not mandatory for them to go to school. But for the program, for them to play basketball or volleyball, they have to go to school. Then some of the ones say they don't have school. So okay, I'm about pencils, book bags, all this shit. So me and my wife do all this. So I'm saying is that you can do that shit here in America. Fuck everybody. Just do your street. Your block is 10, 12 houses. If you got struggling poor kids in that block, do them. Fuck everybody else. That commitment is small enough that we all, but what I think is that we all tend to forget. Sometimes I don't forget I was poor. Them pictures that you showed them kids. When I went to that coach, and that coach said, "Oh, I really appreciate it." I was like, "No, fuck that shit. I was one of these kids. I just was in America where my mother couldn't pay for me to go to the fucking program, and I had worn down shoes. So them kids was out there in fucking slides or whatever y'all call them, flip flops. Some of them was out there barefooted. It's like, no, bro, I wasn't barefooted, but I had cheap shoes. So I'm like, I went, and all the shoes I bought, I went to Walmart and fucking Target. But them fucking shoes, they thought that was the greatest thing in the world. That's all I'm saying. So again, Monty, do the work, keep doing the work. That's why I salute you, and I want you to share so that every time we come up here, we can show motherfuckers that we doing the same thing with you, black man. You come over, I need
Right.
your picture.
Bro.
We
So
need
You
to
done
show
finished
people you
cooking?
doing the work.
what I'm gonna have to do? What I'm gonna have to do better at, right? Is
My foot fucking hurts.
I'm a behind the
Again?
scenes dude.
Yes.
You just need to. They give you like a bubble thing to put on it.
No.
I don't take
They
pictures.
Mute yourself, Negro. Negro, mute yourself.
But only reason why I'm not saying that you did.
Sorry.
Wait,
Wait.
just hear me, right? I've never ever been anything I was doing because I'm a biblical dude. I'm a holy dude, right? And so I wasn't into when I say holy, I should rephrase that. I think if you're taking pictures and you're putting it to the public, then I think that you get your reward there. So I'm not a dude that take pictures and then say, hey, look what I done. I just do what I do and keep it quiet. Now on this platform, I can tell you, yeah, I believe this, I do that, I do this, I do that, right? And what you doing, man, I support it, bro. Like you tell me, and I cash up you, right? To keep doing. If you're doing something to help black babies, I'm finna be with it. I just don't post.
Wait. What you say, Monty?
I'm not a dude that give myself self recognition. So if I'm spending some time with some kids, I ain't gonna get like somebody to take a picture, say, look at me, right? And that's not to say, Rico, that's not to say that's what you were doing. I'm not saying that's what you were doing. I'm just saying,
Monty. I just want to make sure I heard you. You said that if we're doing something to help black kids, you help, right?
Right.
Funny you should bring that up. That's
some good shit, brother Clarence. That's some good shit, boy. Brother Clarence, that's some good shit.
Nice segue. Nice segue.
Good segue, boy.
Funny you should bring that up, brother. Guess what? I don't know if you know this, Monty, because you've been away for a while, man. I'm sorry. I hope everything's okay with you. But we are raising money to give some backpacks to some needy kids, man. And we can take a cash app or a pledge. Our cash goal is $3,100, my brother. And the cash raise so far is $2,900, thanks to the generous donations of lots of people, brother. Lots of people. So I just wanted to throw that out there. If I don't want to deprive you of the opportunity of giving to these little kids, man, out here. So just wanted to let you know that we got this fund drive going on. So please excuse me for interrupting you, brother. Please continue with what you were saying. Just want to let you know we do have that going on at this time.
Now, so since you so cleverly pulled that up, I could have just said, yo, bro, we trying to raise some kids. Like the whole little commercial unnecessary.
I gotta have showmanship, brother. You gotta have showmanship.
I feel it.
You know what I'm saying? You can't just be like,
whoa. But now when I flip it back, flip that same thing back and tell you I gotta now go get the older brother out of jail. When I flip that back, I want to see if you gonna have that same love for me. I can't run no commercial to you,
brother.
But I'm going to say the young brother that. But anyway, Clarence, Rico, what I was saying, bro, I just don't do the. That's just not my thing. It's the way my grandmother raised me. Was that you be blessed behind the scenes. Otherwise, if you get your blessing from a carnal space, then you have received your blessings. That's just me.
That's fair, Monty.
Right? So it's not a shot toward you.
No.
You doing what you do, right? But what I'm saying is I went to all these people's fucking classrooms, right? And I read all their fucking books, every one of them. And they fucked around and let me in on their secret. What they did not, they thought I was a nerd because I dressed like boys to men when I was in school. Them not knowing my father, no need for me to get into what my father was, but I looked the part. But I came home to home. So they fucked around and made a ligon. That's what you were talking about, black man. Where they took this tiger and this lion and a bread. They gave me, I knew all the secrets of the black world. And these motherfuckers introduced me to the white world. And it becomes uncomfortable for me because my brothers don't accept me. They always tell me, you think you smarter than everybody. No, I want you to be smart too. But it gets rejected because I know how to be you, and I've been you. Have you ever been me? Just a question. Bro Rico, I appreciate you and everything that you do. I see the cash app. Whenever it ding, please make sure you say, Brother Monty sent that. Because you put me on the spot and you didn't even have to do that. You could have just emailed me and been like, yo, bro, we trying to get these kids. I ain't been on with y'all in a minute.
I ain't put you on the spot, did I?
Then all you had to do was email me. I emailed you a bunch of times.
He was joking. He was joking, brother. It was all in fun.
And I'm done.
Oh, okay.
All you had to do was just be like, bro, we're trying to do something for the kids.
Oh,
and
I'm
I would
sorry,
have been
brother.
like, bro,
I didn't know.
you know
What? I thought this was the Brother Clan show. I didn't know it was the Monty show. I didn't know I had to go to you to find out how I got to ask people stuff. I'm sorry, brother. Next time I will. I will just hit you the way you want me to hit you. I didn't know I could do stuff the way I want to do it on my program.
Right.
I guess we like the white boys. The white boys tell us what we got to do, and they tell us how we got to move. And so we got to move like they say we got to move. So I guess I got to move like how you say I got to move. Or I can be my own man and say, brother, in a lighthearted way, hey, brother, we doing this, we doing that. If you want to participate, we still love you, even if you ain't ready to or you can't do it right now. That's fine. We still love you, brother.
That feel like a fence, but I'm still going to send. I'm still going to send the money, bro. I ain't saying you have to ask me. I ain't saying that.
You still gonna take it, brother. Watch.
Monty, we love you, Monty. Monty, you know we love you no matter what.
Of course, man. You always welcome here, brother.
I ain't saying that. I ain't saying you had to ask me how to run your show, bro.
Monty, can I ask you a question? Monty, can I ask you a question? Can you promise to keep us in touch with that young man? Because I don't want you to think that what you was telling me about that young man that, hopefully he's not in much trouble. Let us know, because whatever I can do to help out, reach out to me. Because brother, again, like I said, I don't put pictures for flash or show, because again, like the same way I'm trying to help brother Clarence with the backpack, I'm always trying to. So when I push forward, I'm like reaching out to my network to try to get people to sit there and contribute to both. So I try to get people to contribute over here. I try to get people to contribute over there. So that's the only reason why I do the whole visual. So people don't think, oh, I'm taking their money, because you know how our people think. They think we put it in our pocket. If I get some money from you, you think I'm spending it. So that's the only reason why I show the shit. I show
they already
the shit
got
like
backpacks.
Hey, but listen,
listen,
real talk, man. Hold on. Let me say something,
That's
Rico.
what I'm saying.
I think we,
already started.
Let me say this. Other than that, I would never show nothing. But the
Clarence, Muhammad.
is because I don't want
Yes,
nobody thinking I'm taking no. Because I'm like, I don't need none of you motherfuckers' money. But
listen.
Money and putting it in my
listen, black people, listen. I think none of us up here, me personally, I don't look at anybody on this panel and feel that type of way towards, right? If something happens in the future, so be it. But we don't need to debate that. We good people. We debating things and feelings and all that. So we just good people.
Y'all be good.
I got time for that.
I got you.
I was just explaining why I did the picture. That's it.
I got you.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. Wait. This total is not right here. This total is not right. Hold on. You see this total right here? This total is not right. I gotta fix that. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I gotta fix this because I can't be running around here having this total.
Brother JT need a turn. Brother JT been sitting there quiet and patient. I know he be like, y'all niggas need to shut up.
All right, we're gonna get closing remarks, but shout out to Brother Monty and his Very generous donation.
Shout out, Monty.
Very generous donation, man. Very generous donation from Brother Monty. I appreciate you, brother, so much, man.
Thank you, Monty. We appreciate
Right.
it.
Thank you, Monty.
Appreciate your
May God
donation.
give it back to you
and
$1,000 times,
Monty,
man.
please.
Y'all be blessed, bro.
No,
All right, big brother.
Monty,
I could feel where the energy changed, bro. And I was not trying to run your channel at
Oh,
all.
no, man. You
But
know
I
I'm just
could
messing with
feel
you,
the
brother.
energy change, right?
Okay,
And
Monty,
so
do me a favor.
help the kids, and I get with y'all. And I'm
You're
not
good, man.
mad.
Thank
Everybody be blessed. I'm not mad.
Monty,
You too, man.
Monty,
Thank you,
do me a
brother.
favor.
Appreciate
Can
you.
you please tap in on the young man in the situation and just let us know what we can do to help him?
That's what's up, man.
Because I'm all about the kids on the ground, and I know you doing it, but whatever I can do to help you, to assist you, counsel, financial, whatever, let me know.
That's what's happening. Appreciate it, bro.
Appreciate
it's
you, brother.
always about
Thank you
the
so
baby.
much, Monty.
Take care, Monty.
Sir.
All right, y'all. We got to start wrapping this thing up.
That
Good
brother
conversation.
JT, brother JT been patient.
Okay, man. I'm gonna let him talk, man.
I'm just pointing it out.
No, I'm gonna let him talk. Okay,
With your
JT.
long-winded ass. Go ahead.
JT. But this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna start with JT. We're gonna start with JT because we gotta wrap this thing up, man. 5 hours and 43 minutes. Come on, man. We gotta get out of here. I don't want your wife fussing at me. Rico.
She already said she gonna
You
whoop
hanging
your
there
ass
long
when she
enough,
see you.
Monica.
Oh my God.
She already said she gonna whoop your ass soon as she see you.
Riku.
She say,
Hey.
look, Clarence. She be like,
I'm gonna roll back the tape, Clarence.
Talk to Clarence. I'm gonna kick his head.
That seemed like a shot, Clarence. You know I'm a call.
Shout out to Mama Rico. Shout out to Mama
Von
Rico.
Eric.
All
You
right,
sound like
y'all.
you was
Let's start wrapping up. Let's start with JT. JT, are you still in the building?
I am.
Okay, come on, brother. Let's give it some closing remarks, questions, comments, whatever.
Oh, most definitely. I heard earlier OG that when Black Man was talking about what was it? Martin Luther King's mother. We had spoke about this on my platform and on his platform, and I'm kind of amazed that so many people don't know anything about her.
Exactly.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, I really didn't. I did not know that.
Yeah, she didn't die until 1974. She ran for Congress also.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And the craziest thing was it was a man called Marcus Chennault.
Black man,
college student.
They got him to do it.
Yep. And he tried to use
Wow.
Yeah. So, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Wow.
But when we talking about this whole thing, what we're going through right now, this is a time for us to actually be quiet and observe. Because what's coming down this pipeline right now, nobody knows what's about to happen. We see a little bit of it, but we ain't gonna have to argue about who they are anymore and who we are, because they about to force us to be what we were destined to be, and that's together. All of these things that we've been dealing with music and entertainment, none of that shit's gonna be the same anymore. None of it. We got to get back to who we are with each other. What we seeing right now is just the reality of what has been coming down the pipeline. So we do have to do things on a local. We do have to do things when it comes down to regional, all the way up until world. As small as something as having a family and nurturing that family. When we say it starts with the kids, I 100% agree with it, but it starts with us nurturing those kids and giving them direction. And when they get out of line, giving them correction. We just got to be on the same, we got to still be on the same page with that. All these other things that's happening, Kyrie and Kanye and a lot of these celebrities, that's so far away from us. We got to stop looking at these celebrities as if they're the ones that we should be taking after. No, They call them stars for a reason, because don't nobody know what they are. They're coming from a whole different standpoint. The power that they have to deal with, don't none of us want to have to deal with that right now, because we are ill prepared for that type of backlash right now. We got to start coming back together. And it does start with the kids. And I'm going to end it just with that, y'all.
Well, JT,
thank y'all for having me on the show.
JT, thank you. But I just learned something else too regarding the King family. Back in the day when no school of the performing arts would accept the King children, Julia Roberts' parents allowed the King children to go to the performing arts, their performing arts school. Their mother had a performing arts school back in Atlanta. And in terms of that, and this was before Julia Roberts was born.
Yeah,
and in turn for that, the King family paid for the birth of Julia Roberts. Did you guys know that?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
sir.
so I'm learning. Listen, I'm telling you, we learning some stuff up here today, y'all. Really, I didn't know that. Yeah. Paid for her birth, the hospital bill when she was born. The King family.
Wow. Didn't know that. All right, brother. Brother JT, we're gonna pull you down, man. Thank you for showing up. Appreciate you, brother. Okay. Let's go on to Black Man Unfiltered, man. I don't know why you ended up getting blocked, man, for some reason. I had to unblock you. I don't know what had happened with that. But anyway, whatever.
For good reason, I'm sure. For good reason.
Probably.
I'm just fucking with
All
you.
right.
I know, Rico, man. Love you, brother. So listen.
I'm always talking shit.
Yeah, you know we always are, man. Come on, it's much love, man. See, so I want to say in closing that before we speak about everything, we should try to learn a lot about a lot that's going on. A lot of people didn't know about the Martin Luther King's mom. Wanted to make a change in this world, and she got taken out because of that. And you can tell that someone was put up to do it because the guy that did it was a college student, and he was well on his way to being a very successful Black man. So while out of the blue, out of one day of your Sunday, you walk into a church and see Martin Luther King's mom on a piano during service, and you walk right up to her and just take her out in front of everybody. And so yeah, he was put to do that. But I think we should learn a lot. I think we should evolve. I think evolution is what's sticking the Black community. I think that we're still stuck in decades of old instead of trying to connect with what's going on now. And I think that's one of the reasons why we cannot connect with the children of today. We're telling the kids today to read a thesaurus, and these kids are on their cell phones. And so I think there's no way that we can connect with them if we can't walk with them and see where they are. It has to be some type of compromise between the two. But again, man, great show. I enjoyed giving my perspective. And shout out to you, man. OG Patrice, much love to you. New Growth, you always know I love you. Rico, all right, hush your mouth. Brother Clarence.
All right, Black man, same to you, bro.
Brother Clarence,
bro.
much love to you, man. Keep up the good work, man, and what you do as well.
Hey, appreciate you, man. Thank you. You too, man. Appreciate you, man. I'm gonna pull you down, brother. Appreciate you. All right, man. That was Black Man Unfiltered, man. All right. Let's see.
New growth.
Shout out to Brother Bolo, man. Shout out to Brother Bolo. We're not going to mention the unfortunate events of yesterday. We're just gonna move forward. We got where Bolo put a bastard beat down on me. All right, let's go with New Growth.
Yeah,
and Patrice and Enrico.
Hey man, great show today, man.
Thank you, brother.
Man, Clarence, you was cooking today, bro. I'm telling you, I gotta keep Minister Farrakhan on the hotline when you get out of line. Get influenced too much by Rico. Yeah, he told you to get it together. But man, everybody, I love Rico today, man. I miss seeing you, man. Glad to have you back. You seem like you came back a little more relaxed, a little more wiser, right? So I appreciate that.
Before, huh?
Right. So then next time when you get off track, I'm gonna send you a ticket to go back. But OG Patrice, as always, man. I just marvel like at you, and I'm still with the little boys trying to catch up. So it's
Thank you,
all good
sir.
with y'all, man. And
I love it.
I agree with Black Men Unfiltered to a certain degree because we need to evolve with the children. You know, it's a lot of things out there, but let's not forget the basics because we're looking at it from a certain perspective, but at the same time, we got to look at the competition. I always look at it as like this life is a competition. So the Asian kids out there reading books, right? They doing this and they making the computers and they doing this, right? Let's see if we can put that much energy that we give on the football field and on the basketball courts and in all of these other arenas into the classroom, into the STEM. Because at the same time, like he said, half of these kids who doing such and such schoolwork are not gonna do that. Most of these kids who doing all this football and all this stuff 8 days a week, all week long, and they're not gonna be in the NFL and the NBA. So let's push our children.
97% of them, yeah.
Right, to be wives, husbands, and fathers. Those are the basics. I think everything else will fall into place. On that note, peace and black love.
Yeah, peace to you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Peace,
That's
new growth. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
All right, Patrice, and then Rico, and then we out of here. And then
Yes, sir. Great show. Awesome show. Yeah, everybody cooked today. Everybody came up here and spit some really good knowledge. I was glad to be a part of it. Y'all know I always been a person that say we need to constantly learn, research, and grow, right? It's so much about our own selves, about our own culture, community, ancestors that we don't know. And it's lessons and that's being learned and things that are being taught right today that's bringing certain things back to the forefront. We talked about metaphorically in a form of modern day lynching mentality that's being used on these two brothers, right? That we're talking about. Do we agree with everything they said? No. Do they say some crazy, nefarious thing? Yes. And I believe in our culture. Yes. Check our people. You know, correct our people, teach our people, grow our people. Yes, I believe in that when they are saying things that are wrong or not correct or whatever. But when it comes to the same constitutional rights that every other race exercise on us and don't get canceled and don't get lose bags, they actually gain bag. Hence Joe Rogan, who said some very nefarious things about our people and end up with $100 million contracts, podcasts, and deals. I want us to pay attention to the what's being done here and the difference. The difference. And the only power right now that we have is our voting rights power, our power to take our dollars and spend them where they are appreciated. And right now, you got companies out here that are not appreciating our brothers. I just wish for once, since the civil rights movement, when majority of the black people was on one accord, get on that same accord behind these brothers. If we just really realize how much power we have, when we can spend billions of dollars in the hair industry and in other industries that come on, we got to wake up and realize that it is something going on here, and we got to see past the grain. Yeah, I was on my social media and somebody posted, "What is my what are my takes on the whole Kyrie?" And I said, I do not believe in uh 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 what do you call it when you it's like silencing them oh God, I can't think of the name. I do not believe in silencing people. You know, he has a right to his First Amendment. There's consequences when you say things, yes, but I don't believe in canceling him. So therefore, I stand with my brother. The first thing that person came back and said to me was, "You anti-Semitic." You see what I'm saying? So pay attention to what is going on here. Just because I said he has a right to exercise his First Amendment right, I'm not going to silence him. I'm not going to cancel my brother. I still stand behind my brother I was told that I was anti-Semitic on social media. And I said, I can never be that, baby, because I know where I come from. I know who my true people are. I know I can never be self-hating and incriminating of self. Not me, because I know where I come from. So that don't work on me. But see, that's when certain people try to push that narrative on people, and that's the narrative that these people are pushing, that they want all of our people to buy into, that these two brothers are anti-Semitic. I just don't buy that. Did they say some shit that was crazy and wrong and unfair? Yes. Check their ass on that. Definitely. But anti-Semitic, when you just broke down what the meaning of that is, I want you to pay attention to the difference of when we say something and when they say something about us, and when it's something being said about them. And when we do realize we need to start exercising the power that we do have. We don't own banks, financial institutions, insurance companies, the medical industry, and all these different things that are ran by government or either these said people. We don't own none of that and have that power, but we do have power in our dollar and where we choose to spend our money, who we choose to bank with, who we choose to buy from. We need to exercise that, show some kind of on code unity for a change. And we could do that if we put our minds to it. Thank you, and I digress.
All right, sis, pull you down real quick.
Beautiful as always, Sister OG. Excellent as always.
As always.
As always.
All right, brother. It's on you.
I hate fucking following her.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I gotta follow all of y'all, man. I gotta follow all of y'all.
It sucks. It's like following the headliner, right? You know, like, fuck, why'd you make me follow her? I fucking hate that shit. No, I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna try to be brief. Salute out to the chat, the channel, the stream. The stream was solid. It was a difficult conversation. Just some of these conversations are not easy to have. I don't know why you come up with this shit.
We gotta talk about it, man.
Yeah, but they're not easy to talk about. They're not easy to talk about, you know, because we all have different points of views and different perspectives and things and different experiences. You out there in LA, I'm on the East Coast. Patrice is Arizona, so on and so forth. So it's difficult. We're all in different fields, different structures, and things like that. And we're slightly different age ranges, so we know this and whatever. But I think the conversation was had with the level of dignity and respect that it should have been had with throughout. I don't feel like we were too judgmental or too harsh on anybody, to include the two celebrities we talked about, in particular, Kanye or Kyrie. We spoke about them. They said what they said. They did what they did, and we knew what was going to be what was going to be. But I do want to say that I can appreciate all the perspectives and all the belief structure that everybody brought. I want to thank you, Patrice, Black Man Unfiltered, JT, who educated me on Brother Martin Luther King's mother, because I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I make it my business to be as well-rounded of a Black man as I possibly can be. I try not to make myself an expert on anything. I try to know a little bit about everything. And I didn't know anything about Martin Luther King's mother. I knew about his father, the statement that his father made about a father should never have to bury his son, and so on and so forth. So I knew about all that. But I didn't know anything about his mother running for office, and the problem that she had. So I want to say that first and foremost, publicly, I appreciate and I thank Black Man Unfiltered and JT for educating me and making me more knowledgeable and wiser with that, because that's an additional bit of information and reference point that I want to take into any conversation that I have moving forward. Again, like I said, I try to make sure I'm knowledgeable about as much as I can, but no one person can know everything. We had the conversation earlier about the party switching and so on and so forth. This, that, whatever, and those are the spaces I try to lean into. But again, this conversation was good. I think it was discussed properly. It was discussed well. Did we get any solutions? No. I love the fact that, like I said, me and Patrice was able to sit there and give a little bit of history lesson on what our histories, our heroes were back in the 60s, the Nina Simone, the Paul Robeson, the James Baldwin, the Harry Belafonte, and so on and so on and so forth, and what they gave up. Because, see, again, this situation with Kyrie and Kanye, the only thing I'm going to tell you guys in 2022, this ain't the first time this shit happened. It won't be the last time this shit happens. This is what it's like when you decide that you're going to be a martyr. So the only thing I would tell, if we were to look up the term martyr, it would be one who put themselves on the cross or slayed themselves for a cause that they so much believed in. And when we look at our martyrs, we ask ourselves, did they believe in that cause? That's the questionableness about 2022 that we didn't quite have about the Paul Robeson, the Nina Simones, the what was he? Strange Fruit, the singer.
Billie Holiday.
Because we knew when they said what they believed in the shit. And one time why we knew they believed in it, because all of them had dealt with racism, discrimination, being beat. Some of them dealt with sexual violence, whether it was the Etta James, the Billie Holiday, and so on and so forth. So we knew that they believed in that shit. So when they spoke out, they wasn't just fucking talking out of their mouth. They were speaking through their traumas, their trials, and their tribulations. James Baldwin, a black man in the 60s that was also LGBT. He was dealing with who wrote, Go Tell It on the Mountain, and so many other of the books that your mothers and your grandmother, the most prolific black stories about black people, which came out of this person who lived that life experience in that time, who was born during the 20s and 30s. This is what these people gave up of themselves. So all I'm saying is, my heroes who gave of themselves like you think your heroes did, it was different. And I'm just sitting there saying, it's like, I love it. I love what we talked about. I love the way we discussed it. I love what we went through. All I can say is salute to each and every one of you. I hope you all gained something out of it like I did. I love you all. Bro C, New Growth, Sister
Glad
O.
to have you back, brother. Glad to have you back.
Priest and the rest. God bless and good night.
All right, brother. Shout out to Brother Rico. I'm gonna pull you down, brother. Pull you down. All right, that was Rico, man. Holy smokes. How'd you like to come in from a vacation and just hit a home run, right? Hit a home run. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. All right, y'all. That was Rico. That was everybody up on the stage. Everybody did a great job, man. Shout out to everybody who gave to the backpacks. Ani, Rico. Everybody gave to the backpacks today, man. Shout out to everybody. We just inching our way there, y'all. We inching our way. We almost there. We almost there. We're right around the corner from making those phone calls, y'all. Shout out to everybody. Thank you. Hope y'all got something out of today, man. 6 hours. Hope y'all got something out of it today, because it's an investment in time for all of us, and especially those of us that start from the beginning, man. It's an investment in time, man. We, what I mean? Like Brother C, you see me throw on my avatar. Man, I got to run to the bathroom. I got to go check the building, make sure there ain't no people wandering around up in here. I got to do a lot of different stuff, all right? But man, shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for putting up with us, man. Hope y'all learned something. But one of the main things I want to go over again is the Semite situation, man. You as a black person are a Semite by definition. Now, they have their own connotation where pretty much the Jewish community has taken the word and made it mean only to be as a derogatory term towards Jews in particular, and that's just not the reality of the definition of the word. The definition of the word has three people in it. Semites are people of that area that spoke those Semite languages. We know there was black people all over that area. They spoke all them different languages. And then it specifically adds the Jews and the Arabs. Okay? So if you ain't a Jew and you ain't an Arab, who else is over there? Who else is over in Africa right now? Who else is over in the Middle East? If you ain't a Jew and you ain't an Arab. Okay? So come on, y'all. Come on. We gotta do some homework. But now, do some of our people say disparaging things about Jews? Of course they do. Do some Jews say disparaging things about us? Of course they do. That probably won't never change. But what can change is people taking a broad stick and saying, well, because you ain't willing to burn this person at the stake, you also are anti-Semite. No. Maybe they made a mistake. Maybe they said something out of place or at the wrong time. But I'm not going to burn them at the stake, because you wouldn't burn another Jewish person at the stake, right? Jewish person say something crazy. You never hear. Well, there's a reason why you never hear about Jewish people saying something crazy. Why? Because a Jewish person is never going to jump on another Jewish person in public saying something crazy. They got to do something just so outlandish that they can't hold it back. Remember, K Solo, I can't hold it back, right? They got to do something so outlandish, man, that they just can't hold it back. They can't. But if they do anything, but it will never be something that was said. You're never going to just go in on somebody just because something they said. Never. Because Jewish people don't say stuff. Are you kidding? They're just like everybody else. Some of them gonna say stuff out of time, out of pocket, just like any other group of people. So we don't want to throw. And if they have an issue with something that's being said, like they do with everybody else, they make everybody else sit down and talk about it, but they don't want to talk about this little Hebrew issue, right? Well, most of the time I find they just want to tell you, hey, they just tell you what the issue is, instead of saying, well, let's sit down and talk about it. You bring your evidence and I'll bring my evidence. That never happens, right? I think the last time I saw something like that, man, Dr. Khaled burnt this dude. He burnt this scholar up so bad. I mean, that was the last time I saw something like that happen, man. I mean, man, Dr. Khaled just blew this dude out of the water, man. And he wasn't like pushing violence on the dude, but he was just saying, you're wrong, right? Anyway, shout out to everybody that hung around, man. So this is what we're gonna do, y'all. We probably gonna meet back here on Tuesday. Tuesday I might have something I have to do, so we might have to push it to Thursday. We might have to push it to Thursday. I got something I got to do with one of my sons, and so. But if I can get that done early enough, we'll be here on Tuesday. But if not, we might have to push it back to Thursday. Good conversation, everybody. Appreciate all of y'all, man. We're gonna do the rundown as usual. Shout out to Marcus. Yeah, we're gonna do the rundown as usual. So let me go find something real quick here. I was gonna give y'all a little bonus round, but man, after Bolo yesterday and then that conversation today, I'm done. But shout out to Sister Annie, man. Appreciate that the little message you sent me. I appreciate that. That was very thoughtful. Appreciate you, sis. But I meant what I said. Man, what I said, man. We're gonna have to work together on this little situation he was talking about. All right. Let's see. All right. The chat, or like one of the guys that came in the chat said the Chizat is where it is at. The Chizat. The Chizat. We gotta go with the chat, y'all. The chat is where it's at. The chat's where it's at. Shout out to the chat. No bots today, no bots. Shout out to everybody, no bots today, man. But appreciate everybody, man. The chat. Even Von Bryan came through, man. Von Bryan, coughing and sneezing all over everything over at the house, man. Still hung in there, man. Shout out to you, Von. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to you. We sure appreciate you, man. The hardest working mod out there, man. With who is not getting paid. Sometimes they come at him like he is getting paid, man. Shout out to Von Bryan, man. We gotta try to figure something out, man, for you, man. We'll try to figure something out for you, man. At least so you can get recuperated for your time, man. Appreciate you, man. All right, the chat is where it's at, man. The chat came through. Everybody in the chat did a great job, man. You guys did a great job, man. It's very strong performance. Very strong performance. Very strong performance. Very, very solid. Everybody in the chat. Jill's Chocolate Boutique, man. I know we was all looking for Jill, but Jill said she was, out and about, man. She didn't get good internet. So, and I understand, man. Some of you guys, not some of you guys, all of you guys got some kind of family somewhere, right? And so man, you want to spend time with your family. I understand. That's why I try not to run these streams in the 6 hours and all, because I know you got other stuff to do, and I appreciate you. But and you're gonna pop in and pop out. But I'm trying to shut them down a little, get them a little, about half that, maybe 3 hours. We'll cut it down to 3 hours, especially next week. I definitely can't do it next week. Why? Because Patrice will be on next week. We can't run into 6 hours with Patrice on, man. We got to run because as soon as we wrap up here, we got to run over there. So, but shout out to everybody who made it on the panel today. Like I said, strong performance, very, very solid performance from the chat. Chat's where it's at. Everybody showed up and showed out, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Okay, let's do the rundown real quick. Let's see. What do y'all think about Brother Rico? What do y'all think about Brother Rico, man? First time back in the cockpit, man. Picked up right where he left off, man. Shout out to Brother Rico, man. Very strong performance. Very, very solid. Very, very solid. Rico is all about them kids, man. Rico's all about them kids, man. Shout out to Brother Rico. What else? Who? Oh, man. What about Monty? What about Monty? Monty came out of nowhere, man. I haven't seen Monty in about maybe 3 months. Monty comes out of nowhere, man. And on top of coming in and making great conversation, the brother drops a very generous donation on the backpack fund. Shout out to him. Shout out to Monty, man. Shout out to Monty. Shout out to Monty, man. I hope all of us learned something from everybody, man. Everybody brought something to the table, man. That's how a cookout's supposed to be, man. Everybody brings something to the table, man. Shout out to Monty. Very strong performance. Very strong. Very solid. Even when I was kidding him about my show. You know me, y'all. I ain't got no sense, man. If y'all push me, me and Anderson the Great, man. We Tauruses, man. We ain't got no sense, man. If you push us a little bit, man, we gonna run around and kick around like the bull in the China cabinet, man. We just that's why your little brother works so hard to remain calm, man. Because I know, man, if I let loose, man, I'm yikes, right? So but shout out to Monty, man. He was a good sport about it, man. Shout out to him. Plus, he donated for some serious cash on the backpack fund. Shout out to him. Very solid performance from Monty. Very solid, very strong performance. Let's move on to Black Man Unfiltered. Yeah, Black Man Unfiltered came through, man. Somebody had blocked Black Man Unfiltered. I don't know what happened. But you know, y'all know y'all got a free hand to block whoever. If they come to me and ask me to be unblocked, I'll unblock them. But I don't know what happened. I don't know why him and Daryl Long got blocked. I don't know what happened. But you know, don't y'all worry. Go ahead and if you think somebody moving kind of crazy sideways, go ahead and block them. Go ahead and block them. So it's not no big deal to me. Not at all. Not at all. But shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, man. He dropped that on us about Dr. King's mother, man. Shout out to him for that, man. See, we can share information without you know, insulting each other in a crazy way and all that stuff. You know, man, we poke fun at each other a little bit, man, but we don't have to be all on top of each other, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it was you, Vaughn. No. I think it was an accident. I've accidentally banished some people on an accident, man. So, and they came to me and said, "Hey," look, and I was the one that did it. So sometimes it might have been me on accident. I don't know, man. I don't try to do that stuff, but I don't know how I could accidentally do it, but I've done it before. So, but anyway, we'll see. I mean, you know, they're back now, so we'll let it ride. What about Black Man? I'm gonna give him a strong performance today. Very strong, very strong. You're good, man. You're good. Didn't even go off on too many tangents. I thought I was gonna have to use this button on Black Man Unfiltered today.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. Lying so much.
I got that one just for him. I thought, man, I don't want to have to use it on him, but he came through today. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. Very solid. Very solid. Very strong performance. Very, very strong performance. Very strong performance from Black Man Unfiltered. What about JT? What about JT? What we know podcast. Same thing. Drop some bombs on us. Right? I thought he was gonna clown me to my face and be. I need $5 million for the backpacks. I know school already started, right? I thought he was gonna get at least one off on me. But shout out to JT, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out today. He came with some good takes. Definitely came with some good takes, man. I mean, everybody came real strong, man. So shout out to JT, What We Know Podcast. Very strong performance, man. Very strong performance. It's very solid. And last but not least, our little brother, New Growth. Came on strong today. Came on strong as always. Came on strong as always, man. As always. Did I do Patrice already? I think I did Patrice already, but if I didn't do Patrice, very solid pro. Very solid. Very solid. So, you know, y'all know how Patrice is, man. I really don't have to say too much, man. Patrice always comes with everything, man. Just brings it to the table, man. Shout out to Patrice. Shout out to New Growth, by the way, man. The young fella finally said, you know, man, it's more than. I see what Clarence is doing a little bit. I see. I got another piece to the puzzle here. I got it. Yeah, man. You know, little brother, man. You know, sometimes I call people out when they.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking.
Patrice said, I can hear you. You love me too much. I love you too, girl. But you know what I'm saying? But she did her thing. Now y'all tell me, did Patrice do her thing yesterday? She did her thing yesterday, man. She came in and took control of that situation. Like, bang. I was like, hey, yeah, Patrice. She was like, nah, don't do nothing to the judges. I was like, oh. I was like, oh. I'm always nice to you, Patrice. I'm always nice. Especially since you got out of the back. Now I can really talk because she ain't in the back chat no more. But anyway, man, shout out to Patrice. Shout out to Did I get Rico? I thought, yeah, I got Rico already. I thought Rico did excellent, man. Did an excellent job. Rico was very first. Rico was first. You know, Rico love the kids, man. Rico love the kids. So when you start talking about how you gonna do the kids wrong, man, Rico get hot, man. Rico gets really hot. So that's why you guys will see. You can still. Thought I got away because she got out. This girl, man, I gotta get out. I thought she got out of the back check. So I thought I was good, man. I thought she was gonna go fix herself something to eat, and here she is, man. Again, so I can still hear you. I know you can still hear me, girl. I know you can still hear me. But did she do her thing on that judging, man? I think if you gonna have a contest, Patrice is the judge you want her to be. Patrice is the top judge you want, man. Definitely the top judge. All right, let's see. What was I doing? Oh, I was talking about new growth, man. The youngster, man, came through, man. He said, man, you know what, Brother Clarence, I kind of see where you're coming from a little bit more. I don't got the whole thing, but I kind of see, you know what I mean? You ain't as walking around, you ain't walking blind like I thought you was. Nah, brother. I got there's levels to Brother Clarence. There's levels to this situation, man. But yeah, man, everybody did a great job, man. And Brother New Growth, very solid. Brought it today. Everybody brought it today. Everybody did a great job today. Glad to have Rico back, man. Back in the cockpit, man. We just everything's there, man. Vaughn's gonna get over his thing, and he'll be back. We always got Patrice, and next week Patrice is going up, so we'll probably be starting early again. But this time we definitely won't be doing 6 hours and 24 minutes. Definitely not. Definitely. We're gonna get in real quick. Probably do about 3 hours, maybe 3.5, and be out of there. So you guys get something to eat, and then sit down and go for Patrice. Go watch Patrice. But anyway, we'll see if we're gonna be here on Tuesday. Probably, I'm thinking 70%. If I can handle this business on Tuesday early, and then be back here in time to do a show, we'll do a show. If not, might have to wait until Thursday. But anyway, all right, man. Everybody did a great job. Chat. Everybody did a great job on the panel. Everybody did a great job out there in the bushes lurking. Everybody did a great job. Appreciate everybody. We'll see y'all next time, probably Tuesday, if not Thursday, for sure, man. See y'all. Peace.